what helped us get strong start from the season. I think we have all strong players in 5 rows. Like everyone have super good potential on the games, very talented. So we keep building the success by grinding a lot of pops every day, finding a lot of new heroes, like good super imbars heroes in the meta. In our team, there is no language barrier. Sometimes I even teach them to speak some Chinese. They teach me some Russian words. I don't know, I just like those guys. They are just super funny. First priority is going to be strong lane. I don't think you can play Dota if you're losing 3 lanes. You just have a terrible start, you are suffering in the games, you have to find some way to come back. So it's just way easy to win lanes and just play the games. Our main strength definitely is first 10 minutes. We will dominate lanes. After that, not sure. Drafting process is from KP and Nightfall. Okay, so basically every time when it goes to final days, there is 3 teams left. So my words is first or third, but not seconds. But 3 times we get second. It's kinda unlucky. Just treat every match as important as grand final.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
He can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than me hard-sucking masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Hard from blow the house down.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good? Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Welcome back to Dota 2 at EWC 2026. And in many ways, this is the beginning or the middle of a fairy tale. The question is, will we slam back to reality after Rune Eaters face off against Aurora? And of course, coming up later, we'll have even more matchups. 1W will be showcased for the first time against what we're calling China's Last Hope Vici Gaming. All of that and more in the survival stage, which means that things are going to be exciting. So if you're tuning in, you're here at the right time. Welcome back, everybody, to the panel. My name is Rainday, and I'm joined yet again by my brilliant co-casters, Effie and BSJ. Effie, I'll start with you. How are you doing today? And I mean, are we excited to finally see Aurora and this Rune Eaters matchup?
I'm so excited. I mean, we didn't get a big chance to watch them a lot during our group, so I could only catch the remnants. And, you know, I felt like that meme of Squidward in that building where he's like looking out.
Yeah.
That's how I've been feeling watching some of the teams at this tournament, you know? So I'm super excited. Survival stages are always very fun.
Yeah. Go ahead, Brian. I was just going to say this is a big day. Obviously, Aurora, we get to see one of the mini bosses now facing off against teams that are still in that story of that fairy tale could be possible if they do the unthinkable today.
Yeah, the question that's been posed to us, I feel like, throughout the entire group stage is how big is the divide between the middle of the pack and these like top 6 to 8 teams? The mini bosses at this stage, these are kind of like the 5th through 8th teams, at least according to how the groups played out. But how are they going to fare? Like, I wouldn't be too surprised today if we saw the 4 favorites all win.
Yeah.
But then I think that we're now set up for, is that single team going to prove us wrong? I think we really are in 4 different separate David versus Goliath scenarios, and nobody's proved it thus far, but a team like Rune Eaters has taken games off of like Boom Boys throughout the course of the tournament, and they've proven that they can compete with the best. It's just a matter of doing it in a best of 3. It's very difficult to pull off 2 games instead of just taking that 1 victory.
Maybe they could take a little bit of advice from their own play yesterday. As we look at the SDC recap, it was Rune Eaters really in the showcase against Virtus Pro. Effie, a lot of people, when Virtus Pro arrived and when Rune Eaters arrived, faced off thinking they were going to get the win. Obviously, Rune Eaters had a kind of a rough draft, a rough start yesterday, but they turned it around.
Yeah, I mean, definitely going into that series, Rune Eaters were the underdog versus Virtus Pro, and a lot of people would not have expected the outcome of them knocking out a team that's been playing for a long time with a lot of veteran players, but they pulled it off. I do think they still have a little bit of a drafting issue, regardless of their win yesterday, so I hope that they were able to maybe talk out a few more clear ideas for their series versus Aurora, because Aurora is not a team that you can counterpick yourself against like they did with VP.
Yeah, the interview post-game with Eki yesterday, he did discuss the fact that the team was not in the best place mentally after that game 1. Words that needed to be said were said. And
sometimes you need those.
Yeah, sometimes, like, in the midst of a high-pressure scenario like this, you know, a lot of people may think if the tensions are high, that's a problem. But sometimes, like, it just the dirty laundry needs to be aired.
Yeah.
And it was clearly demonstrated between the difference between game 1, game 2, and game 3 as the series went on, that Rune Eaters felt more in their element. I think that drafting sometimes can be a combination of like too many cooks in the kitchen, hesitation, falling back on comfort zone and not being willing to make like the slight adjustment to what the enemy's doing. And like Mira said, end up counterpicking yourself because you're overthinking it. A lot less of that happened in game 2 and 3. And if we see that version of Rune Eaters today, I think they have a legitimate shot. I would still put them as the underdogs, but I hope that's who turns up today.
That's a great point as well. A lot of times I say a bad plan executed well is better than a good plan that's executed poorly.
Absolutely.
But I think at certain levels that stops being true, because strategy and disparity between players can either be very large in terms of that margin, or when you look at players who are executing a good plan but are at a very even level, a better plan that has a better, and especially in MOBA's late game, like if you don't execute well enough or fast enough being a big deal, can actually put you behind. And I think that was the clarity that Rune Eaters finally found, and we saw it here. Virtus Pro would have to get their key crushed. A big part of the symbolism of EWC. Your key is your lifeblood. It represents your time in this tournament. Virtus Pro are out. Will Rune Eaters follow them, though? That's the big question. And who will move on in this survival stage? Because we do have our bracket that we're going to show you guys in just a moment. It's not just one game today. We're actually going to be taking a look afterwards. Of course, Rune Eaters and Aurora play at 1W, who will be showing up. Another big team. Vici Gaming move on as well, so they'll be taking on 1W in our later set. And also, you can see Team Spirit and Team Liquid and BB Team and LGD Gaming on the other stream. So we're doing another stream, guys. Effie, there's a lot of good games today. I know you're like kind of peeking at both screens.
Yeah, we got some back-to-back bangers today. I mean, looking at all of this, I feel like most of these are probably going to go to all 3 games, and some of them are giant question marks for me too. Just off the top of my head, looking at BB Team versus LGD, I can just imagine like 90-minute chaos even in games like this, because both of these teams tend to play in the ultra late game and are pretty well experienced there.
Yeah, I think LGD and Rune Eaters have like a very similar template for the team in the sense of their skill ceiling versus skill floor and their lack of consistency sometimes shining through, but at their best, they can take games off of the best. So I think those two teams have a great chance to kind of show us what they're made of today.
And as we dive into it, which we will in just a moment onto our teams in this first matchup, they've all mixed and matched. You know, all these teams have played each other in groups. Some of those may be giving us an insight as to what's the potential of a matchup like this. Rune Eaters, I'm talking about specifically, who did take a game off of BB. So will that somehow have an impact on how they play Aurora or their ceiling potentially? Maybe not the highest floor, but potentially the highest ceiling there. We'll see. Aurora Gaming and Rune Eaters, our first matchup of the day. Then we'll go into 1W and Vici Gaming afterwards. A 16:30 CEST start time for that second set. So make sure to stay tuned. A lot of fun action today, and I think now it's a good time to start looking at what one of those storylines we find the most interesting in our Sony story of the day. I know we talked about this earlier, guys, but it was Vici Gaming coming in as really the main point, being that they are China's last hope, Effie, and that is a big deal considering where TI is being held.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, yesterday, it was a pretty exciting series in Liquid versus Extreme Gaming, but with XG being knocked out, Vici are the only torch carriers left in this tournament, and it's not a position you'd expect China in the days of old to be in. They used to be the dominant region in Dota, and it's just been so European heavy that when there's one team left, the pressure and the expectations are genuinely tenfold.
Yeah, I mean, last year I think was incredibly exciting to see XG actually be close to claiming the Aegis after the last few years that the China region has had. But at the end of the day, these guys, what they always will have on these teams, because it's a lot of times kind of a cycling of similar rosters, is that experience. They've all been here before. An example like Bach, TI winner. Like, this is something where the teams that we're kind of comparing them to in terms of the caliber of, like, they're stepping in to face the mini bosses, this team is by far the most tenured out of all of them. Yeah. So in the first group stage, I didn't see what I wanted out of them. Like, you see the potential, but then it's not really ever manifesting itself. Sure. And I'm hoping that today something's happened in the last few days or a week that they've kind of come together with their identity as a team.
Yeah, hopefully. That is going to be the big question, our second set of the day, so stay tuned for that. But starting up, let's shift the attention to Aurora versus Rune Eaters. Guys, some people did not anticipate Rune Eaters to even be here. We mentioned that, Effie, as well. What has interested you about this team so far as you've started to see them on this stage and obviously a little bit in groups?
Yeah, watching them yesterday, honestly, I felt that their potential is there, and it's not one of those things that you say when, you know, some teams do okay, and you're like, there's potential, but you're just trying to be polite. No, legitimately, they had a really strong early game, and I do think it was impressive that even though in the first 2 games, they did get weaker drafts, they looked like a better team than Virtus Pro, and their individual play to me really stood out. I think Dark Lord in particular has a very interesting style of carry play, where it seems like he's an action setter and he's willing to like play these tinies and these alchemists and stun for his team and just take a backseat to copy. And historically in Dota, when we've had like the 1-2 dynamics like that, like Dyrachyo and Gaming Gladiators with Quinn, for example, those have been really fun with the active carries.
Yeah, I think that's becoming more and more of like a norm in the professional scene. To like, some teams still have their traditional one, but I think over the years, players like Dyrachyo, players like Skeeter have really pioneered this type of playstyle, and I do see that in Dark Lord as well. And this team, you mentioned the individual plays. I think it's not only in the laning stage, but also later on in the game. It almost looked like 5 pubbers like vibing really hard. Like if you're watching a pub, you'll usually see one guy that's kind of popping off, but that you saw it from all 5 of them.
Yeah.
But there is sometimes lacking that cohesion. But individually, you're like, Copy's going nuts.
Yeah.
On Puck and Dark Lord, he's finding crazy pickoffs on Tiny. It's just, can they find that cohesion today? Because they're playing against an incredibly skilled and cohesive team in the side of Aurora. I think that's going to be the tiebreaker, but you never know.
I think switching to what they're going to be up against is now, I think, a great way to kind of segue that conversation into, is it going to be enough against a team that is relatively considered one of the best teams in this tournament? Obviously, 8-2 coming in. They did lose to Enigma Galaxy. And I think that was a space that where now they're in this survival stage. Effie, I mean, I'm sure many people consider that it could have easily not been them in the survival stage, yet Aurora is here.
Yeah, for sure. The thing is, Aurora, they went 8-2 in their group, which is not a joke, but the series that they dropped are against Team Liquid and against Team Nigma.
Yeah.
So that's where they lost. And those were 1-1s.
Yeah.
And 1-1s in a best of 3, that could have very easily been an Aurora win. We won't know.
That's
in a
right.
general best of 3, those could have been series wins where they adjusted after that game too. So
Great point.
having them be at this point in the tournament, I don't know if it's correct or not yet, because Aurora are a team where, you know, calling them mini bosses, as we've dubbed, it does not describe them. I do feel that Rune Eaters are walking into like a boss arena.
Mega boss. Like, this is a big one.
Like when they get to their PCs, it's like swords are on the floor. There's like some armor in the distance. You know,
You're like, how many people have tried to fight this person?
Yeah.
I don't see a lot of people coming out. Yeah. Is that your take on Aurora as well? I mean, a lot of people, would they be wrong in saying this should be a 2-0?
I would say that's the statistically most likely outcome here.
Okay.
And, you know, every team that we're talking about that's like the top 6, top 8 there's like kind of different classifications.
Yeah.
Different classes against the boss, as you will. And I'd say they're in the same category as P-Vision. For me, it's a lot of very individually skilled players that were lacking the consistent success for some time.
Yeah.
But then they got a coach that like rallied them all around the same vision, who they respect enough to taking the best players in the world and saying, have somebody that you're all going to listen to and believe in their vision. That actually takes like a very special character to do that. So Puppy on the side of P-Vision, but then it's KP on the side of Aurora.
Yeah.
And I think for this team specifically, what KP offers more than just the drafting is the mentality aspect of the game. He's one of the few people I've talked to in Dota where I'm just blown away from his way of looking at the game. And it's shown, like players like Nightfall have become way more consistent, way more inconsistent in the sense that he's not consistently playing conservative.
Yes.
He's consistent in terms of the impact that he's having on the game. And there's just been a lot of growth from this team over the course of the year. I've progressively become more and more fan of them. And I think for all these reasons is why Mira's presenting them as this
big bosses.
But just to talk about KP a little bit, I think one of the coolest things about him as a coach, aside from the reasons you mentioned, is I do feel that he has a very full, I guess would be the word, understanding of each of his players, where he understands their play styles and their hero pools, and then he adds that into his coaching. So I've never seen him try to change somebody. Like if Nightfall still loves his Wind Ranger, he's getting his Wind Ranger.
Interesting.
He's not swapping to the meta. He understands what this player is and what he offers.
There's something I inherently really believe in that, because as a father, you have a kid and no one teaches you how to parent, but it's in many ways a little version of coaching somebody. And a lot of times you see your kid leans towards something naturally. And the question is, do you try to kind of coerce them into something that's not natural that you think is better, or do you just try to uplift what's already there and present? Seems like KP doing that with his players, obviously a very natural way to enhance your strengths as an individual. We'll see if it works on the Dota side, though. So far it has for Aurora Gaming.
Yeah, that's a great analogy. I mean, the reason why I think KP is so good at this is also, I just recall an interview at Dream League where we were talking about Kauri and his hero pool. And Kauri, if you're not aware, he had like a period where he was only playing 3 heroes, right? So in Aurora's draft, we'd often see them come out like, oh, here comes Phoenix, oh, here comes Jakiro, right? And then when we talked to KP about it at the last Dream League, he laughed and he was like, yeah, he's like, I think if people banned all 3 of those heroes a few months ago, we would have been in trouble. like we would have actually been cooked, but hey, it didn't happen. So even the fact that he's kind of aware of what he's working with each player at every point of time it's super cool.
Yeah, Kaori's following the ATF trajectory, which was to come into the pro scene with 3 heroes. And then every patch, he's like, okay, I'll learn this one.
Yeah.
Because it's super meta.
Yeah,
so like
yeah,
right
yeah.
now, his meta heroes are Treant Protector and
Okay.
Wyvern.
Yep.
That he's willing to play in specific. Treant just generically. Wyvern, it seems like more against Axe or some
Sure.
heavy initiation. But even then, he's still picking Warlock, Phoenix, and Jakiro like on top of these heroes. And I think that's perfectly fine. And when you were talking about your analogy with being a dad and everything, I think that's giving my armchair psychology about the Dota community. I think that's the most severely lacking thing in the big scheme is that people tend to think there's a right way to play Dota. There's like a objectively correct drafting style.
Yeah.
And I think that having somebody like KP with his approach coming into the pro scene, it's a breath of fresh air because you have a puzzle piece and you're not trying to change the puzzle piece.
Exactly.
You're like, where does it fit with these other puzzle pieces? And that's something that the beauty of Dota, also the daunting part about Dota, is that there are so many different ways to approach winning the game.
Well, I mean, I love armchair psychology, and you can go with even the fact that given more choices, it's easier to feel like you made the wrong one. Given one or two choices, it's easy to feel like
working with constraints.
That's right, and
makes you more creative.
And it also makes you feel like you made the correct decision, even though you may not have. But at least that confidence level is high on your side. Fun little stuff here as we kind of jumped into the draft underneath all of it. Ember Spirit picked up from Rune Eaters, and Viper response from Aurora. Effie, how are we feeling about this? Brian, I know you said you got something to say on this.
I guess if you don't mind me going first, Mira. So I was mentioning to you, I'm teaching Rain about the, some of the counter picks in Dota.
Yes.
And I was mentioning to him that I like Makoto because he's a jack of all trades, but master of most of it, or not all of it. And so this guy, he's willing to play the backline spellcasters. He's willing to play the jump in and initiators like Monkey King. And he was specifically picking Monkey King in order to punish Ember Spirits.
Yeah.
And so what I'm also, I think there's been some times where even some of the top teams have just missed opportunities to just dump on the mid lane. Just pick something that ruins the other guy's game, doesn't let him play Dota. And even though he didn't pick Monkey King here, Viper is the same thing. Viper is purely intended to ruin Ember Spirit's game.
Wow.
And so I love to see this from Makoto, and I think it's really important aspect of drafting that Rune Eaters is probably not all too familiar with, because I really don't think many teams have been doing it enough.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say this is
out there.
Incorrect.
Oh, I'm down for that.
Not about your Viper, but about Rune Eater's approach to this draft.
Okay, yeah.
I think this is just the wrong way to think about going into the series.
Oh, you think you don't
Aurora.
like that they opened up this way?
Opening up with Ember, to me, is just not it. Because, okay, we've seen Copy in these situations where he has the weaker matchup mid and he does well, but that was not against players like Makoto, who are at the tier 1 of tier 1 right now and are in top shape. If you're picking Ember, you're conceding this mid lane loss from the player who I think has done the most for you in terms of tempo in that early mid game. So I just think saying, okay, Copy, you tank this bad lane and we're gonna get some good picks because of this, I don't think it'll work here. I'd love to be proven wrong, but I just hate this.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of teams have been opening with Earth Spirit instead, and we've been saying time and time again, the benefit of it is that Earth Spirit can be flexed to support.
Right.
Now, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that Ember Spirit cannot be flexed as support. Maybe we'll get shocked by an Eki Ember Spirit, but that's something that's only happened in 1 or 2 patches ever in the past, and by opening up this Ember, you are laying your cards on the table, and as Mira mentioned, you've done this before, so there's a reason why you think you can get away with it.
Yeah.
But if you fall behind to a team like Aurora, it ain't gonna work, and they follow it up with Centaur, who's been, I would say, one of the most formidable laning offlaners.
Yeah.
And the thing about Viper is, so he's gonna get you that early lead. It's gonna make it difficult for Ember to have any meaningful impact. Centaur then is a hero that is going Helm of the Dominator straight into Heart. You need Ember Spirit to have Spirit Vessel, to have meaningful items and impact to take down this Centaur. So suddenly you're like, we've got a strong offlaner who's presenting you with a big problem in 15 minutes. Viper himself often becomes unkillable to some degree around that stage in the game. And so it's what I'm hoping to see from Rune Eaters is some kill combo that does not require Ember Spirit to be a part of it. Otherwise, they're barking up the wrong tree, I think.
I mean, again, I would love to be proven wrong, but this doesn't fill me with a lot of faith. I'm what did they talk about from yesterday to today? But hey, it is game 1. Things can change, and this Lifestealer does come out to play versus Centaur, and while on paper it is good, I do feel there's the lack of hard disable versus Stampede. Like, there's the Searing Chain and the Sinister Gaze and the Open Wounds, but, you know, that's not something Centaur is going to struggle against.
Yeah, and I think if you... I mean, the thing about Lifestealer... I love Lifestealer. We've seen him like every game the last few days. But he is not a strong laner. Like, at the end of the day, he's not. So even though on paper, Centaur, really high HP, you pick Lifestealer who has an ability that literally lifesteals and does damage based on how much HP you have. Great in theory, but you're not winning this lane. Like, in my opinion, if they pick like a Willow or some other just generically strong laning for, they ban out the Hoodwink and even a hero like Lion's taken out. But now that you have Bane, like... So Lifestealer hates single target FU kind of spells, and I hate Bane is the ultimate single target. You're not going to get to play Dota kind of hero. Viper also, even though you can, Lifestealer has plays around Viper's ulti and stuff. Even Viper's ulti is very annoying for him. So it's like, I think you're already losing 2 lanes, or at least at best drawing even, but I don't think there's really much that beats Centaur. So now the thing about Lifestealer is he wants to do literally nothing in the game until 15 minutes plus. Like he just sits and hits creeps. So I literally said I need them to have playmaking potential to deal with these guys in this window that Ember Spear will not be able to deal with these guys. And we've been seeing him play like the Tinies and the Alchemists, the heroes that come online a bit earlier. And now I'm seeing the complete opposite of that. Like, when I think of Lifestealer, I think I want my team to do all the work for the first 15 minutes. I'm going to go sit up here and hit creeps. And I feel like as Ember Spirit, I'm like, I need you guys to go do something. I'm laning against a Viper. I just don't... I want to have... I want to be like Mirrors. I want to say, like, I want to have more faith in this.
I hear you.
But I'm scared. I'm scared.
I do think it's curious that they go for Jakiro over the Dark Willow. To me, that's a 4 Bane.
Yeah, it's a 4 Bane,
Yeah, so I do think 4 Bane offers a lot of like interesting kill threat in the first 2 levels that maybe a Willow wouldn't have. Like the Nightmare into the Centaur Sun, maybe they can exploit Lifestealer when he's weakest. That could be the concept that they're going here, and they got a lot of magic damage coming out of Jakiro, which is nice because Lich is playing with that physical damage reduction from his armor, and you pick a support that's like, I don't care about that.
I don't care about that.
I also think it's a bit interesting that Rune Eaters go for the Lich here instead of the Bane, because I do think they were kind of gearing up for a Darkseer pick with this Ember and with this Lifestealer, just so they could play off of that Ion Shell. But if you're laning against heroes like Bane, or if you don't cover that within your draft, it just feels a little bit weaker.
Mira, what's missing right now in terms of this draft for Rune Eaters? What turns it around?
They need big playmaking and team fight. So, you know, something like a Mars, I think, would actually be really great here because Mars would counter the Stampede from Centaur. The issue with Mars, though, is he's just a weaker hero than he used to be. But you need a team fight anchor, something that can go in first and, you know, take a little bit of the pressure off of this Ember Spirit.
Ryan, Lifestealer's kind of your niche, so to speak, and enabling him. Is that just Rune Eater's hope that somehow they can work around some of the disadvantages between Ember and Viper and just get Lifestealer to a point where he can take over?
Yeah, so it's interesting. Yesterday we saw VP have what I thought was a really good Lifestealer game. And then he was very farmed and he had a lot of impact, but Lifestealer also doesn't like solo carry the game. He does need his team to rally around him. So when I'm looking at the offlane pick for Rune Eaters here, I'm thinking you're blind picking. You don't know what Nightfall's going to pick. Nightfall loves his really strong laners like the Wind Ranger and such. And you also kind of need to carry the torch for the first like 15 minutes of the game. And you ask like, how do you fix this problem? And I say, I don't know.
Yeah, I think they're just going to go for, you know, Blink, Sun Hero, and Axe. I do think Mars still would be a better fit, but that hero is very hard to pull off unless you're Collapsed or ATF. We didn't talk about the Rubik, though. This Rubik kind of is a shining light in this darkness, where you have a lot of really great spells to steal. Rubik versus Jakiro and versus Bane, fantastic. You know you're going to be getting Ice Path, or you're going to be getting that Fiend's Grip. Bane can't really help himself from getting it stolen, because he just stands still and channels it, so maybe Eki has the game of his life on Rubik, and is that playmaker and that difference maker, because it is a good Rubik game.
Once again, I agree with everything you said. There's amazing spells to steal, but Rubik is a farm-heavy, greedy support for the first, like, 10 minutes of the game. So, like, if we could just teleport to 15 minutes and all the heroes have the game they wanted, I would like Rune Eater's draft a lot, honestly. But I genuinely feel like they're skipping the most crucial point of the game that a team like Aurora will not let you skip. And we've said it several times, we want to be proven wrong. I have this sinking feeling that we're going to have like an insurmountable wall at 15 minutes into this game, maybe even earlier. And so, but if they get there, their heroes definitely have plays. They definitely have the individual skill that we've seen them display. It's not just hypothetical to make it happen if given that opportunity. My concern, once again, is if they're even going to have the chance to show their stuff. Things
were said yesterday, obviously round 1 or game 1 and yesterday's set versus Virtus Pro. The draft did not go Rune Eater's way. We saw that out the gate. It went the same way in terms of the game. Eki mentioned his frustration. He mentioned the changes too. I mean, you would hope coming into this that some of those things, Brian, we were even talking about, got fixed, got changed. But have they fallen into something here? I mean, the Lycan shows up.
I just want to before I answer, I just want to say this might, if there's ever a time to pick Troll Warlord, now would be the time. I think he's just going to go Terrorblade though. Lycan gives them another farming hero, but he does create pressure, so you're now going to have like maybe Ember Spirits playing one side lane and Lycan's putting a bunch of pressure on another side lane. Their heroes don't deal the belt of summons. I do think they purposely picked Jakiro as like a support that, because Bane does not deal with it. They actually go for the Naga. So the thing about summons and illusion heroes have a really funny like rock, paper, scissors that has always happened in Dota. So in the early game, summons heroes are generally better. So both of them are multi-unit, but all of them are single target. Naga's the one illusion hero that is actually a multi-unit hero because of her Riptide. So oftentimes, early game, the summons heroes will do more damage and win the trades because their summons just start with a flat amount of damage and health. And while illusion heroes will win out later. The thing is, I think Naga's a pretty weak laner, but I think she so hard counters Lycan in the grand scheme of the game that even if they were to like slightly lose bottom lane, given the nature of the other 2 lanes, like I think this is one of the few times I would be approving of a Naga pick.
I love the Naga Siren.
Yeah.
When I saw it, I was just smiling. I think it's a fantastic hero versus Lycan's Shapeshift. That was their big playmaker to kind of fix the issues that they had in that early game. Naga Siren just corrects that. You can disengage from Lycan's play there with her Song of the Siren. I think that the supports on the side of Rune Eaters will suffer to wave shove against Naga's Ghost Push. And if it's Ember Spirit playing on a lane, pushing out the lanes, then that's where the Fiend's Grip setup comes from Aurora. So I think they have enabled a very good Naga game here.
I love it. So excited to see Naga Siren, last pick from Aurora. They come in as not the mini bosses, Effie has said, the mega bosses. Can Rune Eaters make a little bit of history here as they try to grab game 1 off of the Giants in Dota 2 who await them? We'll find out in a moment. Let's introduce our casters, MLP and John Xfire, to start the game. Fellas?
Thank you so much, Jonathan. I tend to agree. I mean, Aurora, they are coming in heavy favorites, I think, against Rune Eaters. Interesting draft as well. I mean, you heard the panel. They like the Naga. I like new heroes, Jonathan. Yeah. You know what, this Naga Siren, I haven't seen it in a while.
No.
I can't wait to see what it does provide.
For sure. I mean, we've seen a lot of some of the illusion heroes being banned out as well every now and again. So seeing the Naga pop out, maybe not the most surprising thing. I think we've seen a little bit of the rise of some of the illusion heroes anyhow. So there's a lot of room for it to play. It's going to be really cool to see just how much Mikado can shut out the Ember. Of course, the matchup for the Viper in that case, just quite nice, quite clean. You've got consistent damage. The Ember's just going to get zoned out a little bit more. And there's a lot of potential for you to just make it a pretty painful process here for the side of Rune Eaters for Copy to kind of get a game because he has to lane against a Viper. So I like the way they've kind of set things up here on Aurora. We'll just have to see if Rune Eaters can get their own draft working because there are some cool things here, right? Like the Lycan last pick is pretty cool. The supports can kind of get ripped apart in Aurora. They're not the best while dealing with Lycan. Maybe the Jakiro can kind of handle the summons, right? But you get your Shard, you get the Hightail, you can try to pressure out the Bane a little bit. You can create space in the map. And that is space that Rune Eaters will need to sustain this kind of draft here.
Well, that was the question mark for both of us, right, while we were watching the draft. And I know Brian was talking about it. Like, the Lycan's an interesting one, right? Because win rate-wise, Lycan looks really good, as far as I'm aware. And I know you can double-check for us right now just to prove me wrong in case I am, Jonathan. Get us the win rate for Lycan right now.
69%,
69
over 13 games.
Very nice. 69% indeed. So there you go. Lycan, very good hero right now. But in this game, again, as Brian did say, right? It's a space creator.
Yes.
It's not the guy you initiate with.
No.
It's very good against the supports. Obviously, the supports of Aurora do not like Lycan very much because they can't really do anything about it.
Yeah.
Particularly Bane can't Nightmare his way out of situations against all those creeps either. Is it the best pick? I don't know. I'm a Lycan enjoyer.
Yeah.
I understand why they chose it. I tend to also kind of err towards Mirror, saying, you know, they might want some initiation.
Yeah, I like the Mars, and I think, you know, I've been rambling about Mars looking good in a couple of these games, especially against Centaur. It's like that classic counter to Centaur, and even, well, Lycan in some of the games we've seen as well.
Yeah.
Never really came out, and the hero has been in a pretty rough spot, so you can understand the sentiment for going for something that kind of just plays strong in the meta right now. Just, we've seen this timing with Dominator feel really good, the timing into Overlord feel really good, and again, that Shard timing, that's when you start to kill off those supports with the Hightail Wolves, can get pretty silly. Of course, there's always the fact, later on, you can kind of work onto your Ags and have a Wolf Life Stealer, right? And that's a possibility as well.
Yeah.
Just get a little bit more damage out, and, you know, as the game scales on, you do have some question marks over handling Naga's Siren, yes, but the Lifestealer should, in theory, at least have a good time ripping apart a Centaur. With an Ags up, you can infest when they try to run away, so you can kind of keep a chase up. Not ideal, because chances are you're all alone by yourself, but there's a bunch of stuff that you can do here. Although, again, the Naga is the one that kind of throws the spanner in the works, right? Like,
Yeah.
way too many illusions. Your supports don't really do much about that. Your cores don't really do much about that, except for maybe this Ember pickup, of course, for Copy, which, again, it's going to have a little bit of a rougher time in the early phase of the game up against a Viper. So how long it takes to start to find answers for the Naga, and we'll have to see.
It is going to be interesting. I want to talk about the Makoto Viper for a second.
Yes.
I know it's against Ember. Makoto
Yes.
should be having an amazing time.
Yes.
But, and it's a big but,
Yes.
you in particular
Yes.
always like to say this about the SCA mid laners.
Yes.
You always think the Viper pick, obviously countering the Ember very well,
Yeah.
but Makoto deserves a more playmaker hero, is
Yeah.
I believe what you would want to say.
Yes.
This
I
is
mean,
a bit of John Expire bias coming
Yeah,
in.
look, you know, it's like, well, to be fair, you know, OG's not here, but if you gave Yopaj like Viper versus Ember, that's,
Yes.
I'd also say the same thing.
Yes.
If you gave Abed on VP, you know, they're eliminated as well, but if you gave him Viper versus Ember, like, surely that's the one time, you know, Coach Bulba would pick like a Pango, a Storm, you know, something else that
so?
he can kind of do something with, which, look, again, this is pretty good in lane. You're going to crush that lane, you're going to start running away with the game, and that's going to be important for Mikado, because if the Viper does not do that, which, again, theoretically, it absolutely should,
Yeah.
it's going to look horrible if you don't do it.
You know why I'm premising it, John?
Why?
I'm premising this conversation right now because I know
Yes.
if Makoto has a bad game, you're going to be looking at me with the angriest stare, knowing you're going to say to me, why did they choose Viper? Why did they choose him Viper?
I mean, it makes sense. It's an open Ember, right? They pick the Ember first. You
It
just
makes
take the
sense.
Viper.
Yeah.
I was very worried, actually. I don't know what would have upset me more. A Mikato Viper or a WS Viper. Like, both of those options sounded really like, oh, what are you doing with these players, man? You
It
know?
makes sense, though.
It does make
It
sense.
makes
It
plenty of
does make a lot of sense.
But I know you're going to get upset if things don't work out for me.
Look, at least it's not WS. I think the offlane Viper has definitely been a little bit worse.
Regardless, I mean, Rune Eaters, again, they are the underdogs here in this matchup.
Yeah, they are.
You know, John, I'm a bit biased when it comes to underdogs. I'll be frank with you. I do like a good underdog story.
Yeah.
Aurora certainly the monsters in this best of 3 survival series.
They start 3 for 1 on the bounty, so that's going to be feeling pretty good. Especially on mid. I mean, it's not really like you're tied into like a bottle timing, but just denying that off from Copy is pretty nice. You've got a bunch of regen being ferried out now as well, as they did start with a little bit more utility across the board there for Aurora. And we will take a look at that mid lane matchup. Mikado on the Viper up against Copy on the Ember. That's pretty unfortunate to start with a miss, but does start to pile on to poison attacks, and this is where you see the fun begin for our Ember.
Oh, look at this gameplay.
High end.
Makoto.
This is why Mikado's in. This is why Mikado changed regions. Look at how. Wow.
Oh. And this is, again, why the discussion on the panel, John, was you might want a bit of a playmaker instead of Copy, because Copy's going to have a really, really rough time.
Yeah, but it's not going to get that much better. Maybe if you have the Flame Guard, which he does have the value point up now, you can block a little bit of that damage. It's still not going to feel great. The one thing that you can do on Rune Eaters is, because you have the Lycan, you can kind of micro around your Wolves, so you can deny off one Water Rune and just get the top up on your Ember, which means at the least Mikado won't have, you know, those additional resources to spam out the spells. Eventually he'll run out of mana, and you can try to manage it from there, but Mikado has done that severe damage already.
You missed the pull as well, unfortunately, here for Copy. There's one thing you can do as the Ember, just try to pull the creep wave away from this river area, farm somewhere else, but it's not as easy said as done. Makoto can obviously just chase you down as well if necessary. Have a look at the other lanes. Bottom lane, Nightfall and Kaori against Malik and Eki. Interesting kind of lane matchup here. Of course, the Naga Siren, generally a pretty good hero when it comes to going up against the Lycan. Jakiro, of course, very lane dominant as well as top lane. In fact, Mira now getting jumped. Dark Lord going to move in, and Mira can do nothing. First blood will be drawn for Dark Lord.
Nice little opening up there, top. This is the lane that probably can play the most, right? Like you've got a lot of slowdown with the Lich and the Life Stealer. You have a lot of chase potential down bot.
It's a lot of damage coming out from Nightfall, but he doesn't want to go for the dive in. Instead, looking for a body block onto Malik. Can't quite get there, but back Makoto, he's going to find Copy. And this is what we were talking about. You can pull the creep wave, but Makoto will just punish you anyway. And so he should. Even if it costs you the creeps for Makoto, who the hell cares? It's all about shutting down this mid-ember.
And he really has shut him down completely. 15-6 up against 4-0. Not much Copy can really do about this. Nope. Every time he walks up to try to CS or even sleight of fist, he's just going to cop like 2 poison attacks. It's not going to feel great.
Well, this is another point as well that they made, right? Like, you got to support duos that aren't necessarily the most active either. You've got a Lich Rubik. What's worse is for the Ember is you get to that 6-minute mark. I don't know if anyone's helping him contest the power runes.
No. I mean, you could get the rotation out, but your combinations aren't so solid. Malik just getting poked to heck by Kaori and some illusions here from Nightfall. I do really love the tech in this game for Aurora. I mean, this lane is just devastating. If you can get the value point in your root, it's going to be nice as well. Mira.
Again, going to be in pretty big danger, but this time Dark Lord will not continue the chase as he just does not have quite enough in the tank. Still Dark Lord probably pretty okay with the way this lane's going. 10-2 in terms of CS right now. As you can see, Copy unfortunately has been forced to jungle at the level 3 mark, and I can tell you, Jonathan, I've had this experience before. It is not very fun.
No, it certainly isn't. Would have loved if Aurora planted an early ward. We see some teams kind of do that when they get the Viper mid in a really strong matchup. They plant a deep ward.
Eki's going to go down. Nightfall able to pick up a kill as Kaori. He was being chased by Wolves, but Malik not going to continue the chase.
No, and again, the issues for Rune Eaters is chances are you're just going to be farming for at least like 15-20 minutes. Top lane's the best lane that you have going on. It's a lot of pressure. You know, WS is constantly low HP. You've managed to kill off Mira twice. But farm-wise, it's still not, you know, it's not like completely amazing for the Lifestealer. You're focused on shutting down the lane as well. Mid lane Mikado is already at that 5, halfway to 6. So he's going to have a ton of damage if he does reach that mark uncontested. And it does look like he will just reach that point. At least you have a Water Rune up. It's not much, but small consolation for Copy. Again, a very strong start for the side of Aurora. 2K up already, just at around the 5-minute mark. And again, for Rune Eaters, their launching point is going to be really interesting. Let's say at 10-15 minutes. What ways do they have to play? You can try to make connections with Ember. Maybe, you know, just shapeshift and Ember running around. You just kill off supports. That's probably the only way, because your Lifestealer's not going to be ready at 15 for sure. Your Lycan somewhat ready. That should at least be Overlord timing in a worst-case scenario.
Mira, Nightmare's out. WS going to land a Hoof Stomp. Ike trying to survive, but cannot. Dark Lord now trying to trade, but you don't have the lockdown. And this is, again, another discussion that happened earlier on in the panel. You just don't have the lockdown with this Lich. No. The gaze doesn't last long enough, and Lifestealer, he kind of needs that to dominate a lane. You can't do the old classic run down everybody on Lifestealer anymore. It's just not that good.
It really isn't. Like the numbers just don't feel amazing early on. Maybe in a late game scenario, it's not, you know, it's not particularly bad. It's actually pretty decent, as we've seen in a couple of our Lifestealer games. It does look good as those HP numbers go up. Even in just the general sense of the game, it's just a bit
nice
rough.
Nightmare.
Nice Nightmare.
It is a very nice Nightmare. Copy. Level 5. Eki's going to try and help, but obviously there is nothing to be done. Very nice setup here by Mira. Again, you've got two supports that can't really fight this early.
No.
Like they need some levels here on this Rubik Glitch. It's a pretty sad state of affairs thus far for Runeaters.
That it is. And man, Copy's really just, he's behind even in CS compared to his Lich. 10-0 to 12-4 on Ike. Like, you do what you gotta do here. You know, if you're Copy, you gotta try to jungle, which he was. You gotta just soak what you can. You have to understand that you are going to cop the short end of the stick with
Another nice setup.
With that Ember open.
Mira not going to get... Oh, actually got the Nightmare himself. Mira might go down for this. WS going to go for the chase, but it's all too late. Perhaps a little bit of a misclick there from WS. Copying the Nightmare and missing out as now Makoto going to rotate in, forcing a TP play out from our Lifestealer. Dark Lord will be okay. It was, of course, a fight over the Shrine of Wisdom, but Kaori will be able to pick it up.
1 for 1. So at least you have some EXP flowing in for Runeaters. You don't lose both. It's not like Nightfall can run down in there while still just holding the lane solo. You are getting that progression on Malik. Again, the Dominator is not too far off, so you will have some impact here, especially into the level 6 timing as well with the Dominator. Some chase down potential that you could try to build some early aggression on. Mira keeping track of good old Copy, but he does have his level 6. So he does manage to soak up to the point where he can kind of play with his kit at the very least. He doesn't really have the items to do a little bit more here, but...
Mira gonna get caught out this time. He's been very good on this Bane, Mira. Constant setups onto Copy, but this time he will pay with his life. Poor old Copy, you could tell how badly he wanted that kill too, but the Viper Strike attack slow makes it too hard as Malik now, bottom lane, does also go down. Nightfall, able to find a single pick off, and this is why you see the Naga Siren against this Lycan pick. It is a strong one.
Yeah, there's just not much you can do on the Lycan. Maybe once you've got more points in Howl, you know, you can kind of mitigate this damage just a tad bit, but it's not going to be enough. Again, the big question as well, it's like, how are you going to handle the Naga? Theoretically, that's down to your Ember, but your Ember doesn't have a lane. It's not like you can expect, what, a Lich Ags down the line that quickly. It's not the strongest of starts for the side of Runeaters as well. And for the side of Aurora, I mean, it's smooth going right now. Nightfall is basically uncontested. He's farming up a Storm. He's not too far off from a Manta style. They're already invading that triangle area as well. Just nothing to really stop them. You are trading off like a freer top lane here for the Lifestealer. Like, you are getting that build up on Dark Lord, but again, considering your conditions in this game, this Naga does feel like a bigger early threat.
Oh, look at this. Nightfall's just jumping right in.
It's a ton of damage.
Nightfall maybe going a bit too far this time, but no, he's got the song. He'll disengage. Copy, those going to rotate over with the Remnants. Going for the chase. Nightfall still running, but this would be a great kill to try and secure here for Copy. If he can land some chains, and he will. Malik from the low ground. So you can't jump up the hill. You've got to run around. Nightfall, he'll keep running. Surely there's no way out, though. Copy continuing the chase. Nightfall, he can't make it out of range. And Copy, that is a huge kill for the Ember. He needs everything he can get. He'll be very happy with that one. In fact, considering the start of the game he's had, I'm kind of impressed he's already having this kind of impact.
Yeah, he's caught up with Malik's net worth, which again isn't the highest in the world, but considering his lane start as well, pretty rough. It was much lower for Copy a while ago. A little bit too aggressive on Nightfall, just going way beyond where he probably should have been. And again, on the side of Runeaters, I mean, as long as the Ember has levels, there is play. No mana, though.
Yeah, here we go again. Makoto going to jump in. Remnant is going to be there, but it won't matter. Mira's just waiting. Poor old Copy. Getting the Viper experience once again.
Yeah, he is. So, again, you're still pretty happy with just finding that kill. I think you take that trade-off, even if it leads to you dying. You just need more EXP. You need more levels to have some damage up here. 6-4 3K lead coming out for Aurora. And all things considered, not the worst outcome from Runeaters, right? Like, again, you expected to have a pretty rough time for Ember mid. He's kind of caught up at the very least, maintaining with his Lycan offlane, who, again, is what? 700 behind the Centaur. It's not like the worst situation in the world, it could always be much more terrible. And again, all they have to do is hit this point where once your Ember has a couple of those mid-game items, you start diving around. Maybe you get that full Overlord up on our Lycan here as well. And you have that big Ancient Creep running forward with an Ember. That is a lot of presence there, if you can play with it.
Dark Lord will move in. WS. This time, there's a lot more slow available for the Centaur. And Dark Lord will happily take his life away along with Ike. Love seeing that kind of presence here from Rune Eaters now. Aurora, not to be outdone, still looking to perhaps sit up in the mid lane, but it was just a cheeky nightmare onto Eki. Nothing to write home about. Can be a little bit annoying later on from Mirror as well, the classic Rubik counter to the Bane.
Yep. Have some pretty good spells to steal overall, even from outside. Like having some Jakiro spells is going to be pretty nasty. Centaur, if you manage to see him with Stampede, or even Double Edge, be a little bit painful with your spell lamp here on the Rubik. Of course, the Viper spells, turning it back to Mikado would be one funny way of kind of getting things done. And for Rune Eaters, they're holding back on, at least they're tempering back Aurora's aggression quite nicely. Again, you have this recovery period for Copy. He's already working towards finishing up the urn. Should just fly it out relatively soon into that Spirit Vessel timing. You've had a pretty free game here for our Life Stealer. Dark Lord's just been farming up top, not under any pressure. Ike's been really on point as well in this Lich, I have to say. They catch one, though.
Yeah, Nightfall, he's been very active on this Naga Siren. And Eki will eventually just get run down. Mirror to take that one. You gotta appreciate how active Nightfall has been on this Naga Siren. Just running around with his supports, getting the job done just with the ensnare and the right clicks. And it is certainly doing some fantastic work as WS, obviously, home of the Dominator up. Gonna lose that initial dominated creep. Bit of a hoof stomp accidentally, I think, here from WS. It won't matter too much yet. Mirror's on the hunt now for some more targets. Might end up finding himself a Lich, but a very nice TP away. Quick thinking is going to allow Ike to get out of there, and it's the Twin Gate usage as well. In fact, it was just a TP back to the Fount.
Yeah, I mean, all you have to do right now in Rune Eaters is avoid. And again, they're doing a great job of that. You've equalized on your two bottom network cores. They're pretty much even with WS, who again had a decent enough lane himself. You're still kind of ahead here on your Naga plus your Viper by a pretty decent margin. So you are still getting a little bit more for Aurora overall, but you're not too far off the mark here on Rune Eaters. If they maintain this 3k deficit into, say, 15, 16 minutes, you start to feel a little bit better. You start to feel like, all right, we've got our tool, we've got some tools to play with. Let's say we've got the Spirit Vessel up, we've got the Overlord up at that point. We can actually just reach out, find some heroes, and kind of feed off of that. Aurora does feel like there's a little bit of pressure for them to shut the map down more, because you're really safe here in Rune Eaters. You've got some good wards watching your top jungle. Your triangle is mildly under your control, maybe a little bit looser in that bot area, but certainly the top jungle has just been entirely free. None of the rotations landing here from Aurora. Aurora, for their part, don't really have aggressive vision either to sustain like all of this kind of movement they've been trying to pull off. And now you hit at least the Radiance timing on our Life Stealers. They're very useful against illusions on Nightfall, of course. Big farming spike for a Life Stealer. And again, as long as you maintain this level of map control, you still have your side of the river to play with, you're going to be pretty happy just playing a farming game. And again, forgetting that the laning phase existed. Just nullify that advantage Aurora built up with the draft.
Yeah, that's the concerning sign for Aurora. Like if you give the time for this recovery, it's not going to feel too great. And the mental damage as well, right? Like you've had all these counters during laning stage. You would think someone like Copy, for example, would have no chance of a strong recovery, but he's kind of slowly making it happen. Slowly but surely, he's inching his way up. Kaori is going to be spotted by Wolves, and this is one of the things you can do. Find the easy pickoffs. Hopefully hand to Copy. If Makoto will allow it, he will not once again. Another Viper strike avoiding the last hit here for Copy. But you still found Kaori. You get a bit of XP at least for this Ember. And overall, of course, Rune Eaters, they're going to call that one a win. And again, Makoto, just such a nuisance. Let him have the last hit.
Yeah.
Let him have it.
I mean, you have to find every single way to maintain your advantage, right? And feeding the kill to someone else is one big part of that for Aurora. They're clumped up top. Ike and Darklord are contented together again, though.
Oh, well, you can get WS now with this Frost Shield slow if you want. However, WS going to turn. You've got Mirror around, and he does have Fiend's Grip. But you can't see this Rubik right now, and that's, I think, a little bit too scary for Mirror. So they will look to retreat a little bit. Darklord can continue playing around with WS. But it is just a bit of play. They aren't going to go all the... Ooh, I say that. Mirror. Nightmare out. Ike's going to join in again. Chain Frost is available, and they're going to commit the Fiend's Grip this time around. WS, he'll get the Stampede off. They were expecting a little bit more. Darklord, he's going to walk out of there. But the jump is still onto Ike, who's infested with the Lifestealer. Ike is going to drop, and so will Darklord. That back and forth, it went so long, I'm surprised Rune Eaters isn't there. Because it seems like WS 100% thought they were behind there somewhere.
Yeah, it's strange. Ooh.
Song committal. They wanted Nightfall. Had they found that trade, you would have probably said it's okay, but they will not. Nightfall with the Song TP.
Does feel like you kind of want your Lich around for some help in that control anyhow. And once you kind of commit the Lich to one area, it feels like this is the support that's going to land you some kills.
Makoto. He had an amazing start, second in net worth, but Makoto now going to be chased down and Copy. Look how happy Copy looks. Gets the last hit as well. And now you start to feel the concern if you're an Aurora fan. Because Copy's got a Spirit Vessel up. John X Fire is frowning very heavily as we speak.
Yep.
Cowrie, going to be chased down. Malik is in. Cowrie is going to die. John X Fire, do you have something to say, or would you like to reserve judgment?
Not really. I'm just my neck's itching, you know. This is fine. They picked it. They know what it's going to do, right? Surely they have a plan for this little bit of a resurgence from Rune Eaters. 2K lead still there for Aurora, but like we said earlier, like the lead was good at 10 minutes, you know, overwhelming at 7, 8, and at 16 to 17, it's not the end of the world.
I mean, he's done his job.
He has.
This is the problem, right? He's done his job during laning stage, and now the question is, what do you do next? That's always been my issue with these kind of heroes.
Yeah. You just kind of try to build up at that point, scale up. You've got a couple of big shards here already on Rune Eaters. Malik has his Wolves with high strung, and you've got Ike with his Glacier as well. So this is the point where it gets a little bit silly with these Wolves, tracking around, looking for people to try to pin down. Nightfall's starting to get massive though. Orchid up now.
Sorry.
It's a lot of damage on this Naga.
Yeah.
Just a little bit of a smoke. Spotted out by the Wolves, I'm pretty sure. See if they still find an angle somehow, but this is where the game gets a little bit more even.
It sure feels like you're much more dependent now on Nightfall, I would say.
That you are. Maybe a good Stampede out as well. Kind of important here for these engagements, but for sure on the damage front, on like hunting down these heroes, the Naga is your key scaler. Copy?
Yeah, Fiend's Grip is nice, but the Ice Path is nicer. And they've got Fiend's Grip stolen. Still Copy is going to die, but now the turnaround. The Fiend's Grip on the Naga Siren, locking her down. Nightfall cannot get away. Chain Frost as well on Cowrie. That'll be another. WS forced to turn around, but there's no fighting. WS kind of being ignored. They want the Viper first, and they've got the Viper, I think, as WS and Makoto to die. Mirror, the only survivor. Eki, that was a lovely turnaround from our Rubik. The Ice Path right after with the Fiend's Grip steal as well. You couldn't have asked for much more from Eki. But Aurora, well, again, they are the favorites in this matchup, but I'll tell you what, Jonathan, that was a very awkward team fight.
That it was. Again, I wouldn't say it was forced per se, but certainly not the ideal, right? And we talked about it. The initial smoke was something that was spotted out by the Wolves here on Rune Eaters. Copy then probably just acted as a little bit of bait. They were set up behind him to an extent.
This was so beautiful.
Yeah.
That was beautiful.
Ice Bat onto 2, getting the steal, finding the Naga afterwards. Not much you can really do. Stampede pop, but really no hope of saving there. On the side of Aurora, I mean, you have to be so cautious about these spells. Again, this is why the Rubik shines in this game. You just got a lot of strong spells to steal, and when you see a channeled spell, you're always happy to make that move with the Rubik. A big turn back here for Rune Eaters. 2K lead up their way. Managed to take the Tormentor as well, so now Eki has that lift back save. And for Aurora, I think one thing that's a little bit surprising is just, WS does not feel tanky, right? Like the panel was talking about it theoretically in lane. Lifestealer into Centaur is not amazing, but in game, as that HP goes up, he just rips it apart. WS did not look like a very tanky boy whatsoever when he was getting hit down there. Look at that hightail. Heck yeah.
Oh yeah. This is my kind of gameplay, right? If you could just have some Necro units as well.
No.
If you could just have some Necro units.
Stop it. No.
Ice Frog, please.
No. No.
Please. Sir.
No. No books. No books.
You're just dyslexic.
We took away Black Grimoire.
Oh, very nice. Very nice from Mike at the last second. Yoink. Thank you very much. I'll see you next time, boys.
Yeah. Just a bit of a freebie along with the Shrine.
I'll tell you what, let me give my props here, John. Rune Eaters with this support duo. You know, I had my doubts. I thought they were too passive with these picks, but they've been doing fantastic work here, Ike and Eki.
That they have. I think Ike's been really impressive by when he chooses to get that Chain Frost, right? Like, he's using it on Centaur with a dominated creep, just free bounces. When the Naga has like 4 illusions, that's when he goes, because he knows likelihood is you kill some of the illusions, you get some bounces on the hero, it's pretty nice. They're smoked up now, and Rune Eaters are feeling confident enough to start these engagements themselves. Like, Aurora, I mean, they're still in the running, they're still getting some build-up, but that momentum certainly is on the back of Rune Eaters now. See if they find the opening they'd want. They've got the Manta up now as well in Dark Lord, so he's got a little bit of self-dispel.
App damage on copy. This could be real dangerous for Aurora. We've seen Copy, like, yeah, his net worth isn't that impressive, but ever since he's had that Spirit Vessel up, he has been active with his side, and it has been paying off. 2, 4, and 5 right now on the Ember, and quite frankly, after that laning stage, I think that's a pretty good scoreline for him. There's Mira. Here we go. You having fun, Mira? Are you winning, son? Malik? They're all out of it.
Yeah. It's a bit of a rough sight, just Malik and his micro.
Is it?
Switch areas.
Does that make me a psycho if I say that while I'm playing Lycan?
Yeah.
When I ask that, I'm just saying it to myself, like, are you having fun?
Yeah. If you're literally not BMing and all chat that, and you're literally just saying I think you have, I mean, I don't think you have problems. I know you have problems, Mike.
Is that sociopath behavior?
I'm not a licensed psychologist, so I couldn't diagnose you. Do not ask for medical advice from me.
You're barely licensed, John.
Yeah.
You barely just got your driver's license.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, by the way.
Thank you, Mikey.
Age of 33 for John X5.
I'm a great offlaner. One of the best, as you would say.
Well, you were when you had Wraith Pack, John.
Yeah, well, I didn't play Wraith Pack as much, you know. I was bored of that. I do not want to see it again. But
you
Pendulum.
won TI with it, John.
Oh, yeah, I did. I do forget. You know, it's that age, that number, you know, you just lose your brain, Mikey.
Look at this, John. This is my kind of gameplay. Look at this.
Just play an RTS, dude.
Look at this.
Why? Just play an RTS. You know?
It just brings so much joy to my heart saying this. Why?
Why?
Because I know the opponents can't do anything. That's why. It makes me feel powerful. And as a married man, that's very valuable, John, because I don't feel powerful very often.
You really do have so many issues, Mikey.
I do, John.
I'm not certified to treat you, but I'm happy to listen off broadcast, of course.
Oh, yeah, John. There's Carry.
There's a freebie. This is getting really rough for Aurora. I mean, there's just no play until you get... I'm trying to figure out what you even get. Like, more items from your Naga is always good. It's just the angles for these fights. Look, maybe a blink up here, right, on Mira. If you have a blink, Aether Lens up on this Bane, you can hide in the tree line, try to get a bigger catch, let the Rubik reveal itself first, get a little bit more separation to try to punish. Easy enough to say, but your map control is just disappearing. Ike's just on a roll.
I'm telling you, these supports are doing fantastic. These guys are doing God's work. That was a solo kill on WS by Ike. They are making them look like fools, Jonathan. I'll be frank with you. They are making them look easy.
That they are.
Who's the favorites, John? I
mean,
Rune Eaters making them look like they're the favorites.
Yeah. And they're the ones that pick Lifestealer as well. It's just feeling fantastic.
It is.
Right? Like the panel was saying, It doesn't enjoy going into these single target holds, but this Bane just can't do anything because the Rubik's right there. They're constantly getting hunted down by the Lycan, like all of these pieces of the puzzle connecting perfectly.
They are going to find a nice one. Eki will go down.
Yeah,
nice quick one for Nightfall.
And that's the one kill you really want. Right now you have a 30-second window where maybe you could get a grip off. Rune Eater's really positioned aggressively here, though, and Aurora's kind of just scattered around, so chances are they're not going to be able to maximize this.
Mira. Can't really do much. WS going to lose another creep by the looks of it, unfortunately.
+1, +1.
Kind of, I mean, they've just lost so many of these dominated creeps.
Yeah.
Just so much gold.
I mean, look, they've been losing them or they've been dying with them because of the Chain Frost as well. So it's like, Ike's really
having a great time.
He's found a really nice way to punish the Dominator gameplay. Smoked out in Rune Eaters, you've got your Rubik back up as well. So you don't really have much to worry about with Eki on hand. They just need to find a target. Maybe not the juiciest in Kaori, but if you catch Nightfall again, looks like they will.
Well, they're going to give it a crack. Kaori, Nightfall, Shrine of Wisdom. They're going to leave the area. Copy's going to follow. Oh, they're chasing Nightfall, I think. Have they found him? They do see him. Song's going to be committed, Nightfall. Immediate TP. Oh! The chains. Copy, he played that so well too. He was right on the edge of the song as the Sleight of Fist came out, but the chains.
Doesn't connect.
Oh, it was going to be so cool too.
Yeah.
It was going to be so cool.
They miss out. At least, you know, they force Song out. They're forcing Aurora all the way back. Aurora just haven't been able to really get a play outside of that one kill on Eki in recent time. You do have some nice items to try to help you out, though, like the BKB on our Centaurs kind of lined up there. We've got Roshan quickly cleared out by the side of Rune Eaters, though. And Age is now up on our Lifesteal Dark Lord. Having a pretty fantastic time. Armlet up, just going into the full Ags and the MKB afterwards. And once you're at that point, I mean, this Lifestealer is just kind of ridiculous right now. It's a lot of damage you have to concede, or you have to deal. Your Bane, again, hasn't been able to get the grips you'd want to see. You've got the Ags being formed up on Copy, and this Ember is just going to be free to run around as well.
I think, right now, WS, as we see, is getting a heart, by the way, John. I don't know how much that helps his cause at the moment. I think if Aurora loses this game, it's going to be a little bit demoralizing. I think I think at least, you know, I think WS will look at Makoto and be like, relax. We'll give you Storm or something.
Yeah. It's more like, all right, you did everything you could in the lane. All right, you completely shut down Copy. You reach this point at, it was almost on point as well, 15 to 17 minutes, right? Where they start bouncing back on Rune Eaters, like we said, and then Viper just doesn't feel like, it has no advantage. It doesn't really do much at that point. There's a timing where Viper becomes really nice again. That timing's like 25 talent, maybe your Ags as well to get your old facet, and that's just a lot of farm for here to just feel like it was before as they catch.
Yeah, Copy. Again, Copy, he's considering the state of the game he's had, he's doing fantastic work.
I mean, the man's so well protected now. He's got the Lincolns up. He's not going to get Viper stricken again, and he's going to be able to find those kills constantly. This is just so concerning for Aurora. Like, there is a way to play, don't get me wrong. It's not like this game's completely unwinnable. Your Naga Siren's on fire. You know, there is a lot of farm on Nightfall. There's a lot of damage you can fly in. It's just... the
last couple of fights we've seen, though, it has...
They haven't really been fights, have they? It's just them getting caught out for the most part.
It's like Song and TP.
Yeah.
That's all I've been seeing recently.
And that's
Nightfall.
peak Naga gameplay, if you think about it, though.
True.
That is the hero. But... Alright, so... That
Maybe
heart
that's
you mentioned...
that's the Lord, John. We get Largo in the game. He plays a bit of guitar, you know?
But Largo's like a frog. He's not a sea frog.
No, John, I'm saying it's the lore regarding the music. She's singing, you know.
I don't think they interact in lore, but...
You're making it real hard for me to put this story together, John.
Someone didn't read the lore comics. Oh, look at you. Slacks is going to have some words with you, Mikey. Smoke out.
There's
some lore here.
What is wrong with you?
I read the lore. It's pretty cool. He's a frogman thing. His low ground position for Aurora is awkward here.
Yeah, there might be an update to the caster law soon if you're not too careful, John, I'll tell you. Spoiler alert, John X5 disappears.
I wouldn't mind that.
Rune Eaters. Mira. Oh, very quick blink away.
Oh, the reflect?
WS, no, the reflect. WS with the Lotus Orb. Bounces the Chain Frost back their way, but WS now going down.
They've got Mira's axe.
And the song's too late. Nightfall needs to run. Mira. Run, sir. He's gone. So is Cowrie. There's nothing to be done. Copy with a double. And unfortunately for Aurora, they're only left with Nightfall and Makoto. Both of which, again, in these team fights, just don't seem to be able to do anything anymore.
No. And that was slightly awkward for Aurora as well. I think there was a moment there. You actually got Mira's Ag's grip off, but the song came in, made them invulnerable, and that just wasted the grip anyhow. Maybe without the song, you could have angled for a kill, but it looked pretty awkward at that point after losing WS. The only reason that fight even looks remotely good is because the Lotus Orb of WS reflects the Chain Frost. That is it. That is the only reason you even found that Lich kill. There's some good bounces coming back there. And Aurora right now, again, they're just lacking in ways to take these fights. It's going to get worse relatively soon. You're going to get the Ags up here in Ike. The AoE, Sinister Gaze. I mean, the panel is mentioning it, you know, you want some hold. The Lich with the Ags is enough hold. And that farm is coming in. And for Aurora, you just need so many perfect things to happen. You need to be able to find the Rubik first, take away the potential to steal the grip, try to make sure the Chain Frost doesn't bounce too much on just one hero, spread out the damage, if not avoid the damage entirely. You have to find a way to control both the Lifestealer and December Spirit. Going ham now. Not an easy game for Aurora at this point in time. 32 minutes in. 12 to 19, 6K lead up. Basher up now for good old Malik. And this Lifestealer, there's a lot of threats. The Lifestealer's feeling good. The Lycan can just kind of rip you apart. You've got your control pieces. There's that Ags we were rambling on about. AoE Sinister Gaze set to go. I mean, if you're Aurora, well, I honestly couldn't tell you what you'd have to do. Again, you just find the backline somehow, punish Rune Eaters if they start to split up a little bit more.
Well, it feels like it's up to WS at this stage, right?
Pretty much.
You got to find these supports somehow. But again, Eki and Ike have been playing a very clean support duo kind of game. And WS, I don't know what he does. It feels really hard for him to actually not get caught like this. They will jump in. Lift is going to be out. Stampede was committed, but WS knows he can't get out of there. At least he gets a bounty, I guess. But he's just food now.
No.
We're no longer in the laning stage. He is just food. That heart does not help.
It really doesn't. It just actually gives a little bit more percent, some damage here to the Lifestealer. Just because more HP, more damage for him. You've given away Stampede, so that's a little bit scary. Rune Eaters can literally do what they want at this point. Kind of got the chase down going if they so wish. You've gotten Ags coming out for Cowrie, not the most meaningful, I would say. I mean, it's nice pure damage. That could help a bit with the Lifestealer, but you really don't have hold to maximize it. Maybe you use it with Fiend's Grip just to get some more damage in. That could be one way. But otherwise, again, doesn't fix the fundamental issues you're facing on Aurora. They'll take the Tormentor, though. Some good gold to fly out here for free. Mira will get himself his shard as well. I would say it's a little bit surprising how easy it has been for Rune Eaters to manage Nightfall. I think everything else makes sense. This Naga into Lifestealer should have felt a little bit better, right? Because the illusion should be tanky enough. You've got your heart. It should be a little bit harder to isolate out the real Naga. Your illusion should be doing more damage in the middle, surviving longer. It just hasn't felt that way, has it?
No, it certainly has not, Jonathan. Rune Eaters, again, playing a brilliant game one here in this best-of-3 series. Aurora, they're going to try and move up to the high ground of the triangle, but I don't know if this is well advised. Well, they are actually split up here on Rune Eaters, so they can find at least Eki. It's a good start. They want more, but it doesn't seem like more will be coming. They'll secure Eki. That'll be enough for now. Any kill is a good kill at the moment for Aurora. Geez, I'm so impressed with Copy. Like, he's currently 4th in net worth now on the Ember. It really is so impressive on his part because the Viper just destroyed him in the laning phase. But it's just... The hero just makes a comeback. They allow him the space. They give him the farm potential. He was jungling a level 3.
Yeah. I mean, there's only so much shutting down you can do in the game, right? The map's so much bigger. There's a lot of space to farm up. Again, the one surprising thing from Aurora was that we didn't see that ward on Cliff by the tier 2. Normally, when you run something that you know will force a jungle play, you've got that ward ready and you instantly just keep hunting down. Lengthen the suppression to around, what, 6, 7, 9 minutes usually at that point. And just ensure that the comeback mechanic comes out way later when you have a much bigger lead. Not quite what happened in this game. All things considered, Aurora are keeping the net worth advantage that Rune Eaters has to a minimum, right? It's 3K, it hasn't really grown much. It's kind of bounced up and down. But the Rune Eaters are ready to go again. Everyone's back up. They've got that full MKB up on Dark Lord. They can really rip Nightfall apart if he gets caught off guard here somehow. Bit of a long flank around.
They almost ran into Nightfall there.
Would have been big.
Nightfall very close to breaking a smoke. Not quite though. Mirror will break the smoke of Copy. He had vision though. They'll have a gander, but they won't find him. Nice little escape from Mirror. Meanwhile, WS doing WS things, just pushes out the bottom tier 2 tower with the Helm of the Dominator creep. Here we go. Pendulums are coming up. That'll be very nice for Nightfall. Something he does feel like he needs.
Yeah.
At the moment is a bit more survivability.
This rush does not take long though.
It doesn't, but they're coming. They are going to try and force the fight. A 4-man smoke from Aurora, but they've got to be quick. Do they know? They do. They've postured around it, but it's too late. Dark Lord's got it. They'll jump in anyway. Try and fight, but the left back. Saving the day from Eki. And now the Fiend Grip. It's not doing quite enough. Dark Lord, he is kind of out of there. Ike, he does get caught out. Makoto, though, in a bit of danger now as he's being chased down by the Lifestealer. He will find at least the first light. Down towards the south. They are trying for the like, but Malik, he's too tanky. Eki now being chased down by Nightfall. Eki, though, he's got the song up. He'll pop it. Everyone's been put to sleep. And Dark Lord, he'll say thank you very much. Closes the gap. Mirror, Cowrie, shredded. And unfortunately for Nightfall, we might be saying goodnight. In fact, no, we won't. Nightfall will be all right. Mirror actually somehow survived this and will walk out of there. And I suppose in some sense, you don't mind the fight too much here for Aurora. You got the Aegis down. It was a 2-for-2 in the end if you count the Aegis life. Obviously, as you can see, it favors Rune Eaters and Golden XP, but it could have been a lot worse.
Could have been a lot worse for sure. Your main concern is just the damage coming in from this Naga isn't actually that quick, right? With a Lotus Orb up, you take away that Orchid debuff, you're missing out a lot of output on the Naga Siren, and the only real damage buff you have on this hero is like, what, the stats from Butterfly, really? There's not much else here going on. Kind of boost that output on Nightfall. So, it's so hard to figure out what you'd want to do, because even that kill attempt on Eki just really didn't materialize. Just so easy for them to kind of get a save going and back off. I'm sure you lose the Aegis on Rune Eaters, but it's going to hold you back in the high ground, sure. This game does start to favor you going into the late game, like we talked about earlier. There's potential for, say, Lycan Ags to come in. There's potential for, say, additional Rubik utility to be up. You get your Shard, maybe even your own Ags. You get some wacky things going on with some of your spells. I think the one thing I can see for Aurora is something like the Workhorse on WS later on, grabbing Mikado, and Mikado just spits at you, but even that isn't particularly impressive. It can be certainly a big annoyance with a Scotty up. In fact, that Scotty could make the difference in softening up Dark Lord now. At least taking away a huge chunk of that lifesteal was going to be a pretty big part in trying to take these prolonged fights that we've been seeing here.
Aurora, they're going to go for a big smoke up. They know Malik was around. Dark Lord, he'll move on to the high ground. Aurora, they are trying to sneak in from the north through the Radiant jungle. Dark Lord is again going to show himself. Do they want to start on this life stealer. I think you have to find these supports. WS, he's going to see Ike. He'll make the jump in. Ike is gone. It's a good start for Aurora, but they're going to lose carry in the meantime. Now Makoto, he's surrounded on the Viper, trying to escape with the Stampede. Back Malik. Malik does go down. It's pretty good trade so far for Aurora, but they need to retreat. And they will. A great retreat, in fact, as Ike did commit buyback. And unfortunately for Ike, that buyback is going to mean nada.
Yeah, not gonna materialize too much. At least it's a support buyback. Not the worst thing in the world. Got your Basher up now as well on good old Dark Lord. So our Lifestealer can now just really take control here. Ike, we were seeing there, not yet level 20 for the Chain Frost on Death. I mean, if he feels like he's going to be playing a huge sacrificial frontline Lich, that's going to be massive. He does have the Blink to kind of allow that sort of gameplay. Get control onto multiple heroes, drop the Spire.
Dark Lord.
It's just, I mean, there's nothing to stop him on the high ground. Mikado is dead for quite a while.
There is that. That's something, I guess. But you've got the lift away from Eki. Happy days. But don't misunderestimate that Axe macro. It hurts.
No, it is painful, but...
It hurts. Not enough, though.
No, I mean, they're threatening nicely here on the side of Rune Eaters. They don't really have an objective to play for. That's the issue. Like, we're three minutes away until Aegis is back up. You really just have to kind of sit back, wait, farm. Eki going for his full Ags is going to be quite nice to have some stolen spells with Ags upgrade. Macro Power with Ags upgrade is going to be cool. If you can steal the Grip, well, you're going to have a lot of issues here on the side of Aurora. So that's up and running. 42 minutes in as we're approaching in this game. Lead has still fluctuated between 3 and 4K. So in that sense, again, you're being very efficient here on Aurora so far. It's just still really difficult to see the angles for these engagements on them. Got the blink up on Nightfall. So at least can try to maybe get some sneaky plays with his song. Maybe a build up into Swift Blink as well. There's the Ags up though.
Here we go. Here we go.
Wolf Lifestealer is set to go. That is going to be very fun. Or even Wolf Ember.
Stealer.
The Wolf Stealer or the Wolf Spirit.
No.
Ember Wolf?
Ember Wolf, yes.
Okay, the Wolf Stealer and the Ember Wolf.
Imagine that, a wolf on fire, just charging at you, John. Ember Wolf.
Sounds pretty cool.
It sounds like a superhero. Ember Wolf, John. Think about it.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
It should be in Twilight or something.
Twilight?
Yeah.
Ah.
Oh, don't act like I'm the strange one for bringing it up. You're the one who's watched the movies a billion times.
I've watched the first one in cinemas.
Don't you dare
when
lie.
it released, because we found it pretty funny to see the crowd just clapping like maniacs when what's his name? Robert Pattinson came out and screamed. He was all sparkly and all the girls were screaming and we were clapping along too. It was a great experience.
Okay.
Yeah, it's an experience, Mike. An experience. You have to be there.
Yeah. It was I'm sure it was a great experience.
It was a great experience.
Yeah.
Outstanding.
This is a great experience too, Johnson. Back into the game.
Yeah. Lovely time to get unpaused.
Do we prioritize Ember Wolf or do we prioritize the Wolf Stealer?
Honestly,
it's got to be the Wolf Stealer.
Wolf Stealer for sure. You have the mobility on the Ember anyhow. The issue here is just trying to get Dark Lord right on top of people. So Dark Lord can get on top of people now with this.
Look at this. Look at this copy. Oh, whoopsie daisies, copy. Careful, sir.
He's
it is a
fine.
fair bit of damage. Carry. Gonna be stampeded away, but a nice little pickup here from Eki. TP attempt, not gonna matter. Copy's got it.
I mean, look, they're trying to create space in the map. They've got room to farm up here on the side of Aurora. So, mission accomplished here, at very least. But I'm really just looking for how you take these fights. It's still the same thing. WS has got to jump forward. He's got to find these two backline supports. You've got to be able to actually burst them down.
Well, I mean, the last couple of fights we've seen that have been pretty even is quite literally the case, right? WS just finds Ike.
Yeah.
That seems to be the key.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Just find Ike, find Eki, as there's a little bit too much going on with those two supports in terms of just how easy it is for them to counteract on Aurora's own initiation here.
Because even the Frost Shield's such a nuisance for the Naga Siren.
It is.
It's so annoying.
Yeah, the damage reduction's pretty significant. The attack speed slow is pretty annoying as well, especially for illusions. And of course, the Chain Frosts have been pretty darn good in Ike, along with the AoE Sinister Gaze. I'm not sure if we've even seen him.
We haven't.
Not even.
We haven't even
He's just
seen
been
it yet.
really high impact, just with his Blink In, Spire, and Chain Frost.
Yeah.
Hasn't really mattered too much.
That's the scary part. We haven't even seen the fun part yet. And we'll see, I guess, when it does come out. Swift Blink is available now for Nightfall. So he's a swift boy. He's quick.
He's a Swifty, as you would say.
He's a Swifty.
Likes going on airplanes.
Don't insult Nightfall like that, John. We don't know if he actually enjoys the thing they call music. Malik? Shout out to all the private jet owners watching this game.
There are a couple of good songs in that discography, you know.
Not worth the CO2 emissions, John.
A lot of things aren't worth the CO2 emissions, Mikey.
Neither are we, John. Let's
Yeah,
be
exactly
frank.
it. See? It's fine.
We're like cows, John. Except cows have value.
They have, you know, cows have taste.
Yeah, well, you can at least eat the damn cows.
I mean, not much stopping. Well, I guess
No,
legally
John,
you're
we're
stopped.
not going there, John.
Ah.
Rune Eaters. Link up on Malik, I do believe. If I saw correctly.
Yes.
Okay.
Good job, Mikey. You've got functional eyes. Very good.
I didn't say they were functional.
Dysfunctional eyes. Very good. Just lacking the shard on Dark Lord, but probably not the biggest deal in the world right now to not have that upgrade. Maybe you just go for the next Torm. 16 to 25. The 5k lead still standing. So again, despite being behind, Aurora is still keeping up farm as the deficit isn't growing any wider. It's not growing wide too fast. It's just a matter of you only really have one initiator. What's Mikado going for? Is he going for like Blink Ags? Is he trying to get up front or
Shadowblade?
Shadowblade.
Hell yeah.
He's kind of stalled out since he's got the Scotty 2A. Like the BKB's there, Scotty, Manta, and it's kind of been like that for at least 10 minutes.
It's kind of the hero though. Like his whole job was make Copy's life hell in lane.
Yeah.
He did his job.
He did.
And now he's Viper. Now he's playing Viper. That's kind of the issue.
They're trying to trade tier 3s. Bot, looks like it's going to fall. They're not making that full commitment there, but there is a banner there.
Okay.
So it will eventually fall.
I mean, Nightfall's at least leaving the illusions in. Copy. Gonna jump in. Oh, what a gaze! What a gaze, Ike! Catches two of them. Mid TP. Aurora. Oh, the disengage. Not going to work because of the gaze of Ike. He gave them a dirty stare from the corner of his eyes, Jonathan, and they just could not believe what they were seeing. Mind you, they do find a melee barracks.
Yeah.
So I guess it's not really the worst situation here for Aurora.
Absolutely not. They still protect their own racks down. Bot. Roshan is open, though. This timing's perfect for Rune Eaters. No buyback in WS. So I don't think you're going to go to contest this anytime soon without that Stampede here. Or Rune Eaters get the next Roshan once more. Another secondary life up for Dark Lord. Refresh, you could probably just toss to Malik or Copy at this point.
They could fight, though. Couldn't they? Or no?
I mean, without WS, it's a big ask. You do need that Centaur to look for the back line, because no one else can.
Maybe go for a bit of a Blink song. So I thought, could be
sure.
something.
I guess. Again, if you have buyback in WS and he comes into that fight to follow through, because otherwise you're just going to lose. You take Aegis away, sure, but you're going to lose your Naga. And you already don't have your Centaur up, you're going to lose your Naga as well. You have a Viper that can't really do anything. It's not really ideal circumstances for that kind of trade. You just kind of have to deal with it.
Fiend's Grip is out. This could be very dangerous, though, because there's a lot of heroes coming, and Nightfall, has he been spotted? Do they know he's there? I think they do. They're going to make the jump in, the TP away. It's not going to work out for him. Nightfall. Oh, it hurts so bad. It hurts so bad. Mira, he thought he had an easy one on Eki. He did not.
No.
He did not.
I mean, it's pretty late in the game. Sure, the Ag's grip is nice, but damage-wise, in terms of bursting someone down, it's not amazing at this point. You've got enough HP on most of these pretty farmed supports to actually tank through. Like 2.4k on Eki is nothing to scoff at. 2.2 as well on Ike. It's hard to actually go for that burst. The Abyssal may be catching out Nightfall as well. Just having that full control ready now on our Life Sealer. And Rune Eaters, again, they've shown their resilience here. They had pretty harsh times in lane. Copy did not have a game for the first, 8 minutes of the game? First 10, 12 even? Then he hits that 17-minute mark. They slow down. The jungle opens up. He hits Urn into Spirit Vessel, and he starts finding these openings. High ground begins. Another tier 3 falls. Dark Lord still has 3 minutes on Aegis. And Aurora, they've got to find something here.
Makoto, he's going to try and dissuade them, but it's very challenging. Dark Lord does pick himself up a nice melee barracks, and of course you've always got that nice little lift back play if necessary. WS currently being stared at here by Dark Lord. No tier 3 tower down at the bottom lane, so plenty of opportunity for Dark Lord to just do the exact same thing. And that he will, I'm sure. They'll try to jump in. Nightfall with the Ice Path set up. Maybe
damage.
they can get him the first time around. Dark Lord, no! He's not going to die. They'll get the Infest off. WS is going to run towards the fountain, but it's not quite quick enough. Dark Lord's going to make it out. Cowrie is down. Dark Lord onto Nightfall. Nightfall running out of his BKB. Makoto trying to get the damage out onto Dark Lord, but there's not really much going. They'll finally deal with the first life, but can you get him a second time? I don't think they can. Copy, he'll just chase down the Naga Siren. Nightfall is down, but he'll buy back. Copy, though, godlike now on the Ember. The revenge of Copy.
Oh, WS?
WS trying to jump in. Copy's going to jump in after it. Now Malik trying to go after Carry. Carry's going to survive though with the Ghost Form of Carry. He will die eventually to Copy. Trap ball kill for the Ember. Now onto Nightfall. Nightfall is gone to boot. It's a dieback on the Naga Siren. Makoto in trouble. Oh, the humanity from Copy. Copy's not done. He wants more. He'll find the Bane. That'll be mirrored down. And I'll tell you what, Jonathan. Rune Eaters, do they deserve that win? They should not have won that game.
No.
They should not have won this game one, but they kept their composure. And Aurora, I'm going to leave it up to the panel to decide what needs to change, Jonathan. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, it was again, rough time in lane for Rune Eaters, but we've seen it before with some of these heroes when they specialize in just focusing on ruining lanes. Beyond that, what do they do for your game? You have to play pretty high tempo. It felt like Aurora couldn't capitalize on that big lead they had earlier on. And at some point, you know, Mikado is just like this walking range creep. That's just the reality of it, right? Like after you take care of that net worth lead, well, that's it. That's done. You get some recovery. It's not like Equalization's recovery, right? You're just looking for an item timing, in this case, the Spirit Vessel to be up with phase boots. You start to get going there. You've got some ways to play. And, you know, you can really make it work. And I don't know, like Aurora, I think they've got a couple of things to look at. Rune Eaters, though, they've got to be feeling great. Like Copy, definitely the star of the game, did a fantastic job in just being resilient. Aki and Eki.
The first 20-25 minutes, they carried them so hard. These two alone, this Licha, this Rubik, unbelievable performance here. Again, as a whole from this team of Rune Eaters, and I can only imagine what changes now going into Game 2, because I thought, Jonathan, if they lost that Game 1, it would be a little bit demoralizing for them trying to go into Game 2. Again, I have my questions as to what you kind of speak about now, what KP is going to speak about with the boys. For now, though, who cares about that? Because we can speak about Rayende. Let's go to him.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Great cast. It's exciting to take a look at what was an unexpected result from the start of the day's predictions, and not for anybody's fault. This was not the expectation that we had. Rune Eaters, a team coming in from the lower bracket, surviving yesterday's matchup against Virtus Pro, surprising them, and now taking on what we've deemed a mega boss in Aurora, 8-2 in groups, and now they are one game ahead, one game away from moving forward and sending Aurora home. Nobody expected that one. I'm Rayende. I'm your host here for the panel as we jump into Effie and BSJ's thoughts. Guys, Effie, I mean, let's just call it as it is. This was an unexpected turn of events for you.
That was wild. Honestly, I did not think that it would even look competitive pitting these two teams against each other, but I was completely blown away. I think Rune Eaters played an incredible game. I hated their 8-pick Ember. I thought it was egregious to pick a hero like this against a player like Makoto, who had so many counter picks in his pocket.
Yep.
But they were onto something, Brian. This first pick Ember, it seems like Copy, no matter how bad his lane is, will always find a way back into the game.
Yeah, I mean, when I was talking to Evan backstage, and it was like 7 minutes into the game, Aurora was up 4K gold, and I'm like, you know, man, sometimes I don't even have to like watch the game to know what's going to happen from here. And
that's when it changed.
That's when I have to watch
last words.
That's when I have to watch the game to know what happens from here. I mean, that was like we thought. Okay, they've proven that they can pick stuff like this for copy, put them in a bad situation, and still have a game. But that was against much lower caliber teams, and we had seen them also Rune Eaters take a game off of BB Team during the group stage. So it's like we've seen this type of thing happen.
Yeah,
but I was still so skeptical that they could get away with this. Like, there were so many things that I was concerned about with their draft. And one thing I'll say is yesterday, it felt like they were operating on a bit of a draft disadvantage against Virtus Pro.
Yeah.
And we were thoroughly impressed with their execution and ability to just find a way. So the fact that it's working against Aurora is just, yeah, wow.
Yeah.
So it was things like that moment where any small misstep from Aurora was punished the way a tier 1 team would punish it.
Yeah.
Like Naga Siren and Jakira were pushing into the tier 2 and pressuring. They used the Song of the Siren to disengage. Copy chases all the way bottom, gets the kill on Naga, who unfortunately didn't have any mana to TP out. There was a moment where Mira on his Bane was setting up in the mid lane. They brought in 3 heroes and they caught him off guard. Just any tiny misstep, they made sure to have a punish. There were moments where WS was maybe pushing a little bit too far out, and they were so quick to capitalize on it from Rune Eaters, and that brought them back into the game even after an atrocious laning stage.
I'll just say, Ike was popping off this game. Like, everyone made some cool plays. Like, we were seeing some of these highlights with Lich, just like setting up some crucial kills on the map. Traditionally, Lich is not a pick-off support, but when you go this like Shard Blink build, you can absolutely just demolish cores. Even like WS on the Centaur was taking a significant chunk of his HP. Just, yeah, here's another, I mean, insane initiation from Ike. So the Axe Scepter giving him that AoE stun on top of it, so late game it's even more powerful. It's just like, I don't know, this team, they came to freaking play, that's all I gotta say.
But not just Ike, right? Eki on the Rubik. We talked about it being a good Rubik game, and he really delivered in some key moments. When Aurora were up, there was this moment where they were pushing that tier 2. They get the Fiend's Grip on Ember. It looked like they had set up for it perfectly. He gets the stolen Fiend's Grip, does it on Nightfall. They get the kill on Nightfall and are able to chase down Aurora and turn it off of that. There was another fight in the mid game too where he stole Song of the Siren and was able to keep them there until the rest of his team was connected. Like, the supports really delivered here as well. We talked about copy, but I do think that they had an exceptional game too.
Well, considering the fact that this was, again, unexpected in some ways, but now is almost expect the unexpected with Rune Eaters, does this say more about them, or does this say more about Aurora, Effie, and how they've handled this dynamic? You know, we kind of were also theorizing that if Rune Eaters had jumped in and had to skip a day and play their first game today, may not have been as warm. Learned a lot from that 3-game set with Virtus Pro. So is that what's happening with Aurora? What's your take?
And I think that's a good question, because you can make a case for them looking at some of the moves that they did and thinking, okay, we didn't respect the fact that Rubik could steal grip there. We didn't respect that maybe if I try to set up mid, I'll die. But you have to make aggressive plays like that anyway. While I do think Aurora maybe could look at that and correct some of their movements after that early game, I think Rune Eaters just played really well today. Like, I think their series yesterday brought them the momentum today, but they just look like high-quality, high-class players.
I think the biggest tell for me, maybe it's not like answering your question directly, but it's more like if I was Aurora, what takeaway would I have from this game? So the issue I have with Naga as a hero is that she is not a hard carry. She is a carry that gets really farmed really fast, but she usually loses most matchups like 40 minutes plus. And so I do feel like what that hero naturally does is they picked it in a favorable lane, it had a good start, but if you make 1 or 2 crucial errors, there isn't really much to do. Like, Naga doesn't have like a backup plan. So for me, what I'm thinking is that, like, if Naga can't win with Aurora versus a team that's not supposed to be as good as them, with a 4K gold lead at 10 minutes, like, I just don't want to put myself in that situation again. I want to give I would prioritize Nightfall's hero to have a good carry to carry matchup. Be more about, like, we have that win condition later, because you picked Viper for the lanes. Centaur is also like a utility hero. It's like we were thinking they're just going to demolish them in lanes, like all aboard the Naga train. But after watching it play out, if I'm reflecting on it, it's like totally makes sense why they did it. But with the way games have been playing out this event, when teams are willing to, when teams are willing and able to punish you for the overextensions and
Yeah.
getting that one window back into the game. I feel like it's too hard to play flawless Dota right now. So I would like them to have that backup plan kind of thing.
Well, a lot of the two games that they did have a lot of momentum on, Copy did very well on Rune Eaters. So maybe just seeing if we can get a bad mid lane from Rune Eaters here with Aurora, we can have the advantage, take away what's worked for them, and move forward. But clearly, Nightfall needs to do a little bit more. Will Aurora set him up for success, or will they be going home after another upset from Rune Eaters? All that coming up after this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Welcome back to Dota 2 here at EWC 2026. I'm Rain Day. I'm your host here as we get along with Effie and BSJ to discuss game number 2 coming up between Rune Eaters and Aurora Gaming. Big news, Aurora Gaming finds himself behind the underdog, Rune Eaters, after a major game. Copy cannot be stopped, 14-4 after an incredible performance yet again on the Ember Spirit, even going into the Viper. And Brian, I kind of want to shift this conversation towards another player that, if you look at Copy, is having a big impact for Rune Eaters. If we go to Aurora, is Nightfall a guy that you've focused on that said he's so improved this year? You've seen him take risks, you've seen him grow as a player. Is he somebody that needs to perform for Aurora to get a result here?
I mean, absolutely. I mean, what I was talking about behind the scenes is that Naga is just one of those heroes that can so often look so good on paper, and then Dota just has its way sometimes where on paper something looks amazing and then it doesn't play out that way. And what we saw from Rune Eaters yesterday in game 1 was they lost because it looked like they had no plays to be made. And then suddenly you give this team plays to make and they show us what they can do. I really, truly feel like when you're Naga and you have that one crucial death and you're playing like a pseudo-even game from behind-ish, there isn't a play for this hero to have. So I don't think Nightfall got to show himself truly in that game. And like, I can also so deeply relate to this mistake because when things look good on paper and then they just don't play out that way, oftentimes, especially in like an individual best of 3, you're just like, we don't have time to figure out why this worked this way. Let's just like bend that for now and try a new one. I think they can come back strong in this one.
Effie, with Lycan as a last pick, it had a tremendous amount of impact on Malik's play.
Yeah, it did. I'm glad you bring that up because there's so much to talk about in that last game that we kind of glossed over Malik. I think his Lycan performance was really crucial in them winning this game. I mean, all of the players stepped up. But if it weren't for that Lycan constantly running at the supports on Aurora, the team fight sort of actually looked acceptable. Right? You pick Lycan as an anti-support hero, you're against Bane, who's a single target focused hero, you're against Jakiro, who can't really defend himself against these Lycan summons, and he really delivered. Like, if it weren't for him making this space in the fights, then Lifestealer wouldn't have had the ability to just sit on the Viper and click him, which is what the team fights looked like in the late game.
I mean, transitioning into now, what do? I think we have to look again at the most important part, which is upcoming soon, the draft. What's a win condition here for Nightfall? And I say Nightfall because that's what I was thinking, but when I think of Aurora and KP, I go, we talk about his ability to enhance players and what they already do, to lean into their strengths and pick around them. If you're KP, Brian, what do you do in this draft that kind of sets you up for success? Because clearly, Rune Eater set Copy up for success. It worked 2 games yesterday on Puck. It works on the Ember Spirit. They're doing that. Can they counterpick him? Do they just need to prioritize what works for them?
I genuinely believe that, like, our impressions of the draft, that Aurora thought the same thing coming out of the end of the draft of game 1. Like, we're going to stomp these guys in lane. We've picked all the perfect counters 1-to-1, and we're just going to run over these guys. And I don't even want to say that's like a disrespect to the other team. Like, I feel like that was their genuine impression after that draft. And what I would, if I was KP, I would just say, like, hey guys, these guys came to play. Like, we can afford to counterpick for sure, but let's like not get too caught up in the sauce. Like, if we counterpick for Makoto, then let's give Nightfall the win condition. If we're not going to counterpick for Makoto and we open up early with Nightfall's hero, for instance, then let's give Makoto a win condition, like Invoker or Puck. Like, let's have somebody on their team be drafted purely for that late game presence, because that's something that they're very good at getting there. We expect their individual skill will play the lanes out accordingly. And yeah, I think KP is going to basically tell the team, let's mentally reset. This is our one shift in approach, something along these lines going into game 2. And I know this is the type of game you kind of have to forget about, I think, if you're Aurora.
Yeah, I mean, if we want to simplify it, like, Aurora are a team that are a lot about momentum and a lot about being able to constantly fight at all stages of the game. Whereas Naga Siren, she's more of a macro hero. And there are some teams that really excel in macro play in this tournament, like 1W, for example. This is their style of play. They want to play the map, they want to blow the lanes wide open, they want to win on GPM, but Aurora aren't really known for that. They're just kind of we're better than you, let's lane, let's fight. So if they just are like, okay, we had good lanes last game, but our team fighting was worse, let's make sure we can team fight instead of push lanes.
I wholeheartedly agree with that.
So I think for Aurora, it's a very simple shift in that direction. And like you said, you chalk it up to a wow, they were good last game. Let's respect that and let's try to fight into them.
Yeah, let's kind of remind ourselves, like, who we are as a team, which is basically what you say. Yeah, I like that a lot. I think that's basically if I would say if we identified the problem in game 1, I said that. And then I really like Mira's like, okay, now that we understand the problem, this is how we're going to This is what we're going to do in game 2. I like that a lot, yeah.
And in come the Shadow Fiend, which is one of our most banned, one of our most picked,
wow,
and highest winning picked legends, and I think the 60 percentile for this tournament so far, and it's something Nightfall knows well and has played very well.
Yeah, extremely well, and it gives them that fighting and that scaling throughout the game. The cool thing about SF as a hero is strong on lanes, tick, strong at early game fights, so long as his lane is good, tick, strong at mid-game fights, tick, strong in the late game. So they're like, okay, with this Shadow Fiend as opposed to the Naga Siren, we know we're going to be able to be strong at all stages, and that changes things. And like Brian mentioned, it's kind of a surprise to see it be let through, but it seems like Rune Eaters, they're a bit more scared of that puck.
Okay, so what I had mentioned as one of my possible hypotheticals for their drafting approach was like just pick Nightfall's hero early, one of his stable ranged guys, and then allow Makoto to be the wing addition. So I think they are leaning towards obviously that with this early Shadow Fiend pick, potentially forced into that decision because Shadow Fiend was left in the pool. But, you know, going into this, whenever I see Shadow Fiend, his late game is significantly polarizing based on the matchups that he's against. So like PL and Terrorblade are the two heroes that come to mind that just absolutely destroy this hero's late game. A hero like Lifestealer or having the built-in magic immunity, like SF is a mixed damage carry, so having that is nice. But the biggest thing about SF is, yeah, he has Requiem, but he can't deal with illusions or like multiple units like swarming him. So if we either see the Lycan or we see like a Terrorblade, something along these lines, I think it would really negate Nightfall's late game presence.
Or Darkseer, right? Like,
yeah, Darkseer is the same idea.
Still in the pool.
No, it got removed just now.
Oh, okay, good. Because I was like, if this gets let in with the Earth Sphere, this might be a big issue for them.
Ike back on the Lich, you would assume? For Rune
Yeah,
Eaters?
absolutely.
That
Why
worked
not?
really well.
Yeah, ain't broke, don't fix it.
I mean, he owned. I did not expect him to own like that. That play he made with the Wisdom Rune where he just hid and he got the last second steal into the kickoff.
Reminds me of the Call of Duty days
cool.
when people just like camp, waiting for the enemy to eventually walk through. Lina? That is a very strange pick to me. So Makoto is a Lina specialist, like it is.
Okay.
That is one of his most signature heroes. But maybe they're just assuming there's no possibility of an Earth Spirit flex because Eki has demonstrated that he not demonstrated that he plays it. But something we were talking about a lot during the group stage, Evan, is that when in Dota, when you're playing with a ranged carry, oftentimes you want a mid laner that's going to go make plays. And it's often very weird for your game plan if both of your mid and carry are ranged farming heroes with no stuns.
Got it.
And right now, that's what they have. Lina and SF are both heroes with no stuns, no real playmaking potential. So they're really strong laners, though.
Right.
So the best way to usually deal with these like one-to-one strong laners is to pick heroes that are happy to move around on a low cooldown. And Eki's getting his signature Bat Rider, most likely a Snapfire for Malik, just based on what they've been doing. Like it could theoretically be Earth Spirit 4, Bat Rider 3, Snapfire mid. Like for any other team, I think that that's possible. But for this team, I think it's very likely that it's 4 Bat, 3 Snap, 2 Earth Spirit mid. Do you think they're going to swap it up at all, Mira, or are they just going to stick to their signatures there?
I think it looks pretty much like where they're going to lane it, but Aurora's draft, it instills kind of a sense of dread in me.
That's a good sign, though, because Rune Eaters did that last time.
Yeah, maybe that means Aurora will win for
They need to instill the dread to get you feeling really happy after they win.
Exactly.
Right.
It's
okay.
just, so to me, this is just like a whatever, we're good at these heroes, and this is who we are, and let's just pick signature heroes and own, because their draft actually does not really have draft integrity. Like, draft integrity in Dota even is like, you want to tick like
all these boxes,
and you want to kind of round it out and make sure you're not really lacking in certain capacities. But if you're like double picking melee cores and then a range support, and then not melee, ranged cores and a range support, and then a hero that's gonna farm and not necessarily go in first with the axe, you kind of lose draft integrity, because Axter, he's a blink stun hero in the sense that he calls, but he doesn't really go in first. He has to kind of play the outskirts of the fight until he sees the key target, because usually in Axe games, there's a target you need to heavily prioritize and you don't want to show until they show. And SF, it's not easy for him to really go in first. Maybe Lina can do it from a distance, but typically you would need like a hero to throw their body in and give you that vision, and it just doesn't exist for Aurora.
I do think they're going to pick something like Clockwork.
Okay.
Like, I agree with everything you said, Mira. That is lacking. Axe is an initiator, but he's more of a secondary initiator.
Right, go on the back line.
He wants some sort of event to happen, some hero to show himself, like Mira said, before he goes in. So right now, the point of contact idea for Aurora, like, Lina doesn't want to go in first, SF doesn't want to go in first. Neither of them really want to get initiated onto by a Batrider. So if they don't have somebody, okay, they ban the clock. If they don't have a hero that like goes in and causes chaos, maybe a Tusk.
Yeah, Tusk is
I think Tusk is their next best option because it's also a save against the Batrider. I would actually be surprised if they pick anything other than Tusk.
Tusk is like the only thing right now.
But it's Kaori.
That's true.
He's got the hero puddle. I don't even think he plays Tusk.
Can he play Undying? Is Undying in the pool? Oh my god.
Oh no.
Okay, that was a visceral reaction. I know we're not on camera, but I think that was a big one. I think.
So it genuinely works like on paper. Like it's fine. It's a good Oracle game because you can dispel Frost Armor, you can dispel Batrider spells with your ulti, you can dispel stacks. Like you can dispel Earth Spirit Silence if you're not the one silenced. It makes sense. And these are all heroes these players are good at. It's just together, their draft is not an easy draft to pull off. And Aurora are a very top tier team, so they'll probably be able to do it. But it's just, if I were to look at this draft in the hands of any other team, I would feel a lot of concern. It's really hard to do.
I know it's a counter pick into Axe, like it's self-countering, but I think there's a lot of teams that would pick PL here. And I wonder if it's in Dark Lord's kit because...
Why is that, Brian?
Because Lina and SF are both heroes that just have no way of dealing with him. And right now, chaotic fights heavily go in favor of the Radiant. They have a lot more mobile guys jumping around the screen and playing just off of move speed and mobility. And PL thrives on that sort of chaos.
Rune Eaters like to take individual fights. We know that. They're very talented, but it's the cohesion and it's can they play to the ceiling potential that they have when Aurora usually coming in with a much higher ceiling, also a higher floor. But do you think the PL works with that?
You could also just play Tiny, like you said, because we've seen Dark Lord play it. Yeah, Alk would work too. I think like any of these heroes that are going to cause chaos in the fight or capitalize on the chaos with a stun, so Alk and Tiny, I think all of these heroes are options. It's nice that they have all this time because all these heroes are conceptual options for them, but then they're all very different approaches to the same problem. The thing that the Oracle does is that it gives them the defense against the Batrider that we're concerned about. Oracle also has a spell that makes you immune to all magic damage, which all of Rune Eater's draft is purely magic damage right now. So it's like on paper, it's great. But I think what that means is when you see a hero like that, you just want to split the map. You want skirmishy, low cooldown, separate them. So they do go Tiny. I think the Tiny actually made the most sense when I was conceptualizing it because now you have a hero that blows the Oracle up very conveniently, which you did not have. And you also, like, we just saw them own with it yesterday. I feel like some degree that's just a confidence pick as well.
I will say that the Tiny does fill in all the boxes and it checks it in, but I don't think the scaling is necessarily there on Rune Eaters.
Really?
Like, if I were to go into the ultra late game and the problems that we talked about didn't really overtake Aurora, then I do think that their heroes are just, they pack more of a punch. Another good thing that Aurora have going for them is like they won the lanes in game 1, they also have strong lanes in this game too. So for them to win this, it's just let's win the lanes and let's snowball. But their draft is actually, on paper, a bit harder to pull off in the mid game. Like it's very dependent on Axe having a great game and great initiation. So lots on WS's shoulders.
Yeah, if I was in the lineup for Aurora, I'd basically say, guys, for the first 15 minutes, we're purely on disaster aversion mode. Don't let Batrider pick us off. Let's play for our farming and our timings until Axe gets Blink and Lina gets her like boots of travel and one item. Like they just literally have no place. None of their heroes move on the map, so it's all about weathering that storm for them in the early game.
Aurora got to the late game last game in game 1, but could not do anything with it. Naga with the huge gold lead, but no items to buy and ran out of steam as Rune Eaters took game 1. If they take this game, it's all over, and Aurora, BKB TP back home. And we'll see if that continues. MLP, John X Fire, guys, take it away.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. Game number 2 is where we're at. Rune Eaters now 1 game away from proceeding, and Aurora, they're going to show us something special here. They've brought out a new draft, and there's definitely some question marks around this draft. Even I'm a little bit on the how's it going side about this one. You heard Brian say it, the first 15 minutes, it's going to be just weathering the storm. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, look, they're just going to have to get that build up. They're going to have to hope that you kind of get some of these key timings pretty quick, like the travels on Mikoto's Lina. If his lane ends up well, you can get some early activity with the mobility and the presence that the Travels would provide. It's just a matter of how well will that lane go. There's a lot of counterplay that can go on there. Of course, this is a Mikado special, and that's one thing you and I were talking about. You know, you want to see Mikado on something he specializes on. This is certainly it. Very strong comfort for him. It's just a matter of, will it be enough in this game? We'll have to see. And for the side of Rune Eaters, I mean, their lane setups are just really straightforward.
Good luck, have fun, Ego Chick, is the call from Eki. Not sure what that means.
Yeah, I think he's... I remember we asked this before, and he's referring to someone.
Okay.
On Aurora. I just forget which specific player.
Shout out to him.
Yeah. He's gotten his shout out in chat, so he's fine.
Very nice.
I mean, yeah, the one thing for Aurora is, again, that tempo. Like, you don't have a hero that just needs minimal farm, right? Like, Axe will need at least Blade Mill and Blink, or one or the other, and you can kind of play. Lina wants Travels, plus maybe the Kaya here. It's going to take a fair bit of time. Sneaky movement through from the side of Rune Eaters, up top with her smoke. Might be able to snipe Nightfall if he's not too careful here.
They may. Nightfall will have the smoke broken eventually, but a nice little juke away from Nightfall. Through the tree line, he's going to be just fine to avoid. Rune Eaters, they're still hunting though. Dark Lord's going to see him. They do know the SF's around here somewhere if they want to go for this chase. Nightfall eventually going to get hit by the avalanche into the flame break, but the river movement speed makes it a little bit more challenging as the blood grenade does land, and it seems like eventually they'll have him. Nightfall, not the start he would have liked. Ike to secure first blood on this Lich.
Yeah, pretty clean sort of movement out from Rune Eaters through that gate. Nice and happy sort of gank. We've seen that gank a couple of times now through the gate. You do still trade evenly 2 for 2 in the bounties, but first blood bonus, a little bit of EXP going the way of Rune Eaters never hurts out as well. We are taking a look at that mid lane matchup for Mikado up against Copy. The Earth Spirit versus Lina. Not too often nowadays that you see it, but again, we've seen the rise of Earth Spirit, Lina less so. And that is a matchup that Lina can try to shove away, but we've seen Earth Spirits again. With all of their mobility, with their toolkit that lets them play back, and with pretty decent right-click damage when you're on top of a hero, it can be quite nice. Early levels, though, a little bit rough for Copy. That is where Mikado can try to apply that pressure with that Dragon Slave at very least. So, is doing some good work there. Rune control is going to be pretty interesting to see here. It doesn't feel like you really have, again, super active supports as we've been seeing. So chances are Foreman, Water Rune, maybe even the first Power Rune, not going to be really contested. At least Aurora does have the Oracle, so they can always tell which Rune is going to be coming up for Mikado later on. That is going to be very helpful for Arlena. The other lanes, of course, you've got that Oracle played by Kaori up top with Nightfall hanging about. Malik in a range matchup for Snapfire isn't, it's not the comfiest to come up close, to try to get Scatterblast going, to play with Cookie. There is some interesting stuff you can do with the Batrider 4, though. Like having the Cookie for Batrider to move forward, get the chase down, could be quite clean. You've also got stacking potential here on hand, so there's a lot of ways to kind of accelerate that farm here for Eki. The bot lane, already a lot of harassment coming out there from Mira, just trying to open up the space for a bit more of a 1v1 for WS and Dark Lord. Just kind of tried to trade farm. Pretty much an even farming lane, and slightly better so far for WS, but you are shoving the lane out, and Dark Lord should have some time to farm here.
Well, Nightfall, he's dropping pretty low now. That sticky napalm, no, it's not enough. Nightfall just turning around with the razors, and Eki finding out the hard way that sticky napalm doesn't necessarily mean a guaranteed kill. Thing is as well for this Batrider, like you kind of heard them talking about it as well, but this Bat, it's probably going to have a decent time for this first 10-15 minutes. You don't want to end up dying like this in the laning stage, I don't think. I feel like Eki should be having a pretty decent time.
That he should be. You have to be a little bit careful about spamming out all those spells without finding the kill. It's just free stick charges as well. A little bit low, but no kill threat coming out from Mira just yet. And WS again just focusing on that early build-up you'd want here on the Axe. Try to get these timings lined up. Let's go for your standard 0-1-1. I'm wondering if it's going to be a 0-2-1-3 or 0-1-2, depending on what he'd want to do. Counter Helix or Battle Hunger priority. Still hanging on to the point. And again, so far, it's a little bit slower for the farm here. on Dark Lord, but there is some good magic damage as the level comes up.
We're going to jump in onto WS, trying to stop this pull away, and WS, he's got no help. Finally, it will come in from Mira. He'll try to go for the man fight, but Dark Lord's got enough. Along with Ike to finish off the job is now Mira. Will try to trade the Dark Lord, trying to abuse that fog, and he's done it very well.
Oh, wow.
Very nice from Dark Lord. Mira not going to be too happy. He does eventually get the kill, but it's going to be a double kill for Ike.
And this Lich again off to a really good start. Ike, really good just patting around there from Dark Lord, stalling out, trying to ensure that you still get some value back. And they do. I mean, again, you're getting solo EXP on your Lich. Not ideal, but we've seen what Ike can do with a little bit of a stronger start. And he's setting that up for himself once again on the support. 3-2 start. Rune Eaters again, outside of the aggression, have not been the most efficient in farm. WS just came back.
Eki with a great rotation. Supporting the kill here into WS. Ike to pick up his 4th kill of the game. In fairness, John, this is what they needed to be careful of. This first 15 minutes, it can be pretty rough.
And it can be, again, like BSJ said, disaster aversion mode for Aurora. It's certainly starting to pile up on the side of Rune Eater's top lane. You can just kind of leave your Snapfire alone. Ends up being a farming lane against the SF, and you can get some really sick activity out elsewhere on the map. No way of relieving the pressure on mid just yet, though. Copy again, held back, although it's trying.
Kick back onto Makoto is going to land. Malik misses the cookie. A very nice little sidestep from Makoto. And that may have just saved his life, as even the flame break not going to be quite enough. Makoto still in danger, though. They have roll in 3. They have boulder smashing about the same. But Makoto, he's by the T1 tower. And that should scare them off just a little bit, as never mind. The kickback into the cookie again of Malik. Makoto does go down. Malik, he will be traded off here thanks to Cowrie. Ike will find WS again in the meantime. And Eki, I mean, they'll chase a little bit, but they're not going to have enough. It really is just a really disastrous start right now for Aurora.
No, I mean, this kind of start for WS is going to set him back quite a fair bit. And it's all of this magic damage you're dealing with in lane. You get a lot coming out there from Ike. You get the follow-through from your Tiny. Again, Avalanche is still pretty darn good damage, really good control. There's just no way to mitigate that right now on WS, and not even any stacks to recover with because of how active this map has been. So your recovery process is going to be quite slow. Again, you've only really got the Lina that's had a pretty good start. I mean, Nightfall's top lane has also gone relatively well in terms of CS at the very least. So there's some early timings you can play around the SF for sure. We'll have to see if that's something they'll even consider. We have seen a lot of our carries just kind of sit back and build up. Maybe if there's like an overextension, you come in, but for the most part, you just focus on that farm. Mikado, they scout out the stacks at the least, so some gold flowing out for him. Still a ways from that full travel. It's about 1.5k away. Trying to contest for these Shrines of Wisdom.
Mira. Gonna throw the brambles out. They have caught Malik on the snap. Laguna Blade is out, but it's just nowhere near enough. Even the raise in the tail end not meaning too much as Eki gonna pop the Firefly, go to the high ground. Eki still alive as well. It'll be a 1-for-1 on the Shrines of Wisdom as Mira still having a gander. Not gonna find anything for his trouble. At least they got the Shrine of Wisdom, but it's a little bit rough seeing all those spells being thrown out for nothing. As Mira will find out the Batrider is still here, but now Eki's going to have help incoming. They'll get the cookie. Curse Crown will land Eki. He's in the fog again, and Mira cannot make it in time, though he does get the kill. Just barely. Yeah. He will get away.
Honestly, with how much time Mira committed just trying to chase down, he had to find that kill.
Yeah.
And getting that, it feels pretty good. You waste some time on the supports, you'll open up the side lanes a little bit more, get some space to farm, which is all you want in Aurora. You want that initial build-up here. Again, the big thing for Aurora is that you're still getting a very free time for Nightfall. Like, our SF is about to hit some good timings here. I believe Falcon Blade was set to come out. I'm wondering if it's more of a physical build-up SF or a magical. We'll see if it's Yasha Kaya coming at any point. Eki.
Oh, Eki now going to get chased down a little bit, but not really too much, as Mira not going to try for the chase onto the Batrider Firefly. Leaves in B. Again, Rune Eaters, they're off to a real brilliant start. Like that 2k net worth advantage. It's something, at least for Aurora. Momentum-wise, though, Rune Eaters looking really scary already. It's now top lane, Nightfall. That's the hero you don't want to see die. The gaze to cancel the Requiem. He's still going to get it off, but Ike, knowing he cannot get away, does not look at the explosion.
Yeah.
And Ike, he's just on fire, this Lich.
That he is. A little bit unlucky with the bounces. Takes it a little bit longer to get the kill.
Nice roll kickback. But with Fate's Edict, it is going to make it hard to burst him down. As in fact, Copy going to get blown up here. WS with the dunk. Eki also chased down. The dunk this time not going to be quite enough, but it won't matter. Aurora, a great set of trades here in the mid lane.
I mean, that's what you're looking for on Aurora. Getting some of their own punishment out. Finding some ways to get some action out. Oh, Nightfall again under pressure.
It'll be big if they can get him. They've got the kisses, they've got the gaze to try and set up at the Fate's Edict again from Kaori, making life just so challenging. As Ike will go down. Kaori will be chased up with the false promise. He will still die through it. But I think he'll be quite happy knowing he does save the life of Nightfall.
Yeah, I mean, just bailing out the SF is the bigger part. Again, you need your cores to be online on Aurora. We've already seen the pressure coming out in Nightfall. He is going back for the Ashikaya, so it is that hybrid Magic SF. Maybe we see, I don't know, the Blink, the BKB tends to be what comes afterwards, depending on which way you want to go here. Aurora, though, it feels like they've ridden through the storm of the laning phase. 8-7, 3k lead coming out their way. They've managed to find those pretty significant kills. You're still suffering a little bit on WS, but the other cores on the side of Rune Eaters are certainly suffering a little bit more.
Mira not having the game he would quite like. And again, this was always going to happen against this Batrider. Reki's just got a free game for the next 5-10 minutes. WS nowhere near being ready. In fact, WS, Ike's just a menace on this Lich. He's just not allowing anything.
No.
WS, he's just got no time to farm. Just the Ike, every single time this Chain Frost is on cooldown, off cooldown, he's there. He's got somebody.
It's exactly what we saw in the last game as well. Look at that damage on his team. 5.4k top of his team.
8-1-2.
Yep.
Oh no, 6-1-2. Apologies, Jonathan. I can't read numbers apparently.
No, it's fine. He's doing amazing work. And it gets a little bit scary to see that's all it takes to kill off an Axe. Mind you, a Fortify went up in the creep wave for some reason as well. So it's not like he ran out of things to bounce on for a moment there. And
that'll hurt.
It does hurt after a little bit. That time was just a little bit off for Aurora, but what can you do, I suppose, for good old WS from Mr. Wei Shen. Still smoke out Aurora, trying to make a move on here with Nightfall. See if they can connect with something with Kaori on hand.
Well, they'd love Dark Lord. Dark Lord's been very quiet this game. Slowly sneak up. They'll see his courier as well. He just picked up that Echo Saber. Fortune's End. He's going to land. They'll get the Terrorize as well with the Bramble setup, but you just haven't got anywhere near enough. Nightfall just can't break the gap. Requiem, it's going to be channeled, but it's only to zone them away so they can try to retreat. They will be able to do so with the retreat. Chase is on from Rune Eaters, but they don't seem to have the catch. But again, I think just knowing you walked away from that engagement here for Dark Lord is going to be more than enough for you to feel good about it.
Yeah, for sure. They don't find anything for their trouble on Aurora. They waste the Requiem. They will find a tier 1 at the least.
Oh, Eki is going to go down. Makoto will pick up a nice freebie for himself on this laner.
Yeah, that is much more significant. You've got the travels up now as well with a full Kaya. So you can start to work the map, look for pickoffs here on that Lina, make it a little bit easier to start to play up-tempo on Aurora. And for the most part, it does feel like you've ridden through the storm that Rune Eaters wanted to bring out early on. There's a blink up on Malik, so the Snapfire is kind of set to start to play with those cookie combinations, try to play with Scatterblast with a Boomstick innate, get some damage going for the team. Got your Kaya up as well here on Copy, so quite a fair bit of damage that can come out of our Earth Spirit, as we've seen time and time and again. We haven't really seen... Yeah, he hasn't skilled up the Magnetize just yet, so Copy is just focusing on farm, on maybe some pick-off and repositional plays, but not the wider team fights. And with a Kaya up, with even just level 1 Magnetize, being very close to level 2, will be a lot once he does skill it up. Still need some EXP for that.
Kaori He's going to be a right copy. Does not want to borrow that. Now, Copy, he really wants to get going right now. Just feels like he just wants to fight somewhere. Ike's going to find Nightfall again. Ooh. Look at this. Ike, he's just such a nuisance on this lich. For now, he's going to go the wrong way. Nightfall will run towards the east, and Ike will run towards the west, back towards the Twin Gate. Trying to keep tabs on what this SF is up to. He's got Chain Frost, of course, so we know he wants a kill attempt. Shrine of Wisdom for Mira. He's going to go ahead and sneak one for his side. No worries, he will pick it up. Carry. Not going to get it run into by Copy. Copy will leave. He'll go through the Twin Gates as well by the looks of it. And Aurora, they're not going to lose anything at this top lane. They'll be okay. They'll try for the Shrine of Wisdom on the other side, but WS is going to be around still. They do have that Chain Frost. TP not going to pan out. Ike, what can you do? The answer is probably just nothing, as they will dunk him. WS very grateful for that one, I'm sure.
Yeah, free armor for WS, a freebie kill. And they still find the Shrine of Wisdom anyhow. So you don't lose out here on the side of Aurora. And a very close game so far, 10-9, 3K lead for Aurora. But again, that momentum does feel like right behind there for Aurora. For the side of Rune Eaters, there's still a lot of play for sure. Like blink timing on Bat Rider is going to be nice. When you can start to get Kaya BKB on the snap plus Shard, that damage can start to be overwhelming. You've got the value point in Copy's Earth Spirit now for that Magnetize, so some AoE damage to dish out. Into the BKB he goes. Mikado is still trying to work out his Ags, but the spell amp on this Lina is starting to get a little bit crazy anyhow. Once you've got that Ags as well, that's where things can really start to shine. And the one thing for Rune Eaters is that you do have an off lane that does not go pipe. So this hybrid damage from the SF, the magic damage coming out from your Lina, all of it will stay relevant. Heck, even the damage on our Dark Willow, it's just going to be good because, well, Snap doesn't want to build a pipe. She kind of wants to go damage frontline. Maybe a little bit of debuff even with her own BKB down the line. There's just no room to fit it in.
No, there certainly is not. Aurora, they're going to group up as three here. Makoto, Mira, and, of course, Kaori. Maybe looking for a smoke attempt to head down south. Try and see if you can pick off Dark Lord here on this Tiny. Dark Lord going to show himself in the creep wave there for a moment. WS already around the area if they do want to try. Dark Lord, though, just picking up his blink, so this could be a little bit interesting. WS trying to hunt down Ike. They will find him. Meanwhile, Dark Lord, he's jumped in onto Makoto, but he doesn't quite get the Avalanche Toss combination he wanted. So Makoto now forced to TP as the kisses are flying in. Makoto, the false promise. Kaori just in the nick of time. Lands it before the final kiss lands on top of his head. They'll try for WS instead. WS being saved again by Kaori. Kaori is doing fantastic work here on this Oracle, just standing back, making it impossible to be caught. And just the utility you can provide if you don't get caught is pretty nice.
I mean, it's such a great game to have all of this magic resistance as well, just immunity to magic damage. It's massive when you're relying on the kisses, when you're relying on the Avalanche early on for the Tiny, right? Like the Magnetize, all the damage coming out from the Earth Spirit for the most part. So it's pretty nice to have. You really need to get going. I feel like we haven't really seen Copy go hunting. Right? Like, they've been trying now, at least in that past fight, but if you don't start with your Earth Spirit, it's almost a little bit optimistic for you to see any kill happening.
Copy was thinking about it there on the Earth Spirit, but again, he's been a bit quiet, I dare say. Haven't really seen too many rotations out from Copy recently. Aurora now 3K advantage. They are starting to look a little bit more confident here in this game number 2. Bottom, they are going to end up running into Malik, and Malik, he just gets bursted down. It's just that easy when you've got WS and this axe of Makoto right there to blow you up. Though, top lane, Nightfall is going to get caught out. And Nightfall, he gets blown up just as easy.
Yeah. That's a bigger target to find overall, of course, considering Nightfall. Just a bigger toolkit in terms of, again, that scaling damage coming out here for Aurora. Very even game still, 12-11, 2K lead. Still maintaining for Aurora, 2-3K, but Rune Eaters have been doing a good job of, again, finding their own pickoffs, looking to grow. They're Tiny. Aurora aren't relenting, though. still looking to make moves. They've got a nice forward ward here that could spot Copy out.
Oh, WS, that's a very nice call. Copy, can they save him? He's pretty tanky. They haven't bursted him down yet. Copy, he'll get the Magnetize off, but it's not enough. Still, here comes Dark Lord. Carry is gone. Copy actually gets a double kill from the grave.
Ooh.
WS dropping in the fountain. Makoto, he's the only survivor. They go diving so deep, and unfortunately the punishment, it's available.
I'm a little bit surprised they actually make that move into the tier 2. I would expect, you know, with that kind of ward, you're playing in front of the tier 2, right? Like, you've got the vision to see if anyone's coming in, but not behind the tower. They do get punished for it quite nicely. Rune Eaters, this is a big shot in the arm for them. And you've got Eki with a blink, very close at full force staff at this point. You've got a good gold infusion onto Malik for his own travels pickup, it looks like, as he wants to keep up pace here. Nightfall wants to go into the BKB. Again, maybe the blink afterwards, maybe the Shadow Blade they'd want. But yeah, look at that ward position in front of the tier 2. You're not going to be able to see this mass commitment behind. They spotted out a little bit, but at that point they've been fully committed in. It just takes them a little bit too long to find those kills. Just hyper aggressive out from Aurora and Rune Eaters. It's such a big shot in the arm for them to keep in the game. Still, Aurora on the hunt again with some smokes.
Now they're going to find Eki. Not a bad way to start. Eki does good. In fact, Dark Lord. Dark Lord's a much bigger boy. He'll try for a TP play, but they're going to land the stun. Dark Lord has got no help either. He'll get taken down, and that's massive for Aurora. That's a big one.
It feels like both sides are just finding these big win conditions in such awkward spots.
Oh, here we go again, Ike. He just can't help himself, this bloke.
No.
This time, though, it's not going to be quite enough, Ike. He runs out of mana. He says, I'll see you later, but WS is going to have none of it. See you later, mate.
Yeah, no.
Ike is gone.
And WS now has 6 dunks, so a good chunk of armor for himself, which is also a good chunk of HP coming out with your innate. He's a very happy fella now. 9 armor on hand for free. Yeah. Not that he has been really needing armor, because the lineup of Rune Eaters right now has mainly been magical anyway. Like, the right click for Tiny does take some time to get online, and they will just clear out the Tormentor. This is the concerning thing for Rune Eaters. We've seen the effect of the Oracle with its save against the magic damage, with False Promise on hand, has been pretty steady in terms of just preventing these burst plays. Now that you're getting more BKBs up, you know, you allow the Oracle to actually look for other people to save. It feels like it gets so much harder for Rune Eaters to play. Maybe if you get scaling to that point with Dark Lord, like you actually get some really good right-click damage to come in, things could be a bit different. Does finish up his SNY, but that path to like Daedalus is just so far away, plus BKB, it's hard to imagine that point just yet. You always have this utility of roll kick plus lasso. I feel like that's got to be the way to take it right now. Isolationist play, find the Oracle in the back line, otherwise it's going to be hard to find these kills.
Well, that it will, and they're having a gander again, Rune Eaters. Looking around, WS going to show himself with a blink, but a nice lasso. In from Eki, does catch the axe. They are, the backside! Avalanche and toss from Dark Lord. He caught all of them. Makoto is the only survivor, but Dark Lord found everybody.
Oh man, it's Dark Lord working in unity with Ike, getting that good Chain Frost off as well. Again, just finding all the heroes they'd want. The fight starts really awkward too, because you find WS, right? And the supports aren't quite in position to save. Then they're exposed to that jump in, and they have no one to save at that point. Like, everything going quite nicely there for the Rune Eaters. Yeah, WS blinks forward. Oracle isn't there to save.
This was great patience. Clumped up. Look at that. 3-man Avalanche. It could have been 4-2. If he waited an extra half a second, Makoto would have moved up. That could have been a 4-man. Just great patience.
Man, I have to say, coming in, you'd expect most people thinking, all right, Aurora should be the favorites here. You could say things about what the ideas were in Game 1, but this Game 2, the way Rune Eaters have just been playing into Aurora as well, after some challenges here and there, it's been looking pretty good. It's been really back and forth. They're working as a team really well. I think they've got ideas in how the game works that aligns with how these players like to play their Dota as well. So it's a lot of things just going right. Aurora, again, they're not out of it by any means. It was a clean fight for Rune Eaters, but you only have a 1k lead on their side. You've got this Lina that can scale here for Mikado. You've got the BKB being up on Nightfall. Mass committing for Ike.
He has been a real terror, this Lich. Copy. We'll be forced to BKB out of the Brambles and avoid the Terrorize. Kiss is top lane. WS trying to juke, but can't quite. Jeez, even the kisses alone from Malik of that threatening to WS right now on this axe. That is concerning.
And it is. He has nothing to mitigate some of that magic damage. No wraps, no pipe. Look at that swing right in Rune Eater's favor. It was, again, for a while, Aurora just finding these small openings, using this travels up in Mikado. They just lose a couple of bad fights in a row. And Rune Eaters are the one in control of the game. You are at the 24.5-minute mark aside of Aurora. I mean, this is now where you start to try to figure out, all right, how much are we committing into the Magic SF? Are we going to start to get, more right-click and just more physical damage coming out now? Do you start to prioritize the Daedalus, the Hurricane Pike, perhaps? Is it going to be enough? Because this Tiny's pretty high armor. You have a Lich with Frost Shield as well, right? Like it's not easy to find these kills, even in that best case scenario. You can take prolonged fights so long as Kaori is alive, but it's been a little bit mixed up.
They're going to find Ike. At least they do catch a quick one. And yeah, that burst potential with the Core Laguna, it's still great. You still got that going for you. But it looks a lot better when it's on a pos 5, in fairness. See if they can do the same to somebody else. Aurora, they're going to start Roshan. Do Rune Eaters want to contest? They are going to scan out, so they're very well aware this is happening, and in fact they are. They're TPing down towards the bottom. They know they're strong enough with these BKBs up to go. And you've got to be so wary of this Tiny. They'll jump in immediately on Carry, but Carry with the Glimmer Cape. Gonna survive. Meanwhile, Eki, he's been caught out. Makoto will take him down. Aurora looking for a little bit more, trying to force some BKB usages. Kiss is expended, Mirror's gonna drop. A 1-for-1 on the position 4s thus far.
Yeah, that might be enough to back them off from Roshan. About a quarter, maybe a third of HP left here. So low. Shouldn't take too much longer.
Copy. Rolls in. WS, he misses out on the call. BKB now up on Malik as well. Makoto trying to abuse that flying vision to snipe Roshan perhaps, or keep tabs on what's happening. They don't want to let this go. Roshan's too vulnerable right now.
No.
Both teams are just stuck in this area. They're going to go for the 5-man smoke up here, Aurora. The Dark Lord. Again, how sneaky can you be, sir? That last team fight was fantastic. If you can do that again, it would be massive. Aurora coming in from the eastern side of that bottom river. They're going to see the Tiny. The call is out. Can they burst him down? No, they cannot. Dark Lord's too tanky. Nightfall, he won't throw the Requiem. The BKBs were committed anyway. It would have done nothing. Now he'll commit to try and disengage. But they're going to lose Kaori. They're going to find Nightfall. The SF. Can they kill him? They'll surround. Copy's going to be there with the rolls. And they'll get him. Nightfall is down. They just don't have enough magic mitigation. Mirror will drop to boot. And this was the idea, right? Like, this Oracle was meant to do the magic mitigation. In fact, they found another. Makoto forced to perhaps try and fight, but he'll try to run instead with the BKB. Chase continues, though. Malik's there. Makoto not gonna make it. He will drop to boot. It's just so tough. You haven't got a pipe.
No.
Your Oracle's dead. You've got no Fate's Edict. No False Promise. I mean, your BKBs are worn out. Like, what are you meant to do?
You've got to really play super far backline on Kaori. He gets clipped in that scouting of the Roche Pit. He's just right outside almost while they're kind of engaging on the ramp area. Like, you were looking for angles here on Dork Lord. It feels like you need your blink up. I'm not sure if you all even have that in Kaori. It's been a little bit of a slower game. But you want your blink, you want Aetherlands, heck, even an Aeon Disc might help your cause here. A just goes the way of Dark Lord and starts to get scary. That's going to be your outer towers to start getting chipped away here. At least two tier 2s normally at this point. And for Aurora, I mean, look, if you keep your Oracle alive in these fights, you get the Edicts off, you get the False Promises off, these fights are actually manageable for Aurora. But the moment he drops first, the moment Kaori is just out of position, just the one time.
Nightfall. Uh-oh. Is he going to go for it? I think they saw him already. It won't matter. Eki's waiting. Nightfall's going to reveal himself in Eki. Immediately with the jump in. The TPs are trying to come in and help. Nightfall, the false promise. Kaori, barely there in time. I think the heals will be just enough for Nightfall to walk out. In fact, they'll just throw everything at him in case. The Kaori, quick thinking on the Oracle. But it's just that's kind of how desperate things are right now.
Yeah.
You just need to be that fast.
That you do. Just need to be able always be able to save from all of this magic damage out from the Rune Eaters, which is still set to scale. Like, we're seeing Ike again go back for his Hags. Eki down the line, if this game extends, of course, you get the double lasso off. It's going to feel amazing and just ruining your day here on Aurora. And Aurora, this is the kind of game where they can't accept mistakes. Kato can't even burst down Malik at this point. The burn is pretty good. Not quite enough.
It's a very tough situation for Aurora currently. It is a very, very tough situation. 10k behind now is Aurora. Ruinator's doing just very, very nice kind of work here in this game number 2. Aurora, I mean, they've got great scaling on the bright side. Like, you do have SF Lena. You know, the scaling is there. It's just going to take a while with the way this game's gone. And even then, it's just not going to be that simple against that Ruinators. They are just playing on top of their game right now, this team.
That they are. Like, again, there's a lot of expectations for Aurora for this kind of lineup. Getting 2nd seed overall. Just, it's been a long road for Ruinators as well. They've really been looking way better than you'd expect. I feel like if you miss out most of the group stage games and just came to see this team in survival stage, you'd be like, all right. You know, you'd be like, I don't know if they make it through into the rounds, but they are. They're looking good. For Aurora, we need to see some of that execution come together. You know, they've got some of the tools set. Just need some angles here.
Your copy not going to be able to find Makoto. Top. Do they find something? WS? Not quite. Wanted Eki, but Eki with the quick TP away. Runit is also hunting again for Makoto on the bottom side. Makoto does walk away and does now have his full Lincoln Sphere up. So that lasso nowhere near as intimidating as it once was.
No.
And certainly you hope to maybe see a couple more of those in this game, because Eki has been very scary.
It's Eki, and to an extent it's Ike as well, right? Like just the Sinister Gaze without Ags. The Chain Frost has been pretty good. There's the Ags up though, so I don't know if this is a big plus or minus to not have a secondary Lincoln's Break on the Lich.
Oh, copy. He's got a lot of damage right now. Amp Damage Rune was active. It'll wear off eventually. But that will mean Kaori has to die. WS will at least be able to BKB TP out. And of course, your tier 2 tower as well in the meantime. Going to be focused by Dark Lord, who still just feels kind of uncontested on this Tiny.
Yeah, uncontested like a lord would be in his feudal lands, you know?
Yes.
That's exactly it. Good old Dark Lord. I mean, I love the name, you know? It's like, we never get enough downtime to talk about it, but man, that's one heck of a name, isn't it? That's WC3 era Garena sort of name. He just lacks the X's and the underscores.
Yeah.
You would have had a name like Dark Lord, wouldn't you, Mike?
No, I don't actually. I hate it. I hate it.
Wait, what was your username before? Don't tell me you were always My Little Pony Dota.
Oh, shut up, John.
You were always, you love that show, didn't you? No, but what was your username?
I don't think it's appropriate for me to say,
okay.
actually.
That's too
apologize.
bad.
Yeah.
That's too bad, Mikey. You were that kind of kid, huh?
Oh, shut up.
Huh, you were that kind of kid. Look at me. I'm just good old John Xfire. Just my name. with an X and a fire in it. You know, that's it. Simple. Meanwhile, we have MLP Dota and unimaginable horrors from Australia. Goodness gracious me. At least we have the Dark Lord here who's uncontested.
Oh.
It's a pretty hard game for Aurora to contest, though, to be frank. 14k behind.
One would say it's pretty dark.
That's true. Pretty dark day for Aurora with their Dark Lord that they have to face up against.
That's true.
I mean, they're 14k behind. They still have this really good late game timing, but it just feels like they have to really execute clean. In fact, I think the big thing for Aurora is that they have to initiate first. It feels like these counterfights are just so awkward because Rune Eaters aren't approaching in one angle. They're coming in one way with Eki and the lasso. They're going another way with Dark Lord and his blink and looking for the back line, looking for Kaori, removing the False Promise and Fate's Edict, and it's just making this game so hard to play for Aurora. Like, you have to take these fights under your own terms somehow. You know, in the position that is ideal for yourself. Kind of go from there.
Copy. Ooh. Right in. Nice little D ward here from Copy.
Copy has a heart and raps. He is not dying anytime soon.
He's a big boy. He's been playing with a lot of heart this series too, John.
Yeah, fair.
You're welcome.
He's going for the Octarine next. More uptime on all of his spells. I mean, look, again, damage isn't the issue. It's that you just don't survive the jump in.
Dark Lord.
Nope.
Yeah, they
you really don't survive the jump in.
Shotgun to the face for Mira. A lot of BKBs, as you can see, for Rune Eaters. They aren't gonna jump. No, Eki doesn't have the detection in time.
It's so spooky, though.
It is
if he dropped that ward, like, earlier and he had a preset ward there, oh my goodness, that would have been a very tasty lasso.
Hate to point out the fact that he had dust. My apologies, Eki.
It happens, you know.
My carry would have pointed that out. John, I've got to point it out.
It happens, it happens.
He would have pinged about 100 times by now.
It was, I think our obs is telling us it was in the backpack.
Okay, all right.
The wards were outside.
All right. Oh, top lane. Top lane. Nightfall's been put in the backpack too, John.
As well.
Nakoto's going to come in, trying to salvage this one. Dark Lord, he's left alone as Ike does go down. But they don't really seem like they can deal with the Tiny. Now Copy's coming in to see if he can snipe Makoto with a roll, but he's out of range now, Makoto. A little bit too fast. They'll get away.
I mean, the fact that you're trading a Lich for SF and you kind of feel all right about it on Aurora is concerning, but that's just how far behind you are. It's a higher network kill overall because of that team network sharing.
Lasso. The Lincoln's break was there. BKB and False Promise both forced out early as WS. He's jumped in. It looks a little bit preemptive, though. They've got nothing to play with now.
Oh, WS.
WS is gone. No BKB on Makoto. They might just chase him into the fountain if they really want to. They'll take Mirror instead. But now without the BKB up on Makoto, you might just go for the Megas. Because there's no way he stands there and fights 2v4 without a BKB up.
I mean, no BKB, no False Promise, no buyback on hand into this next fight as well. It's a very scary point for Aurora. The damage is there for Rune Eaters to melt these objectives. And they have some of their spells already back up. Chain Frost is still set to go. Magnetize only 40 seconds away. You've got to find some way of starting these fights. I don't know where that pressure should be on. Whether or not it's Nightfall trying to look for Requiem, or the ideal is the call from WS. It's just that, how do you catch all of these heroes? Look at how Rune Eaters space themselves out. There's only 2 at a time presenting themselves.
Very tough. They'll at least have to wait for WS. Nightfall's making the call to defend. They'll hold on to one single barracks. No Megas.
No.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
Sure. Or, you know, it's close to Happy Death time, right?
Yeah,
that tends to be it. The new version of Happy Death. Just leave one objective.
Almost there.
Almost there. Aurora, I mean, they've got to take something outside their base. They're smoked up. They need to find the angle. Look at this position. Dark. They expect the smoke to come in. They expect a little bit of a journey outside the base from the side of Aurora. Oh, they're just kind of hanging in by that outpost. Dark Lord trying to use the Watcher for a smoke break, but
crazy.
This is sneaky.
I mean, Roshan's up. They got to try. Satanic and Octarine now available as well. Copy picking up the Octarine. Dark Lord with the Satanic. WS trying to sneak up. Mirror is caught already. He's down, but he'll buy back. Lasso out. WS saved with the false promise, but now might be forced to fight this one out. Chain Frost. Ike again.
Oh,
no. Ike's caught all of them. That'll be all she wrote. That should be it. Rune Eaters have cleaned him up. GG is called.
What?
Oh, my Rune Eaters. Someone give Ike, call him masseuse. Ike just, I think he just carried this 2-0.
He
might have just carried it.
Yeah, Ike was such a big part of it as this Lich. The way that he just finds these opportunities to get the perfect Chain Frost, it's every Lich player's dream. Right? You always imagine it. Oh, you know, if I only have this hero next to this, and I drop the Chain Frost, and oh, it's going to be perfect. Every single time he would find that angle.
Wow.
And I think it's the entire unit as well, just having this great understanding of, again, two things. What kind of Dota they want to play, and how to play it. And they've managed to find a perfect balance in that. You can see the side of Aurora again. This is the survival stage. They get 2-0'd and they can't be happy about it. This is not the result they would have expected. You know, obviously you've got to have the confidence that you can beat anyone, but statistically Aurora has had a better time, right? Like they were higher seeded. They were the ones waiting here on the round 2 of survival, and they get beat down by a team that scraped by on groups almost. Not the result they'd expect. Very well played to Rune Eaters, but
they're going to be happy.
Aurora's got a lot to look back on their way home here from the Esports World Cup for sure, Mike.
I mean, absolutely, Aurora not going to be too satisfied with the result today, but if you're Rune Eaters, Jonathan, you're through to the playoffs now for the Esports World Cup. You are in a very, very happy mood. I'm sure there'll be celebrations tonight for these boys. And speaking of celebrations, John, we've got Rain Day here. Let's see what he has to say.
Well, celebrations indeed, especially in the camp of Rune Eaters. I mentioned it, it was a joke. It turned out to be real. The BKP TP back home for Aurora and Nightfall. That has got to hurt. But we can't focus so much on that. We have to focus on the momentous occasion that is Rune Eaters overcoming one of the better performing teams in this tournament, one of the better teams in the world, and surprising so many of us in doing so.
I genuinely had this like sinking feeling coming into these playoffs where it's like, we already know who's going to win. Not just this series, but like it just felt like there was such a big discrepancy between the top 6 to 8 teams and the teams that were just one echelon down. And Rune Eaters, they were clearly slotted in like the 9th to 12th kind of category just based on their performance during the group stage. But once again, they were one of the few teams in that category that took a game off of BB Team. They took a game off of Extreme Gaming.
That's right.
Like, they showed that they had that potential. Not only did they win this series, but they won it in convincing fashion. This might honestly be one of the most surprising results I've seen of any series in a really long time. Like, in any sort of elimination or, you know, very important part of the tournament.
I mean, you guys just waited for me to have my first Dota cast to give me something very exciting, right? Of course. I mean, this was just the Rain Day special. Guys, I mean, I'm looking at this and going, what an amazing story for a team that not only, yes, was the underdog, but the underdog in 2 sets to now do what the survival stage is meant to do, which is give us these stories, albeit the Cinderella story. I asked Effie yesterday, is that too light of a fairy tale? Do we need something more powerful than just a glass slipper? Is it enough for what Rune Eaters' uphill battle will look like? It seems like it was the perfect kind of conversation there. The narrative is still building for this team. And it's, you know, in Brian, your eyes, what is working so well for them?
They are, okay, so yesterday in game 1, they looked freaking, like, shattered. Like, I was like, what is happening to these guys? Like, they looked like no direction. They had no purpose. In game 2, like, we heard that they had a discussion of sorts between game 1 and game 2. They came back a different team, ready to make plays. Honestly, to some degree, just like fearless. These guys have playmaking potential. They're drafting themselves to give themselves that. I think they're arguably not even worried about the lane matchups. They're willingly opening with Copy's Earth Spirit, with Copy's Ember Spirit. They're purposely drafting like bad lane matchups in times where the game itself is a good matchup for them because they know that if given the opportunity to make these plays, no matter what the lead is, 10 to 15 minutes in, they are a good enough team to find those openings, even that the best teams like top tier teams like Aurora will only give you once in a blue moon. I think these guys just look vibing, man. They look like they're in the zone. And when you believe in your own capabilities and like the calls you're making and your read on the game, I can't even begin to explain how palpable it is to watch and how big of an impact that is on the crispness of your decision making, of your cohesion as a team. It's just this is something that's just very rare. I feel like very rare nowadays in Dota to see a team truly step up and surpass expectations by such a ridiculous degree.
And what you might look to see is a team, it might be fair to say that if you looked at Rune Eaters, you looked at Aurora, and you gave them 100 games to play, Aurora might figure out what is going wrong.
For sure.
And be able to counter that, and you might see it actually tilt 60-40 towards Aurora at minimum. But what you see here in these two games is Aurora thought about the draft one way, and they thought about this matchup one way, and each way was a miss. And even as they made adjustments, you were talking with Effie, the Lina didn't make sense to you. Picking two characters that did similar things, going without the double melee supports to follow up with that. It felt like Aurora was taking a different kind of like full-on shot, and it just was missing the target both times.
Yeah, it's surprisingly a weaker draft from Aurora from what I've seen from them as individual players, but also from KP as a coach. And I think when this type of upset happens, it requires both things of Rune Eater stepping up and Aurora stepping down a little bit, or at least being thrown off their game, or having the wrong idea coming into the series, or maybe like an inaccurate way to take down this team. But you've had plenty of time to study these guys. You haven't played in 2 or 3 days on Aurora. You got to watch their footage for all of the last 24 hours. You got to watch them play yesterday because you had nothing else going on. At the end of the day, there's no excuse. Rune Eaters was just the better team for this series.
Well, at some point, we'll talk to Rune Eaters, of course. Aurora, of course. But right now, we get to hear it from Rune Eaters down with Effie on how they turned this game around and took the win.
I'm here with Malik from Rune Eaters, and wow, holy crap. You just knocked out Aurora, which were a favorite to win the entire tournament. How are you feeling?
Just default, normal. I mean, I know that we can beat them. We playing through tournament all good. We keep connecting to each other and keep talking. And Aurora, it was not, big problem for us, to be honest.
Not a big problem. I mean, when you guys went into today's series, what were your expectations? Did you go in thinking that you were good enough to beat them? Or was it like, we got this, it's easy?
We had good preparation. I mean, first game was a bit hard to start because Viper, they pick Viper, but in game it was we can just kite and they pick Naga. Nightfall for sure not playing Naga. We just played, chilly. We knew that 2 games we're gonna win.
So you had a performance with PSG Quest a few EWCs ago, and you were mentioning to me, I'm not worried, Riyadh is my tournament, I do well. Can you talk a little bit about that?
About previous? I mean, I didn't hear too much, to be honest. I can say that every Riyadh, I'm beast, I'm priming every Riyadh, I'm playing it. I don't know, it's my tournament. I don't know, let's see.
So I just want to ask you one quick question about in that game too, you guys had a really strong fight at Roshan where, you smoked, you engaged, you disengaged, you were able to catch the right targets. Can you talk about that process a little bit? How did you communicate?
We know that they were rushing, they taking this our area. We should just, this in CS, you smoke grenade, you just wait, the smoke, we watch a lot of replays, we just doing our thing, we just wait, and they cannot kill Roche, let's not panic, we chilly vibes, I don't know how to say. We just kiting them, we know that they're in pressure if we buy time, and they keep mistake. I mean, they did mistake, because we were just, some good positions that they cannot come to us. And, I don't know, they lose special, they lost.
Okay, so you guys kind of are the Grim Reapers of the survival group. What do you think about your next matchup versus P-Vision? Are you confident?
Against Parivision, it's first boss, to our mountain climbing. I mean, it's gonna be hard for sure because it's one of the favorites of tournament. But we'll just try our best, have fun, and just enjoy Dota. That's it.
Okay, best of luck to you and congratulations again. Back to you, panel.
Effie with Malik there talking about it's just chill. Just chill vibes. Winning against Aurora, anything but chill vibes to pretty much anybody who was watching that set. However, for Malik, you can kind of get a sense of what the team dynamic is like, Brian. Very relaxed, understanding that they've got the pieces in play. They actually don't need to exert themselves, which is maybe a secret threat for a lot of these teams, thinking Rune Eaters might be feeling under the gun. No, they have confidence, almost as if they are the mega boss that people are going up against.
I unironically believe that after that game 1 yesterday, whatever happened there was so much airing of the dirty laundry, so many things that needed to be said that were said, that from then on, like when I talked to Eki at the end of that series, he was kind of like in utter shock that they won after the events that occurred between game 1 and game 2, just the vibes within the team. Like there is something to be said about abandoning all expectations and just saying, this is another Dota game. Let's just see what happens. While also you're not like tuning out of the game. You're suddenly like in the element. You've let all the other stuff go and you've accepted it, I think is the most important thing that I've seen from this team. And it feels like for Malik, they didn't come in here thinking, are we gonna win? Are we good enough to size up against Aurora? And they literally just came in and said, if it's good enough, it's good enough. Let's just do it. And I think we educated ourselves on them. We watched their scrims or their replays, and they're gonna lose patience. We know it. Like he literally said, like
amazing.
We saw this somewhere, so we just know what's gonna happen. That degree of confidence. I was trying to explain it. I'm really glad he kind of confirmed it because that was my vibe
with them.
Watching them is just they look so fearless and confident, and that's what it's going to take down a game take down a team like Aurora, and also have a chance against P-Vision moving forward.
Well, that's going to be an interesting story. Those games will be on Stream A coming up tomorrow as we get into our quarterfinals, but we still got to set up one more quarterfinal, which means we have another game today on our B stream, and today's schedule will let you know all you need to know about it. I'll walk you through it as well. Vici Gaming, the last hope for China, are about to take on 1W. Our first time seeing Vici Gaming and 1W in this knockout series. Best of 3, that will determine who is going on and who is going home. Of course, we will have a little bit of a downtime before that set, but remember, we are coming back with our second series and maybe most impactful series of the day. So you do not want to go anywhere. In a second, we'll be right back with Vici Gaming and 1W.
guys united in any single idea for this team?
United in any single idea?
Yeah, you know, some teams are like, we formed this team to win TI, and that's it. We formed this team to be the best team ever. We formed this team to win as many tournaments as we can.
That's the drive behind every team, right? We want to win as much as we can and play the best that we can.
Which is more important to this team? Winning or playing the best Dota? Because those aren't always the same, you know?
Winning, for sure. I mean, best Dota is very subjective. But at the end of the day, if you win, then, you know, you won.
Do you think there's a team in Dota history that has played the best Dota ever?
I'm not sure. It's hard to say. A lot of teams, when they were at their peak, they played really well. I think in TI 11 in Tundra, we played really well. Also Falcons when they won TI, I think they played really good. Spirit when they won TI, they were really good. Same with, I guess Liquid and OG. To be honest, I think OG's playstyle was a bit more about punishing mistakes. So maybe objectively it's not like the best Dota, but at the time it was because people didn't understand how to play against this kind of stuff. Yeah, I'm not sure, I guess.
Pretty good answers. Okay, I'm going to ask one final question, and you guys get to go. So think hard about this question. I mean, you've already won TI, so it's a little different. If you're going to win TI on a specific hero, and that hero goes into the emblem of that year's Pantheon, you know, where they put 5 heroes on the artwork and everything, which hero would you want to win TI with? And you can answer this too, because you've won it on 2, but maybe there's one that you still want to win it on that you're like, you know, that represents me. Whitemon, what's that hero for you?
Asim.
Okay, 33.
But it's your hero.
Yeah, that's a cop-out.
Techies.
That's pretty disgusting. Holy moly.
I could play Largo in the finals. Maybe bring like a new hero in there.
You want to bring the frog to the big screen?
Yeah.
Do you enjoy playing Largo?
Yeah, for sure. You're just like chilling, you know.
Do you think Ice Frog made that hero specifically for you as a kind of, you know, I'm a blob and I farm neutral camps?
I don't know. Is that how the hero really is now? I'm not sure.
I don't know.
When the hero came out, I was thinking to myself, oh no, it's another new hero that I will never be able to play and, you know, like be like a liability for my team. But then it was just too broken that I felt like I had to try, and, you know, we lost like 20 scrims in a row when I ruined every game on Largo, but you know, you got to start somewhere.
That's cool. See, everybody loses on Largo, not just me. That's good to know. Pure, what's your TI winning hero?
Shall be Morphling.
Morphling. That's a cool choice. Does that hero have like a long, deep connection with you, going back across all of your pubs and scrims and everything?
Yeah, I mean, it's my most played hero, first of all, and I just love this hero. Like, this is my most favorite hero of all time.
Do you love that hero because you feel the skill cap is super high on it?
Not really. I mean, I just love the amount of possibilities that you can create on this hero. Every game is different, and in every game you can use different spells of any hero. And the situations are also different, right? Where you can use the spells.
That's like a very like creative-driven answer. I actually think that's an interesting interpretation because if I think of Pure as a player, I think of him as a very creative player. He's willing to like play a lot of different heroes like the Pudge Carry, the OD, right? These heroes that not a lot of other players are going to play. And then with Morphling, you get to play them all. So it's like you get all the ice cream flavors in one.
This is kind of what the hero does, right?
All right. Are you guys going to win EWC?
Yes.
There you have it, folks. Team 1Dub, your future EWC champions, future champions of future tournaments. They're cooking here. They got some beefs, but the beefs are stewing, and it probably tastes great. So power to them. I'll see them on stage. I am here with the 1Dub Ari, Birmingham champion, home turf champion. I got to ask, that probably felt pretty damn good.
Yeah, it felt amazing. We're hoping to repeat the glory of this tournament.
Do you consider France also your home turf, considering the historical significance these two countries have had?
I do not, but my team likes to tell me I'm half French. They try to insist that I'm French. I'm not sure.
Do you speak any French?
Not really.
Do you speak any American English?
Soccer.
That was terrible. I heard you're a big fan of my podcast. Not that I'm going to plug them, but I heard they're really good. Again, I wouldn't know because I'm not going to plug them. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, the podcast's really good. I listen to it at the gym.
What do you do at the gym? What's your routine?
Chest and shoulders, legs, back and biceps, three.
Push-pull, legs, 3-day rotation?
Yeah, exactly.
Who got you into it, or was it self-motivation?
I'd say self-motivation.
Does anybody else on your team go to the gym?
Moon and Whitemon do. The others are lazy.
You guys go together, or is it like a separate meditation type thing?
Moon and Whitemon often go together, but I'm more of a loner at the gym.
Do you like having an American coach?
No.
He's a real pain in the ass, right?
I mean, I like him, but not the American part, you know? Like, I'd prefer if he wasn't American.
What nationality do you wish your coach was?
Anything else, really.
You take anything?
Pretty much anything else, yeah. I can't stand when he keeps saying soccer. Are we watching the soccer tonight? Brother, it's football.
That's pretty bad. Even I, as an American, wouldn't say that around you guys.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
What else is terrible about Moon Meander? Not as like a Dota coach or anything, but as a person.
There's nothing terrible. I love him.
That's a pretty good answer. I was trying to bait you, but you didn't fall for it. Okay, what's terrible about him Dota-wise? He's got to be pushing some terrible idea on you, and you're just like, yo, fuck off, man.
I mean, He has an issue with, he likes to play a lot of pubs, and he'll try to draw conclusions from his rank 1000 pubs and tell us this hero is broken, this lane is too strong. And then he tries to show us his replay, like he's like, look how amazing I played, you guys should do this too, play like me. And then we're watching like, no.
Have you ever heard the expression that Michael Jordan played against milkmen and like accountants, that type of thing?
Yeah.
Does that Moonmander?
It's a bit like him, yeah.
He thinks he's the GOAT, but he's really just playing against milkmen?
You could say that.
Has one of his ideas ever actually turned out to be good?
Yeah, but you know, a broken clock is right twice a day.
So you think it's pure luck?
You could say that.
So who hired this guy?
Who knows?
Okay, we'll find that out after this interview. Who on your team are you most afraid of?
Probably BZM. You
What?
never know when he might throw a punch at you.
He's violent?
He can be.
Is he powerful?
He is powerful, yeah.
In what sense? Physically, emotionally, spiritually?
Physically.
Who's the most spiritual on your team?
Moon, probably.
What does he do that's spiritual?
He's just like a self-improvement guy, I feel, you know? He like reads his books about how to be a better person. He goes out into the wilderness to get the sunlight. Maybe it's not spiritual, but that's the kind of vibe.
So why doesn't any of that work for him?
Who's to say it's not working for him?
Well, it clearly isn't.
I mean, we don't know what he would be like if he didn't do those things. It could be worse.
I guess that's a fair point. Do you know about his videos and memes from the old days?
I do, yeah. They're very, very popular in our team.
Do you watch them ever?
It's been brought up on occasion.
What does he have to say about you watching his old memes?
He gets quite embarrassed and then makes sure to tell us, do not share this with anyone else.
Can you do the never ever ever on camera right now?
No.
Why not?
I'm not skilled enough.
What if I do it first?
You could do it.
I don't actually know the meme. Do you know it?
No.
Never ever ever! Just do that.
I can't do it.
This guy doesn't want to do it, but I respect that because it probably wouldn't be good for your image or brand. What do you think your image and brand is in Dota 2? If you had to describe it in 2 words, and one of them has to be an animal.
An animal? Maybe
5 seconds.
An owl.
What's the other word?
One animal.
No, 2 words. One of the words is an animal.
Okay, owl, nerd.
Owl nerd is your brand.
Yeah.
Do you think that's a wide-selling brand? Like if I went into a Nike board meeting and I said, I have Nerd Owl, are they going to give me money?
No, but in a gaming context, it can work.
Do you think your brand is popular among the ladies out there? If I went into a boardroom full of ladies and said, I have Nerd Owl, is that going to be a big hit?
I probably wouldn't use these 2 words in such a context.
Do you think that brand is big amongst the underground crowd? Like if I went to a punk emo concert and I was like, I know Nerd Owl, is that getting me in the door to the club?
Potentially.
Do you think your brand... I don't have any more. That was all I had. What do you think is the most intimidating Dota 2 player?
Physically?
On any level. Could be spiritually, his face, his gameplay, his physicality.
Slacks.
Why?
Is very self-explanatory.
Does he actually intimidate you?
No, but he could.
Like if you saw Slacks walking down the hall, you're like trying to avoid him, right?
I mean, I personally like Slacks, but I can see why someone would not. You know, like I think I remember in some tournament on OG with BZM, where it was BZM's birthday, and Slacks came like running at him, straight at him, and BZM just ran away because he knew this was not going to be a good time for him.
Would you rather do an interview with me or Slacks?
I'd put you both in the S tier, to be honest.
Okay, but if you had to pick one, and if that choice were me, and if you can say it into the camera for my producer.
My choice is SVG, and I'm saying it to the camera now.
Yeah, that's awesome. This has been an awesome interview with my best friend Ari from One Dub. Thank you, my man. I hope you do well in the tournament, and best of luck.
Thank you.
怎么变成这5个人现在在这个阵容？最开始就是他们一开始在跟牛哥啊，然后再跟 WS 在打，然后后来他们就是有一些人员上的变动，然后他们需要一个3号位，然后就因为去年我也跟他们一起打过，所以说就又找到我。我们因为去年当过队友，然后包括我跟新 Q 之前也当过队友，所以说我们磨合的不错。有时候像输比赛，然后长期的训练也会让我觉得很疲惫，因为就是经历了这些疲惫，然后胜利的时候才会特别开心嘛。所以说，也就是对胜利的渴望嘛，对赢游戏、赢过别人的那种向往。我觉得我们现在最需要提升的就是一些个人的实力，因为现在这个 Dota 变得越来越复杂，需要每个人有更多更精彩的操作，然后每个人的操作都会对局势有非常大的影响，有很大一部分原因就是因为他们的个人操作、个人节奏非常好，然后我们也在就是往这方面努力，还在一个要搞清楚自己打法的阶段嘛，因为Dota 的版本也一直在变动，然后热门的英雄每个比赛也都会变，然后我们其实就是每个比赛都还是需要去找一些就是赢游戏的方法。 我们在这个比赛前在国外训练了差不多2周，然后我希望就是我们能在这个小组赛，然后就是能够表现得比较好，然后继续成长，能够进入到淘汰赛去有更多的成长空间。
All right, time for more trivia. I've got Mouse, I've got Panto, as well as Chrysalis joining me. 1W team, got to get used to that. We've got Ari and BZM, and we have both Collapse and Rue here to talk about some of the past. Do you guys remember last year's EWC?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it should be pretty
for
memorable
sure.
since you guys won it and everything. First question is, what was the most picked hero of the Esports World Cup 2025?
Ah,
Do you remember anything?
Maybe Chen?
Was it Hoodwink? Tree bounce trick shot? Or is that too old?
Vayne? Lion?
No,
TA maybe?
No, might be more in Rue's category. It's a support hero.
Shadow Shaman.
That's right, Shadow Shaman. He remembers.
Shadow Shaman.
Shadow Shaman, 39 picks. That was with the broken.
The insta-killing
NA
Roche,
version.
of course, yeah. I remember.
This next question, we're going to ask in all the players, and they might get it right, they might get it wrong. I expect you guys to get it right because the question is, how many total matches did Team Spirit lose in EWC 2025?
1. The groups, I have no idea, so I'm going to say 2.
1.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Oh shit, I was going to go like 1, 2, 3, 4 and have to be like wrong, but I just got it.
You just stopped at
full
1,
accident.
so I thought that was great.
Full accident.
I'm a Juggernaut.
Extreme
Gaming.
We were playing versus Extreme, yeah, I remember.
I thought they lost to Gaming, but no.
No, they almost lost a game.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they should have lost
Yeah,
that
they
game.
should have lost the game.
And then it
Yeah.
went to 69 minutes. Game ended up choking.
That's the one I remember.
Yeah, and then they got 2-0.
That's a harsh way to put it.
What was the Shopify Rebellion roster of EWC 2025?
Hellscream.
Yep.
Timada.
Yep.
Scam?
That's right. It was Scam.
Oh, wait. This roster. Scam. Fly. Oi. Scam, Hellscream.
Yep.
Yopash.
Was it
Yopash,
David?
maybe. Oh, I'm remembering now.
Yeah,
Yopash.
Yopash.
It was Yopash.
Was it David Lama?
Yes.
Yes, it was.
The right one? Can you?
Saberlight. Of Collapse. Amar.
No, Saberlight.
Go through all the offlaners Shopify Rebellion had. He is now on Nigma Galaxy.
Lama.
Davai Lama.
Davai Lama?
Yeah.
Really?
Davai Lama. Yep. Tomato, Yopaj, Davai Lama, Hellscream, and Scam.
What a roster.
You said it, not me. I didn't say that. All right. What player, this question always makes me laugh. What player had the best KDA ratio at EWC 2025?
Yotaro.
It was not Utoro.
Amar.
No.
Eiffel.
That's a good guess, but not quite.
Probably,
Lara or Yopara.
no.
Maybe Collapse.
No.
Not us?
No. Not from our team, right?
Not from your team. You're correct.
Bro, I think it's GPK.
Yeah, it's GPK.
It always has to be GPK.
Of course.
Even though he's like losing tournament, he's gonna be like top 1.
Of course. That's what he does. GPK.
Really?
Yep. He had a KDA of 10.43.
GPK?
That's right.
It's always GPK.
It's always GPK.
It's always GPK.
Did you watch EWC 2024 by any chance?
Not sure.
Okay. All right. So you have to carry this question.
Yeah, fuck.
What was the most banned hero in EWC 2024?
Sand King.
No, wasn't.
I remember we banned Sand King like all games.
Yep.
And one game we didn't ban. We got smashed and kicked out of tournament.
I guess other teams felt differently about it. So 2 years ago.
24. Okay, we played that together.
2024.
We played that one together.
The most banned hero.
Arquada.
Ooh, that's close. Not quite.
Idiot.
Chrysalis?
Monkey King.
Monkey King. He gets it right.
Yeah.
Well done.
Because
of course
he played
the character.
Monkey.
Yeah.
Monkey King.
Yeah. Do you remember that?
Why though? It's because of the GQ? He's pushed out. I don't know.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It had 174 bans. We're done. Thanks for watching, I guess. I don't know how they're going to close this out.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
We booked Esports World Cup up.
Welcome back to Dota 2 at EWC 2026. My name is Rain Day, and I'm joined by Effie and BSJ as we continue on into our survival stage bracket. The playoffs nearly upon us, but to get there, you've got to go through the Goliaths that have qualified higher than you. We saw it just recently with Rune Eaters, who took down Virtus Pro yesterday and now have been able to take down Aurora Gaming in not just a tight set, a 2-0. A really convincing win. Can they keep that up on that side of the bracket? We'll have to wait and see what P-Vision and their matchup looks like heading into the playoffs. But for now, we still have more stories to tell. It's going to be Vici Gaming that are coming up against 1W, one of the top teams in all of Dota in terms of results this year. Effie and Brian, 4 first-place wins. 1W obviously cannot be counted out, but again, neither could Aurora, and here we are.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I don't want to say that, wow, this team looks tough. The real challenge begins now, because we just said that about Aurora, like you mentioned, and they got knocked out. But if we were to say it about a few teams, I do think it would be very fair to talk about 1W. I mean, this team was the top of the EPT leaderboards this year. Coming into this EWC, they have the most Tier 1 tournament finishes. Last year as well, they had the most Tier 1 tournament finishes, the most Grand Finals. They have been consistently so good and are definitely going to be an obstacle here for Vici.
Yeah, so for Aurora's group stage, they won one Nigma Galaxy and they won one to Team Liquid, and that netted them second place. So there wasn't like a clear distinction between whether or not they could have potentially been the best team in the group. And I don't feel like they had any real testing in the group stage. While on the other hand, going into the second series, 1W, pardon my French, kind of got slapped by Yandex in their last series. And I honestly think there might have been a pretty significant difference in the wake-up call that Aurora did not get.
Yeah.
Or like the real test that they did not get in the group stage as opposed to 1W. I actually think they're going to be a stronger team because of that. And as Eki gets to take out the key for Aurora Gaming, did he have that on his 2026 bingo card? I do not think he did.
Dude, he must be so happy. He was over the moon yesterday after taking out VP, and I imagine that there was so much satisfaction in getting that key there.
And he was just happy all around. I mean, our stage manager is just like, you're interviewing Eki, right? Because he's so fun. He's so nice to talk to. We're like, we kind of got to switch it up a little bit. But that just shows you the impact that he can make. And obviously that personality across the board, even with Malik talking with him, it became clear that they have a good vibe. Of course, that is a team that we're going to keep eyes on. Maybe the biggest story so far that has come out of this tournament as a surprise. But we may have more surprises on us as we switch gears to Vici Gaming, who are, I think, want to do anything but be too surprising. I think they want to be very stable here, Effie. I mean, they have the last chance, like we mentioned in our story of the day, to represent China here at this tournament. They are going to TI, which is something they can look forward to, but it feels like a lot of weight and responsibility on their shoulders. We talk about Bach. He's a former TI winner. Obviously, there is expectation for this team to perform and perform at a high level.
For sure. I mean, I would imagine going into TI in Shanghai this year, they want to come out with a good result from EWC to feel good about going into TI. And with Extreme Gaming being knocked out yesterday, I can't help but feel that they feel that extra pressure. And you shouldn't look at it as, okay, we're carrying the torch for a region, we can't mess up or people will be angry. But within that region, it very much functions that way. There is a sense of pride, and I don't think they can just be stable today. They need to be exceptional to beat 1W.
If we're talking about like a team having expectations set upon them externally, I think Vici's the polar opposite of Rune Eaters.
Yeah.
You know, like even though they're both in the same spot where they're facing like the mini boss, I think all of us came in and would be like, good luck, Rune Eaters. Hope you don't get,
whatever.
You know, hope it doesn't go too poorly. For Vici, even though they are the underdog on paper coming into this series, I think, like you mentioned, Mira, like that is the culture of the Chinese region. They have a lot of pride. They put a lot of expectations and pressure on their teams, and I think there are times where that does propel them forward. And I also think there's times where it can cause kind of that weight. And watching Vici Gaming during the group stage, they did end it strong with a 2-0 versus Maus, but through the rest of it, it's like they were beating the teams they should beat, but then they were very clearly losing to the teams that were considered the favorites in the tournament. So unlike Rune Eaters, they have not displayed the ability to take a game off of the better teams.
Right.
So I'm a little bit more skeptical of their potential today if you only look at this tournament. But they have been a team that's been leveling up ever since they assembled their final form in like March, I believe, was when Zenq was the final player to join this team. And I have faith in them, but I'm also like, I hope I don't like, oh, I just rode a high of Rune Eaters taking that crazy victory. If Vici can give us another series like that, I'll be very happy.
I think it's a gut check, and it's also a level check. Sometimes we were looking at the group of death coming out where we saw 1W coming out of as well, and I think that kind of set the tone for Virtus Pro. We had high expectations for them because we couldn't really see whether it was just being in that group D or if maybe they did underperform, and it clearly was. But the same way goes for Rune Eaters and maybe in Vici Gaming, where we don't quite know where their ceiling is. Maybe there is more for this team. All of that going to be found out, but we certainly have to talk about 1W. And 1W for me, guys, is, you know, I was talking with Shiva earlier on. She was prepping me a little bit. She said, this is 33's team. I mean, he's a 2 TI winner with 2 different full rosters. There's nobody who has done that before. Talking about that impact, and I think talking about how he ends up playing, I'm curious what you think him and Ari, Effie, that dynamic needs to show in this game for them to come out swinging.
Yeah, he is the visionary. He is the captain. He's very much a, I have created you in my image and likeness, you know, follow me. But it is his team in the sense that his ideas are just the strongest, clearly, and people who join his teams tend to end up adopting his way of playing Dota. And we see that reflected in 1W with their GPM and macro play. They play for the most efficient plays on the map at any given state. They don't mind dragging out games as long as they need to, so long as they are always fighting at advantages. And Ari has very much adopted that. Like on lane, I feel like he just stacks camps, He'll rotate, get all the runes, he hits every single timing that a support should, and that's exactly how 33 likes it.
Yeah, if you want to get an idea, Evan, of how 33 operates, so there was a year when he joined Team Liquid where they ended up winning TI on his second roster.
Yep.
Before he joined them, his team, Tundra, had gotten basically dead last, I think, at TI, while Liquid had placed at either top 3 or second place. And when he got invited onto the team, his approach was, so here's how we're going to play Dota. So it's like, no matter what team this guy's on.
Thanks for the invitation.
Yeah, thanks for the invitation.
Appreciate being a part of the team.
So
Here is how we're going to run the team.
Yeah. So it's like he does have a very distinct way of playing the game, and it is when you're on 33's team, don't get me wrong, there's a reason he has this. It has,
yes,
it's just because he didn't perform in that one TI, he has a lot of tenure and a lot of success and proof points. But it's his way or the highway, and he was the player, in my opinion, that really pioneered the whole playstyle of, if we have better auras or utility combined with we kill more creep camps than you kill, we're going to win the game. And that's been very much adopted by a lot of other teams, to some extent forcefully, just because the way the map is played nowadays, being a much bigger map than it has historically been. And if you're losing to it, you kind of like, if you can't beat them, join them kind of thing. But a lot of other teams have taken their very different approach. I like watching 33 from a theoretical standpoint.
Yeah.
But as like a professional, as a professional Dota spectator, it's hard to appreciate the nuance.
No, I'm with you. Like, it's always funner to watch the Yandexes, but there is something very beautiful in like the pure mathematics than watching 1W. But yeah, we see a clockwork start from V2 here, and a lot of teams versus 1W have been opting to take out at least one of 2 33 heroes in that first banning stage, but they go untouched. It's usually been the Axe or Centaur covered in that first phase. So I do wonder if they're going to look to snag it up here or just respond with another support pick. There is still a Hoodwink in the pool, which would be a great pick for Ari as well.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of their drafts, you know, they have like a very playstyle defining hero. And oddly enough, I don't think Centaur is that. I think Centaur is very much... So the thing about Clockwork, you want to pick a ranged carry with it. So it's funny, I've been thinking about like, how do you even deal with Clockwork? He's one of the most annoying supports to lane against in the entire game, and he can be very oppressive given the right lane partner. But what a lot of teams are doing is just like, you're not going to make full use of Clock unless you pick a ranged carry, so we'll just pick an offlaner who's good against ranged carries. And there's even times where the Centaur gets absolutely demolished in lane. We saw that happen to DM the other day, but then you still have high impact in the game because your hero is conceptually good against it. So
interesting.
That's like I think that's the idea behind this Centaur opening here.
Yeah, but we know it was coming, right? So it's been Centaur Axe. They take one at the start, like I mentioned. The Centaur comes out. Like, did V2 prepare a lifestealer or something like that? Because I do think sometimes it is as simple as just ban the Centaur, to me. Because it's just hard for me to see this Drow in the first phase with the Treant being covered and think of her as more of a threat than the Centaur in terms of how 1W draft.
Yeah, it's very true. I mean, when I look at the heroes that they did take out, obviously Invoker for Bezium, Bane, Whitemon has displayed that he will pick Bane with or without synergy, against or not against counter picks. Like, he does utilize the laning stage prowess of the hero, and maybe they feel like Bach maybe a bit out of his comfort zone to be playing the summons offlaners like Lycan, perhaps. Like, maybe that hasn't worked the best for them during scrims or what have you. So these are the type of factors where a lot of times you want to know you do know what's coming with these teams, and based on your own player preferences and play style, sometimes you're just like, we'd rather play against a predictable Centaur than a Drow lane that we can pick stuff against it, but maybe it's just more in their wheelhouse.
Yeah, I guess what I wonder is if, you know, V2 were like, how did Yandex beat them? Did we just kind of copy some of their bans in that first phase? Were they onto something here? Because Invoker and Bane did get covered versus them when Yandex won. So maybe that's what they're trying to do here. Or maybe they're going to just pick some Centaur counter.
So that's very likely a Tiny carry. A lot of very traditional combo. So oftentimes the Murata, you want like a point-click stun that just sets up the arrow, but Tiny, funny enough, has an AoE stun and a single target toss, but you can keep them in place long enough for the arrow to come in. It's funny, in the days of old, this was a support duo, but now that Tiny's getting predominantly played as a carry, And Mirana's almost exclusively at 4. I feel like a lot of people behind the scenes are like, this hero can be mid. She can dish out some serious damage. If it was for BZM, like if it was a 1W picking it, I think that would actually be more likely to be the case. But XinQ, he does like his Mirana a lot. So almost certainly going to be a support Mirana here.
Keeper of the Light, Templar Assassin coming out for 1W.
I think TA as a hero, when you play against these high HP heroes like Tiny, is always going to be valuable. Even though she's not the ranged carry of the draft, it is one of Pure's signature heroes. So to see her out, they're saying we just need the burst damage supplied against this Tiny, and we're comfortable with whatever lane you throw our way. They also pick up the Keeper of the Light for Ahri, which is one of his best heroes, and it opens up a lot of combinations from that mid lane. Typically, it's actually the Ember or the Storm or the Tiny, and Ember kind of covered by the Tiny pick, I would say. I mean, BZM can play it versus anything, but if you pick it here, there's a chance that you get counterpicked by XM on 18.
The discussion is purely about Ember right now because you have Ember Spirit Mirana set up on one side, you have Coddle Ember on the other. You either take, I thought they were either going to take it or like preemptively block pick it with a counter of some sort, but they actually just go a completely different direction.
The thing is, like earlier, Embers versus XM, maybe they're like, this guy's just gonna pick.
He does love the Vipers.
Husker and Viper and whatever he needs to play there.
Darkseer.
Honestly, I'm really digging VG's draft right now. I think on paper they're the worser team, but I like their answers. So TA, she's either countered by carries that are illusions and high armor, or she's countered by
DOT.
DOT, yeah, exactly. So Darkseer, one of the best dot heroes in the game. And the thing about Darkseer is a lot of times on TA, like worst case scenario, you're against some Viper in lane, you get booted out of lane, you go jungle. And a lot of the heroes that counter TA in lane, they don't push the lane and they don't invade. They just kind of trade farm with you and allow you to catch up. But Darkseer, if you give him that good start, he will very quickly overtake your map farm, and that's what TA is a macro hero at the end of the day. Like she has Sideblade, she's really reliant on killing as many camps as possible, so Darkseer has always been a counter to TA. I think this is a bit of an oversight, perhaps, because you have the Clockwork synergy. Perhaps it's going to be laning with Mirana, but the fact that like Ringmaster and Coddle, neither of these heroes is particularly great for Darkseer either. I think this is a really good Darkseer pick, Mira. Are you having any different impressions of this?
No, it's a great Darkseer pick, and also Mirana she trades pretty well versus Ringmaster. I mean, Ringmaster is a very strong laner, and not many supports can play into him, but with her new Quiver, she should do fine. So it's not like Ringmaster can miraculously win this game for TA. I think Ahri is going to actually have to come through that gate at some point, because I can see the Darkseer lane just shoving into that tower if any of the support trades go wrong and Ringmaster has no resources. At that point, that's when Pure is exploitable. And we've seen Pure have some games where he dies on lane quite a bit. Is this one of them?
The Wonder Kid, you said, Effie, hoping that he brings out one of those wonderful games this time around.
I'm really shocked that they're not picking Ember Spirit. Is it just not XM's playstyle? Like, does he just not? Yeah, I mean, he has not picked Ember Spirit this tournament. I feel like that has to play a big role in their varied results so far, because it's so good.
Yeah.
Okay, they ban it themselves. Okay, like that just tells me it's so good with Ion Shell. It's so good with Mirana. It's so good against TA. That just means they don't play it.
They do play, but I think they're more of a Storm team of the Spirit Bros than they would be an Ember and Earth Spirit team.
They did pick Earth Spirit, or was that a Zeus? That's an XM Zeus, never mind.
He's just a Storm Spirit guy, you know? They're probably like, Storm will do enough for us. With the Ion Shell, he can go in for us, too.
It feels really bad, though, when you're in a meta of Earth Spirit and Storm Spirit and you're saying your mid laner doesn't really play them. That feels pretty awful.
I've seen him play Ember Spirit, though.
I'm just saying, so far, they have not played it.
Yeah,
like
but
this
in
event.
the past, you know?
I just feel like all I know is when I'm looking through teams' drafts, I see at least like 3 or 4 Ember Spirits.
Yeah. Well, it could be a conversation.
Sorry to like drag this out, but they don't have last pick, and you can't just like pick Ember into like a Huskar or something.
Copy would say otherwise.
That is true.
I agree with you though. Like BZM will definitely lane counter you pretty hard if he gets the opportunity. Are they saying they think this is a mid tiny? Is what they're saying with the Terrorblade man
and the puck.
Cover your bases.
And the Earth Spirit on the other side. So they take it.
Okay.
And we will see it. We'll just see it on the side of 1W. Puck will come and join XM as he's on mid. We've seen a lot of good stuff from Puck. I mean, the series that we saw beforehand, Rune Eaters and Copy have done well with this character. We'll see if This hero performs also. Vici Gaming trying to make their way past a very, very successful team. One of the best results over the course of the year in Dota 2 and 1W. Before we leave, Ryan, how do you feel about this draft so far for both teams? Who gets the edge?
I mean, I think 1W is just the better team, but I think Vici got a lot of what they wanted. This is very signature heroes for them, and they're in their comfort zone, and I think they're set up to potentially take this one.
Well, that is going to set us up extremely well here, because if Rune Eaters was just an aperitif for what could happen in this set of the survival stage, I am ready for the main course, because Vici Gaming have a chance to go up against one of the winningest teams this year, 1W. And of course, we got to get a great team for you on the cast to call this one. We've got Ricky and Zach ready to take it away. Fellas, how are we feeling about the draft?
I'm doing pretty good. I like the draft, actually, from both teams. You know, we're kind of listening in, getting some people's takes on, which ones they kind of favor. I think Vici's draft is pretty good. We'll see how well the med matchup of the Earth Spirit versus Puck goes, but I think that one has typically been Puck favored in lane, right, Zach? But then Earth Spirit kind of turns it around eventually.
Earth Spirit, man. He seems to do so much.
He does a little bit of everything.
Yeah. I definitely... Both teams have things they can play for, and it's really going to come down to who does well in the lane, and then how do you actually connect those pieces together. I do think Vici's might be a little tougher because the Mirana arrows connecting with something like Vacuum can be very iffy. Clockwork is like kind of a stun, but it's not that long. They can kind of move around a little. So it's a lot about the Tiny, but he's the carry, so it's kind of funny.
I'm really excited to see Bach on the Darkseer. It's been banned a lot of times against Vici. He's been playing similar heroes, things like Beastmaster, these Helm of the Domineer, Helm of the Overlord type heroes. I think with Darkseer, we're likely to see something similar. But in terms of, how much value he gets out of in the lane versus this TA, should be pretty good, especially with the Clockwork. If they can actually get on top of the TA, you have a lot of kill threat. Easier said than done sometimes, though, against a Ringmaster.
30 seconds to battle.
For sure. I like these observers. They've already got placed. They know.
Super deep.
Yeah, Vici knows to expect some of these movements from the Earth Spirit, but also the stacking, right? It's just something 1W is known for. Their How can anyone have purchased them already? They're one of the best teams at stacking consistently. They have great heroes for it, especially eyes on the Keeper of the Light. I do think Vici have some heroes to steal those stacks, and I would love to see if they try to make any kind of play like that, because you can't let 1W get away with their game plan, right? Which is stack, farm up to some critical mass, right? You know what they're good at. You have to find some way to disrupt that.
Yeah, for anyone who's wondering, the drums question mark. I'm not sure if it's coming through on the broadcast or not, but there is what sounds like a drum line in one of the nearby stages going off.
The energy in the arena is high. They're very excited about the last Rune Eaters upset. They cannot get over it. They have not stopped cheering.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Now the player's smiling, kind of knowing what's going on. But, dude, yeah, that Rune Eaters upset was nuts.
Crazy.
I know a lot of people coming in today were like, oh, okay, Rune Eaters, Aurora, like, probably Aurora favored, right? Rune Eaters came in with a vengeance, man. They weren't eating runes, man. They're eating the other teams alive. They're just here to gorge themselves.
Eating your hopes and dreams.
Yeah.
No, for sure. I feel like analysts, experts, right, often talk about the Dota skill, things you're doing right, things like technicals talks, but there can just be a level of pressure in these big tournaments, and it can affect you poorly, and sometimes we see teams underperform, and sometimes you just let it go and be like, let's just take it as it is, guys. We're just going to go, and it frees you, and something could just play so much better. I feel like Rune Eaters went through that. They're like, these are tough opponents, just deep breath, let it go. Like, we're just gonna send it, guys. And suddenly they're just playing so well.
Vici game is kind of similar, right? Like, they came into this tournament, we talked with Bach, and he was like, we have zero expectations. Like, if we bottom out groups, we bottom out groups. But at the end of the day, the only thing they wanted to do was get better as a team, because they know how skilled they are individually and what the skill ceiling is for this team being extremely high. And they're like, okay, if we play well, if we get better as a team, we could win. Like, they could legitimately win the whole event. Sure. But at the same time, they're like, we haven't been consistent. We haven't looked super great in the past. So every day to them is a learning experience, and that's what they were mostly looking for. And so coming in today, now getting tested against one of the best teams of the tournament, one of the best teams of the last 6 months, right? Like 1W has been super strong. Like our panel pointed out, right? Multiple tournament victories just this year alone, and now we have, main stage EWC. This is the trial by fire. Like if you want to prove yourself as like the best team, you have to take down 1W.
Yeah, I 1W is pretty much the most consistent top team of the last couple years, as the players have shifted around and rosters have shuffled. But that group of players is almost always a tournament threat, and you go in knowing that they're a tournament threat. I think the last couple years of Chinese Dota, it's possible. A lot of the players have a ton of experience. There are literal TI winners on the teams, but it's always a question of how are they going to perform at this tournament? How are they looking? And it feels like that's constantly the question. And that they are very aware of, like you said, Vici, just saying, hey, first, out of the groups, we figured it out. One of the things he said in one of the interviews is we're trying to figure out our play style, right? And I think one place I have in mind when I hear them talk about that is Shiro. A lot of his most played carries are the more hyper carries that are really out of the meta.
Yeah.
It's much more active nowadays. I feel like that's part of it, of balancing. Do we try to make that work, just fit it in, or do we find the new heroes? What do we like? What's our play style? It feels like at any moment they could do it. I think this team has been looking better and better. But like you said, 1W, it's the test on, at the big tournament, at the LAN. This is it. This is the moment of truth.
I absolutely agree. I'm trying to think if there's any heroes that have been slightly getting picked up a little bit that are definitely in Shiro's wheelhouse. And looking at Yatoro, they did pick Morphling a couple times, which is like a Shiro classic. And so if I'm Vici Gaming here, I'm looking at that replay like, hold up. Why are we seeing Morphling all of a sudden?
Can I do that?
Yeah,
Morphling?
can I pick Morphling in this current meta? Right? Like, I think there are a lot more viable heroes maybe than people expect. But it's not the best time to experiment, right? Like, you are now in elimination. It's single elimination, right, for the rest of the tournament. So you can't really experiment. Group stage was the time where you might be able to like try some heroes that here and there and like maybe find your play style, like you're mentioning. Right now, you better hope you figured it out, because if you haven't,
well, sometimes you gotta just do it, right? Like experiment on the fly, because your prep has. It's the enemy team has shown like, yeah, we were prepared for that. So you have to go to your B strat. And I mean, we do hear that sometimes from interviews. It's like, oh, that was a great pick. Thanks. I haven't played it for 4 months. Like they got to that moment. And they're like, yeah, I can kind of see the vision. I'm just going to do my best. Sometimes that's what it takes, right? That's what these top teams can do. You have your really well prepared strats, but sometimes you pull something out of left field. That's actually not really what 1W tends to do. They tend to play. They stick to what they do.
They have a very formulated plan.
They do it very well. That's kind of their strength.
Yeah, I think this roster has been very, very dialed in for a long time in terms of like they are experts at specific strategies, almost like old gaming gladiators during like the gaming gladiator prime. Like people would kind of hate on them for being like, oh, you guys are winning every game the exact same way, and it's like not fun like watching you because you just keep winning the same way. And I think 1W has a similar formula of like they have a strategy that works really well for them.
We love farming.
Yeah, and it's hard to punish them. Like teams have not done a really good job of being able to exploit that in a way. And even when 1W is like struggling in a game, we've mentioned this a lot, they're the team that can somehow kind of stem the bleeding, right? And manage to stabilize even in like what looks like a terrible situation.
Yeah, it's not that the teams they don't realize what 1W is doing and like, we just can't figure out how to stop them. They certainly try, but I think 1W's hallmark is the efficiency.
Yeah.
And every moment you have to spend thinking, okay, should we stop them in the triangle? Should it be this lane we pressure? 1W is the one running the same strat every time, so they're faster at adjusting to it. And all the players, it kind of depends on the meta and which heroes are available, but all the players know how to step up to drag out a game and find farm that other teams wouldn't find. And you'd see like, oh, they're losing 2K, 5 minutes later, 10K, whatever, right? It's getting worse and worse. But 1W, they managed to just keep it at, like, as soon as they realize, hey, we're losing, drag this out. Go find farm wherever, avoid the enemy. They're so good at it. And we're going to see if they even end up in that situation, because first you got to beat them in the lanes to even put them in that case. Most of the time they do well, and then they grow a huge gold lead with their efficient play.
Well, we are back into game number 1, Vici Gaming versus 1W, as it will just be a 2-for-2 on the runes. Nice little blinding light from Ari to secure the top rune away from XM. Now, we've seen this Earth Spirit versus Puck matchup quite a bit. I thought it was a little bit more one-sided for a while, but it has kind of surprised me. It's a lot more skill-based than I would have initially expected. I think XM will have a better time the first few waves, but eventually the Earth Spirit, one of the best rotating heroes, can show up in the side lanes, sometimes pre-level 6 if he's having a really bad lane. But one of the benefits of this hero, and XM making sure to utilize Puckish as much as possible.
I do think in terms of getting support help, though, Vici, with the Clockwork and the Mirana, they're more traditional roaming supports. They might actually get kills onto the Earth Spirit if you can catch him before he rolls away. It's a lot harder to gank a Puck with the Keeper of the Light and the Ringmaster. They can show up to help, especially to save the Earth Spirit. I imagine they'll be doing more stacking, though, if they can choose what they do. Maybe you still help with the power runes, of course, but otherwise just stack. That's the 1W way.
Oh, why? Bottom lane. This is going to be first blood on over to the Keeper of the Light, bleeding out to the Blood Grenade. That's a pretty good start. I know Effie pointed out on the panel, right? One of Ari's best heroes currently, the Keeper of the Light. He's looked super good on it. A lot of combos that you can play around. I think with Earth Spirit, it's not like the most obvious, but it's still a good combo, right? Any of the spirits tend to do fairly well with the Keeper of the Light. And then it's a classic stack hero for 1W, which we mention all the time. Like, this team loves to stack, and 33 is going to be the one who gets the stacks. Like, that's just like the way it works.
XinQ might be second blood here.
Yeah.
Couldn't get the denies. Very well done from 1W. Both sides. See, this is what we're saying, right? They're such a strong laning team as well. And once they have that strength, I wouldn't be surprised to see these supports start doing that stacking, knowing their cores are going to be okay, right? We already put them ahead. They'll be good enough not to feed while I leave. And this is where I'm still a little mixed on it when I see these Mirana supports come out. I like when there's a lot of arrow setups and easy setups, right? Like Nightmare and Disruption are the classic.
Yeah.
Avalanche does kind of work. Toss can be sometimes a little iffy. But it does kind of work in this lane. The Ethers can be a lot trickier. I think that might limit Y in terms of what he can do. But I do like that he could just go and invade. As those stacks happen, he could just use the arrows to steal some of those big creeps away. And the late game is good.
This top move for this Lotus, there's no way you can actually contest these two inside that Lotus pool. So they'll give it up. XinQ grabs it. A lot of damage from Pure there. Needs to be careful. So I am curious what Bach can get done on the Darkseer. I did mention he's going to probably go that Helm of the Dominator. It's been the default build for Darkseer. This event, it's looked pretty good in terms of being able to accelerate his farm, and if he's not too far behind coming out of the lane stage, I think it's a great combo. Whitemon in a lot of trouble. Vacuum back, pops the stick, trying to survive, but they get the kill. XinQ has the Lotus still to play around, just needs to kite out Pure. Maybe he'll get the deny with the minus armor. It will help him out. Great play there from this Vici offlane.
That's the question. Can you get close enough to actually do the damage? Because once you're on top with this double melee, it's a classic.
Yeah, it really is.
It's pretty tough. TA can keep her distance with the side blade, just keep the lane shoved out. And Ringmaster can typically fear you away with the Tame the Beast, but got caught sneaking his head out of those trees. I don't think he'll do that too many times. But you'll take what you can get for now.
Well, he's going to put some pressure on the Bach. He's got a salve, though. He'll be able to heal himself back up, get in fighting shape.
Got his Helm of the Iron Will as well.
Big.
This is where it starts to become very tough to kick out the Darkseer, but Pure is already doing quite well on the TA. So
early boots. I like it.
Yeah, even as the Darkseer is here farming, Pure will be doing the same thing.
It's rare that we see the TA. There's a couple safe laners that pick it up every once in a while. Ari in the bottom lane picked up. Must have been an arrow grab there. Nicely done from Y. If you hit the arrow, it is a lot of damage. We've been seeing Maranas kind of pop off this tournament, right? Yep, the avalanche and the arrow, they got it.
Yeah, it does do quite a lot, plus the extra damage she gets on the harass thanks to the new innate. It helps set it up, because before sometimes you land the arrow, but you just don't have enough damage because you've invested in the arrow. But now that extra harass helps out a lot. Oh, thank you, range creep. Tank some of that damage.
They're really trying to prevent Pure from getting the Meld Strike, but he'll grab it. He's going to lose a lot of health for this, though. Good cogs. Should be able to bonk him one more time. Let's see if they can actually go for the dive. Jin Q, he's going to pay for this. Yep, Strongman Tonic, quite good at keeping Pure alive. Is a lot of damage, but you really don't want to be giving up these kills.
Strongman Tonic is an absurd souvenir.
Yeah. I feel like that's one of the souvenirs that will get nerfed, because Ringmaster's been getting a lot more attention, and I feel like it's only a matter of time before he starts getting a couple balancing adjustments. I could see that one being one of them. Mid lane, Puck. Caught from the silence. What a blinding light into the stomp. Beautiful combo here from the side of 1W, taking down XM. And top lane, they've got the power rune as well. I mean, they bring 4 to the mid lane for that 6-minute rune.
I like seeing this. Off-laners actually coming over the rune, because it's become common, oh, the support's gone, let's punish this guy. Some of these off-laners just head on over as well, get involved. And you sometimes get kills like this.
Box gonna take so much damage. Has a vacuum, but the double, triple impalement art now. Just burning him down. Pure, you gotta be careful, buddy. That creep got an ion shell on it.
This right there, right? The offlaner is left alone, and if you can find a way to punish it, then suddenly it feels pretty bad. But the map is slated to benefit the carry versus the offlaner. So the offlaners are the ones who I've started to see more of them rotate for some of these early power runes, depending on how the lane looks.
This is gonna be a very scary attempt at this Wisdom Shrine. Jin Q
Can they keep him out?
away. They do keep him out. The avalanche and the arrow, they'll be able to steal it. The question is, can you get out now? Y does have a TP, but he has no mana. He's going to be hiding in the trees for quite some time.
They realize this, right? I think they checked his mana.
Oh, they definitely realize it now. 33 with the stomp. A little bit of refresh here from Ari. No problem at all.
They got their own Wisdom Shrine too, right?
I think it was double Wisdom Shrine, yeah, for Vici. Or did Pure take it?
2 supports is not always worth it, but having the rotation of the mid kind of helps. The thing is, Caudle is not... There are some supports that are very level 6 dependent. Caudle doesn't mind as much if he's a little bit late to level 6.
Your Clockwork definitely does, and it's going to be a move for the 8-minute power rune. XM does not win the 50-50. It's going to be top. BZM bottles it up on the Earth Spirit. A shield rune. Going to make it very difficult to try and pressure him now. This is exactly what you talked about, right? Y on the Marana can just kind of come over and start contesting some of these stacks.
You pretty much need to, because the lanes have been going so well. Whitemon benefiting from a lot. He's level 5, so he didn't even... Like, I don't even need that Wisdom Shrine. And in trying to contest, may have stuck around too long.
He's got the urn on him. He's dead. Nice find there, BZM. 4 points in that kick. It's a lot of damage.
Whitemon even getting the XP here. He's going to have an early level 6.
He's going to... I feel like he might get it before that 10-minute mark, which is kind of nuts.
I mean, it's a really strong ult, and he has multiple teammates to set it up, mainly the offlane and the mid. So one roll will set up the Wheel of Wonder, Tame the Beast combo, and it's a lot of damage right now.
And here come the stacks. Actually misses the Ancient Camp there, but BZM looking to clean up the hard camp. That's pretty good. In terms of net worth, the game's still very even. It's just the Darkseer struggling a little bit as well as the Marana. But he's got the Helm of the Dominator now. This is exactly the timing he needed to get to. He's just got to figure out which creep he wants to pick up. Maybe it'll be the Troll Summoner. Maybe he'll grab like a Centaur or the Tomato.
This is the 1W efficiency, though.
Yeah.
2 to 8, so they're getting involved, they're getting kills, and yet they still find time to stack, right? They got a 1K lead clearing that first stack. The Ancient stack is still there, so...
And they're taking the enemy stacks now. You can just roam around this Keeper of the Light with that Earth Spirit.
That means they're going to be set up for the 10-minute rune as well.
Yeah, we'll see who actually is able to show up on the side of Vici Gaming. They are bringing the Mirana as well, but a little bit too late. Movement towards the bottom rune. It's going to be an illusion. Actually, quite a nice rune for the puck. There's the level 6 on Whitemon. He actually has it completed. I mean, we were talking, it's going to come out very early. Immediately puts that Wheel of Wonder to use.
XM steals a little bit from the enemy triangle, but BZM's actually just here to kick Bach out. I don't think he can get this kill too easy. I say, that was a lot of damage.
If he magnetizes this, he might be able to, but doesn't have the point in it, so...
All right, a necessary teleport out.
Yeah. Oh.
But Whitemon, is it? He just took the deepest wraparound, and he actually didn't even place a ward.
No.
I feel like that's gonna mess with you on Vici. You're like, I mean, he just toured our entire base. Surely there's a deep ward somewhere. We gotta go check. And they're not gonna find anything. Here comes a sentry. Let's see where he looks. I mean, I guess you might find a trap at least, right? But yeah, he's like, surely. I mean, what was he doing back here? He has to be warding. Sneaky mind games.
Yeah, especially as we get closer to 14 minutes, right? The invasion for that Wisdom Shrine is always an option. Bach's going to grab himself his new jungle creep.
Amidst all of this, Shiro has been farming well on the Tiny.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he is a free kill for Pure. He is a carry that can get involved sooner than others, and I think he's going to need to do that for his team. But usually you finish... Yeah, like this Echo, and then if you're going to get involved really quickly, the Blink. And I did see he has it queued up. Sometimes Shadow Blade, that could also work, but I like Blink here.
He needs to find the Keeper, right? Like, he needs to find Coddle or Ringmaster at the start of the fights. Like, someone has to get on them. It's either going to be him or the Puck.
If not both.
Yeah, if not both, right? Because those are the heroes that are going to, like, stop your team fight.
Yeah, I can see finding them, or at least setting up an arrow combo with the Mirana.
Yeah.
That will also work depending on, you know, where everybody is standing.
Another power rune there for BZM. I think his third.
I would say that's good luck, but really it's just they're preparing for it. They're bringing the heroes, and they have the strength.
We still don't have level 6 on the clockwork. Mirana does have it, so you could try to look for a Moonlight Shadow play, but it's like who starts the fight, right? Like
you need the hook shot.
It'd be like the Puck coil, right? Maybe if you get lucky and find the right target, but you definitely want the hook shot online. So I think for now we're just going to continue to see them farming. Bach standing right underneath the TA trap, and they're just going to roll in. Bach gets the surge. He's going to be okay. The Moonlight Shadow does come through. He'll just take his stack.
That's what I mean by efficient play, right? Like, they move in. Maybe they don't get a kill, but they still end up with a stack. They might get Shiro here, who is trying to push bottom.
He's so far in, and Shiro, with the Vessel completed, just does not stand a chance, and BZM will chase for more. Nice leap TP. Can they cancel it? No. Will find themselves the one kill. Puck did commit the coil, but they just don't have the damage quite yet. Not without, like, the Tiny being the one starting the fight.
No, they're just going to have to leave this and try to take top tower at the least, but Pure is already there. These are really fast moves from 1W. They invade top, they TP bottom. TA already here to defend. Now, there's a lot of heroes, though.
They'll get some pressure in. I don't know if they get the tower, but it will be close. It really just comes down to if 1W wants to rotate over, and it looks like they do. They smoke. They're going to immediately start coming through the Twin Gate. They see this happening.
Yeah, it's time to get out of here.
Yeah, you got to leave, right? BZM still coming in, has the Vessel. Xingqiu just dies to Pure.
This is a rough one for Xingqiu. And they really needed his ultimate, because we mentioned the Tiny can get involved, but he needs that blink. You would have liked that hookshot to come online around that 10-minute mark, but he was doing the creep dragging. He was the one kind of paying with his life in a lot of these plays. Oh, actually a stun? It's a lot of damage.
He got super baited. Does get the roll. It snaps, though. He didn't coil in time. And as a result, he just rolls away. Oh, that is a really costly mistake. The question is, can they get anything from 1W? The grip just pulls Whitemon onto the high ground, and the heal's just coming through from Ahri.
They still don't have hookshot. They can't get close.
You can't afford to hold the spells. You just got to commit.
I don't think there's a spell to hold. He doesn't. It's not leveled up. This is rough to not have your level 6 at this moment. And that's kind of the thing about Darkseer. You can sacrifice some levels to Darkseer so that he gets Ion Shell higher level faster. but you still need a way to deliver the Ion Shell into the fight. And that was supposed to be the clockwork. So the fact that he is really struggling, yes, Bach is high level, but who is standing next to the enemies with the Ion Shell? Nobody.
Can we get a stack counter?
Soon?
Is there any way to see the number of stacks these teams have made? Because I feel like for 1W, we're approaching like 10 to 15 stacks. Yep.
That's a pretty good guess. Pretty good guess.
Yeah, that'll do it. 14 total. Blink reveal. Shiro goes in. Avatos gets it. Okay, so this is what you mentioned. You have to play around that Avatos into Arrow. They take out the Ringmaster. They can look for that mid tower now. You're still down a pretty substantial net worth difference and XP difference since you lost your Wisdom Shrine again.
Shiro's going to have to dig deep this game.
Yeah.
He was given the space early, and we can see the opponents are actually still farming a little bit better than him. But if he can now find some efficient moves with this Blink Dagger, it's the playmaking Vici needs, because they're down 3K at 16 minutes. It's not the end of the world, but this is a 1W efficient farming, right? I know that number is going to grow if Vici does not find ways to stop them.
Especially with the Centaur where he is. Like, he's about to have a heart of Tarrasque. It's coming on the Courier. This guy's net worth is going to explode. Roll in. BZM gets the Vessel. They can't hit the arrow, and Shiro's in trouble. Does get the toss. Avalanche on to do, but will he get some help? No, Stampede comes through. They'll just commit for the kill. And there's going to be the blink for your puck, but too little, too late. Ari underneath vision here. Jinkyu going to come in, hits the hook. Can they actually bring down the Coddle, though? The help from the puck, maybe. Coil does connect the wall as well, but he needs to run. A lot of damage being dealt back the other way.
Not losing anybody, though. And in the meantime, Bach did claim the top tower. It's not too bad for Vici, except, I mean, you lost your carry. That part feels a little bad.
Hydra's first item? I don't think I've ever seen this.
No, that does have me a little baffled. It's interesting because Hydra's Breath is percent HP damage. The components are all early game items, but percent HP is quite a late game stat because right now people have, maybe 2,000 at the most besides this Heart Centaur already. But he's on the same team, so he doesn't count. So it's not, we don't usually see it finish that quickly. Like, you just keep those components and buy the Blink instead.
There needs to be I need some huge Dota nerd to come in and run the numbers on this and tell me
actually,
yeah, does it actually help farm faster than other items, or is his game plan that Hydra's Breath will just do enough damage? It's very weird to me, as opposed to something like Desolator or Blink, right? But just doesn't care, doesn't need it. 33 doesn't need a Blink either. They're just going to rely on the Earth Spirit and the Stampede to get in and out of these fights.
I wonder what the math is on the Tiny, who has a lot of bonus armor, but is a quite high HP carry. Perhaps the math is better that Hydra's Breath does more to carry Tiny than something like the Desolator would.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's the Blink, so Pure is going to be able to get very active. Interesting that 33 is going to go for the Pipe. We don't see Pipe in some of the auras very very but thinks it's necessary here versus the Darkseer. I'd tend to agree. I've been a little shocked we've seen it so few games. But
a lot of the damage from Vici is magic.
Yeah.
So,
especially with the Mirana eventually getting an Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, if it was already hard to kill them, it's even harder now. Well, when the Pipe finishes, which is not going to be that long. Like you said, with the Heart done, his farm is going crazy. He's trying to claim that top net worth spot. Pure. It's I thought I was the carry, please. I would have maintained that.
Oh, he got it. Didn't take him long. Just needed about another 5 seconds. I'll just go back and forth. I'm curious where Pure decides to go from here build-wise. To me, the obvious thing would be BKB if they want to actually push the tempo, but he hasn't really been threatened at all this game. It's been pretty free. We'll see the BKB finished up on BZM now as they pursue the Roshan. He's got a little bit of help now as BZM will roll in. They tend to know about this, it would seem. Orb will scout it out. There's going to be an immediate stampede. They got some vision on the Mirana. She just dies right away. Good grab by 33. The question is, do you want to fight down a hero?
They use Stampede, but you're going to have to jump in, so they're not even going to need Stampede to get out.
It's got to be the hook shot into the wall. Yeah, see, that's the thing. You got to hook shot and keep Pure in place. Otherwise, he just gets the free blink.
I think they're just hoping to steal it with the hook shot.
Well, Roche is moving now. Jin Q's going to get caught. BZM finds him, but does trap him inside the cogs. One vessel charge left. Bottom lane, they found Shiro.
He might still be okay. They did delay Roche. 1W might give it up for now because Vici can't really do it. Their heroes are not that great at doing Roche. So you could actually just go bottom and get the Tormentor instead and then make your way back top. Or kill Shiro first. Like you said, I thought they hadn't found him originally. Oh, actually the Wheel of Wonder misses. That might... Dude, is anyone coming to help him?
Impalement Arts is destroying him. He cannot get away. Avalanche, toss onto 2, but he's walking right into 2 more heroes. Does get the blink, tries to TP home. He's going to make it. What a disengage there from Shiro. Well played. And top lane, ooh, they were trying to make their own play as well.
They're going to lose this tower pretty fast once the once the tower starts hitting Centaur. It is so much return damage. The Catapult helping out as well. I don't think you can match this top side. It's just a little bit hard for Vici to take that tier 2. So this is going to be 1W, starting to claim more map control. Even with this Fortify, 33 is not going to care. He's just going to sit here and tank it till it's done.
Yeah, I mean, he's got heart. Why does he care?
And we can see Vici is not making a move for Roche. This is why 1W is staying down here. They know, yeah, what are they going to do? They have a tiny...
Yeah, they're even scanning it, right? They're like, okay, maybe, you know, they're not showing, like, maybe they're starting to move into Roshan, but...
Just in case our math is wrong, let's double check.
They are picking up some nice items. This Shiva's Guard now, done on the Darkseer. Very useful. Like we mentioned in the last fight, right? You can't initiate on the TA with something like Wall. That's one of the downsides of the Darkseer matchup as the game goes on into the TA. You can't initiate with like Vac Wall. She'll just blink as long as she has Refraction up. So you have to initiate with something like the hook shot to burn the Refraction and prevent the blink out. But TA, very good at taking Tormentor. You mentioned this, right? They'll just stay bottom. It goes to Whitemon.
It's not that bad versus...
Darkseer, yeah, does not like the spotlight.
Neither does Mirana ult.
True.
You may not even have to carry Dust. Well, you should still carry it. That's just good habits. But yeah, the fight for a Darkseer tends to happen in one location because you vacuum Wall, you want the fight to be near there. You have the coil, all of that. So now you just drop the spotlight there, get the benefits. Sometimes spotlight feels weird because you use it and they just step out of it.
Oh boy. Oh, they found the Mirana once again. Yes. I mean, the supports on Vici Gaming are so poor. They have had a very rough game.
Yeah, they're quickly losing the damage. Tiny has a lot of burst damage to start. Late game Tiny does have some crazy damage, but right now he's mostly burst Tiny. And who can you kill? Centaur, out of the picture. Earth Spirit, quite tanky at this point. Also pretty much out of the picture. The supports, sure, but they've been doing a great job standing behind their teammates. Multiple kills going on.
Oh, they got Puck. The wheel, wait.
Okay, there it is.
I was like, that was super strange. Does he actually get out from this? He needs a phase shift and has to dodge the last tick. He misses the Impalement Art. Blink up and 1. Does he guess correctly, though? They're going to try and chase after him. Stampede is there. XM up on the high ground. 33 guesses correct on the high ground. Gets the stomp into the kill. I mean, no fears. Like, who kills the Centaur, right?
Yeah, he has nothing to be scared of this game. They did manage to find the Keeper, but feels like a consolation prize when you're losing
your Puck on your high ground at your tier 4s.
Puck pretty much under the tier 4 is how far he blinked for that. Now here's another tier 2. So after this, it'll only be the mid tier 2 left. Usually you use the first Roche to get the map control, but 1W knows they're in such a strong position. They're just taking the towers first. It'll make it even harder to contest the Roshan when they do decide to go for it. I don't know if you push high ground without the banner. It does help a lot, but I mean, the way things are going, you can just see if you get a core kill and then push high ground. And TA is a hero who can certainly do it.
I mean, the TA build, definitely not what I was expecting, but you can't argue with the results. He is owning. He's going to go back for the BKB now, farming incredibly quickly. Level 19. And again, hasn't really been pressured. 4-0-2 overall, 328 CS. That is absurd.
You know, we see Shiro's got quite a lot of CS himself as well, but a lot of these objectives are making the difference. Why? Oh. That observer might.
Oh, it's dead.
Never mind. Okay, yeah.
That observer's not going to last very long.
Thought it might at least save him, but there's so much damage from the side of 1W at this point. And this is where it's really tough versus a TA as well, because you kind of need to buy a gem, because she has the traps everywhere and you feel bad moving on the map. One of your plays is the Mirana ult and hope you surprise them with some invis move. And if you lose the gem the way the game's going, that feels really bad. But you still kind of got to do it, I think.
Yeah. This is just.
But who's going to buy it? The supports are so poor.
Yeah. And this is just the classic 1W experience, right? Like the team that's just, yeah, well, we're not going to really force anything. We'll just slowly bleed out the objectives and the gold lead, and then eventually we're just going to walk high ground with a massive lead and Aegis. That is exactly what they're doing here. 26 minutes in, 8,000 gold advantage, and Roshan going their way. It doesn't look like, at least at the moment, I mean, Flare is going to come through. We'll see if they want to try and make a hook shot to steal it. He's going in. It's going to be close. Does he steal the Aegis?
My God.
He does. Xingqiu gets the Aegis. Did he get the banner as well?
This is still the first one from earlier. So
oh, that's right. It is still the first.
Takes the Aegis.
All right. This buys them a lot of breathing room. We'll see if it ends up making a difference.
So actually, it's funny because I was going to say 1W tried to do Roche early. They recognized... Hold on. They might be looking for a kill here. They're going for the Coddle.
Avalanche toss Coddle. Little overconfident there with his positioning. 33 goes in, gets the stomp, but he is all alone. Vacuumed up onto the high ground. Hold up. Can 33 get down? Yeah, absolutely. BZM's there with a grip.
Thank you.
No tip for BZM.
Okay, they seem to settle down now. What I was going to say is 1W tried to do that Roche earlier, and I think they recognize one of the ways they could throw this game is around a Roche fight, right? We have Avalanche Toss, we have Vacuum, we have the Coil. It's very scary in that Roche pit. So they tried to get on the bottom side where they have the strength, right? That's their outpost. They couldn't get it. They could have done it top, but they said, you know what? They're not going to do Roche, and it's almost easier for them to steal it from us over there. We'll wait till it comes bottom again. They did all of that, and then Xingqiu said, no, I still want this Aegis. I'm going to take it. They have a big enough lead that they could technically still push without it, find a pick-off, push high ground. I think the way 1W tends to play, they'll wait it out, be careful here, and try not to bleed too many kills. Whitemon will fall, but it is just the position 5. There's the 4-man move up here, and we see the others looking mid.
I like it. I mean, here's the thing, right? Vici Gaming, they're just kind of equalizing, right? The Aegis steal now into finding a support pick-off. They're not getting killed on the map, at least for now. We'll see, you know, with BZM with this gem, if he manages to find anybody. 33 with him. Looking top, and looks like Xingqiu. This could be the sickest smoke. He gets the blink out. Can he get the hook shot out? It's going to be close. No one turning around to help him. He just gets the TP. Very nicely played from the Clockwork. Wasting more of 1W's time, getting more space for this Darkseer bottom, who, I mean, his items will make a big difference in this game.
If Vici can drag this out long enough, Bach found by the Wheel of Wonder.
Or the
half his health just from the position 5 Ringmaster.
Yeah, with the Vessel.
The other half here claimed by BZM. Okay, wait, that last 10% for PR, so he can get the kill. If Vici can keep dragging it out, it is another point, right? Roche pit is scary, the high ground is scary versus these heroes, especially the toss back, the coils, all the AoEs, which maybe is part of the idea of the build behind TA. I don't think Hydra's Breath is copied by the Illusion, unlike the more standard stat build and Deso.
We're going to see an attempt here onto Shiro, topside arrow, making a little bit of space, does use the Harpoon for some safety. Shadow Blade's on out. But BZM, very scary on the Earth Spirit. And we've been seeing Earth Spirits pop off this tournament. And despite being the lowest net worth here, like on number 6 in terms of the cores, this hero is terrifying, right? Like, he can get a lot done with just his BKB magnetized in these fights. You have to respect the hero. As this wacky illusion comes up, looking to scout for 1W. And they're not going to pressure it. They're just going to kind of hold the high ground here, see if they can catch Vici off guard, perhaps.
They got what they wanted.
Yeah.
You can see that Vici, right, they TP back to defend. We got to get ready. And 1W just backs up. They're starting to scatter, farm, and they're just going to see, based on what wards and traps they have down, does Vici scatter? Can we make a play? Or should we just continue to retreat backwards, farm up? This is part of their efficient moves. I believe they're starting to ping out that they're seeing some spreading out from Vici.
It's so funny seeing Ringmaster have like almost no items, like no damage items. And like you said, just 2-shot, or like did half of the Darkseer's health.
All right, they'll continue to farm. They want that next Aegis. It is textbook play.
Oh, nice pick off from Shiro. Quick TP. Centaur's not going to make it in time, so good pick off from Shiro on this Tiny.
These are the little kills they need.
You need to make them.
It's not just a support kill. It's a Centaur TPing back to his own half of the map, and that means he's not farming your half. Unfortunately, he's pretty fast, so here he is, continuing to do that. But you need to keep dragging them back to their own half of the map.
I mean, they're doing the classic Darkseer rat, right? He's got that illusion, or the Helm of the Dominator creep top, constantly pushing. You have the Puck, who's very difficult to catch at the moment, trying to make space and grab as much farm away from his team as possible. 33 comes in with the Shivas. The Stomp's going to connect. There's going to be a nice avalanche. Tries to go for the jump away. That's going to be his last leap. But the stun into the TP. Nicely done from the Mirana. Twice now we've seen them make this play, and they disengage. And top, another attempted gank. Oh, the win! The Tame the Beast from Whitemon at the last second. XM. It's going to be close. Can he get the blink? Does do for a moment, but the orb out into another phase shift. Drops that coil. There's going to be the Mirana ult.
Doesn't have a teleport, but the longer he can waste time up here.
He's dodging him out. He knows that the Puck is here. He's got the vision. Another jaunt to safety, but this time it will be followed up by Pure, and he will get the kill. Massive play there from Whitemon.
They're actually going on Shiro next.
BKB's in fear that his team cannot get to him. He's going to have to go back to the base. Why? One leap available here. In some trouble as well. Does have the Guardian Greaves. Going to go down the river for that bonus move speed. Try to get away from Ahri, but this Keeper of the Light is very fast. Arrows into the abyss.
It's another series of fast moves from 1W, right? They were just top, and suddenly we see those same heroes killing mid. They got the BKB out of the Tiny. They didn't actually kill him.
Pure's got an Ags.
It's a very uncommon build.
Yo, this is sick. I love this Aghanim Scepter. We just don't see it enough. There's going to be the Avalanche, but the Wheel of Wonder will protect him, and the Harpoon for Shiro to get up onto the high ground. Bach will turn around with a great vacuum wall onto 3, but they'll just roll away. Buy themselves some time. Good toss damage, but nothing from Vici to follow this up. You don't have your coil. You don't have your Mirana arrow.
Now 1W realizes this. They're actually pushing a little bit, but they didn't find the stomp they wanted. They're going to back out, and Roche is getting close. So if you were to throw in high ground and then lose that second Roche, that's a big miss in the power spike. Because I do think 1W is... They're just trying to chase Vici out of the map for now, get that second Roche, and that's going to be their timing. If Vici can survive the Roche and the banner, the Aegis and the banner, it's still there's still work to be done, but I think I will feel a lot better for them. Because, I mean, there's a nearly level 25 TA with a bit of a strange build, but it's still quite strong.
I mean, the TA Aghanim Scepter, I feel like, has been undervalued for very long. The thing is she's a very item-dependent hero, and a lot of times in matchups, she like needed her 6 slots, and then it was like, okay, now I'll go with the Ag Synth. But in a game like this, especially the way 1W plays, it's just for efficient farming, right? He's just going to continuously go back to his corner of the map, farm some camps, and then rejoin his team elsewhere. And he's making sure to place the trap the moment he TPs in, right? So he's not actually losing, you know, the map pressure. It also helps that you have a Coddle, right, who can give you the mana, because it is a very mana-intensive Ags.
That's true. And I think it fits this particular game, which
Ooh, 30. I mean, are you going to go for it? They get the Silver Edge, the break, the Avalanche, the toss to snap the coil, but you need more help. You need more damage, and it's just not there. Shiro's all alone. Vacuum wall from Bach, but there's going to be the Stampede. BZM just takes out the backline. One dead. He'll pop the BKB, and there's the stomp. They turn around. They take out Bach, and they're looking for Shiro. His BKB already expended. Can he get away up onto the high ground? He's going to try his best, but the Meld Bash, it's online for Pure, and you cannot get away. 3 dead. They don't have the damage.
Oh, I'm kind of surprised he's not hitting this, but he actually TP'd bottom just to get more farm. And are they going to push bottom instead, or are they going to go Roche? Because I don't know why you would push bottom instead of just top, except I guess he just says, I'm not even needed top. My team's going to get top. I'm going to get bottom as well. Except here they come, so I don't know. I'm a little confused.
They cut top wave. You have Darkseer all the way up there, so maybe they want to play around the creep wave. But either way, 33 just blinking out in front of the fountain, seemingly unbothered.
That's what I thought. I thought they would just have him tank the whole time.
Yeah.
But you know what? Bottom barracks just as good as top barracks.
Some would say better.
Some could, especially because Roshan's bottom, right?
Yep.
So now the enemy team, they want to stay bottom, but there's a lane always pushing into them, forcing them back. And they're actually not even done yet. They're going to pass this off to 33.
How do you push them out of the base at all, right? Like, they are so strong. They have Ari on the Coddle behind them. They have Whitemon on this Ringmaster. This duo support, making it impossible for VG Gaming to actually find an opening. And the BKB is available. The blink and the stomp. They just pop that immediate Stampede. The high ground miss, maybe saving that Mirana's life. Bach's going to go and get capped by the silence, though. Unable to get the vacuum wall they were looking for, and you still don't have Tiny, right? So they push all of this out, and they disengage the moment the 5 heroes of VG Gaming are up. They'll just retreat back across this map, farm it up on their way out. 21,000 gold advantage.
VG also does not have a lot of wards on the map, like we've been saying. So there actually was a moment 1W split there. 2 heroes went top, and those 3 heroes were bottom. If they knew that, they might have tried to force that. But they don't. They just don't have that info. So like you said, to their perspective, we don't have our Tiny. We can't really do anything. We have to just sit here. And now this will be the Roche for 1W. We kind of saw they didn't really need it, but it's the safe play. VG knows this is our last shot. We have to somehow win this fight. We have to steal this Roche. We're down 23,000 gold. Maybe the greatest vacuum wall avalanche toss combo in the world.
We've seen some pretty amazing Tiny plays. It's the problem is doing it away from the Ringmaster. We'll see if they can do it. A really good angle being made here. They might find Pure all alone. He's up on the high ground. The smoke's going to pop. 33 just jumps in, trying to scout these heroes out. He pops that workhorse, getting a little bit of movement speed to play around, but Pure's already found his first victim. XinQ removed from the fight. He's going to buy back, but he has no real way of getting to the fight. It's going to be a while before he can do anything. They've managed to find Bach. He gets
Pretty
the
good
vacuum
vacuum
onto the Avalanche, but where they don't have any more follow-up damage. Pure pops the BKB, the Stampede to get some distance away. 33 looking for XM, but can't find him. You've lost the Mirana, and you've spent everything. The hoof stomp comes out, 33. The Centaur, will he ever die? It doesn't feel like it. They find the Ringmaster, but he puts himself in the box. Coil comes out, but Shiro is dead. A worthy trade for 1W. They do not mind.
All things considered, that was a pretty great jump from VG. They had to invade over to the triangle. They managed to find a 3-man vacuum. They actually got Pure down to about his last 1/3, 1/4 health. But that's what a gold lead does for you, right? You just have extra items, you have extra saving tools, and they just don't have enough damage to finish the job there.
All right, BZM having a little fun. All right, we appreciate having a good laugh. Trying to troll his carry a little bit here. Bach under vision, in a lot of trouble. Will he make it up onto his own high ground? He realizes he's cut off completely. Great stone out from BZM. He's got his number. Quick kill. This is the Earth Spirit, man. This is, I feel like, has been the hero of the tournament, right? Not a lot of people knew how strong Earth Spirit was coming into this. We saw it picked a little bit here and there. But in the hands of the right player, it is owning.
He's just going in a lot of these fights, separating the backline. We kind of talked about how much you need to combo everything. You got little saves like that, right? Just pull them out of the arrow. 33 can do crazy stuff
Oh
like this,
my
and you
goodness.
can choose to follow up, you can choose to pull them back. In this case, with Aegis at a near 30k lead, of course you're going to go in together. It's not really even tower diving at this point.
This is 1W's base. Coil comes out, XM trying to make some space. They're going to go ahead, buy back on the darks here. Maybe you can snap the coil. No. It's just going to be a BKB from BZMs. He turns around onto Shiro. The Tiny forced away immediately as now comes the Stampede. Bach will be forced to BKB as well. Without detection, they will survive for now, but your base still under siege, and 1W really want the Mega Creeps to go for the Avalanche, the toss, but the BKB comes out for Pure. He'll just walk away.
He's literally by himself. They can't kill him.
And
they're
they found
looking for the
Puck.
puck somewhere else. Oh yeah, you okay? Are you okay, Carrie? Are you good?
Yeah, he's like, I'm fine. I've still got an Aegis. I don't mind. Another buyback, and 1W, they're going to respect it. It's a fake back. They're not going to respect it, right? They know how strong they are. 33 goes in. The Shivas, the Stomp. Shiro with an Avalanche. Can't go for a toss. The arrow just splitting right between the heroes. Ari pushes him away with a blinding light as they continue to just beat down these lanes of racks, securing the last one, and Mega Creeps now for 1W. 37,000 ahead. 1W a few moments away from a Game 1 victory in this elimination.
100% sounds about right. I think you need. I think you need maybe like seven fountain tosses here. Let's see how many they can find. Perhaps if BZM rolls in, Avalanche, toss him back. Step one, power cogs, push him back again.
33 on the Centaur, blink in, Stomp's gonna catch the Mirana. The Hex comes out. Held down on the back line. They've already got the kill onto the Clockwork. Both supports hit the deck in the tier 4s. Don't even stand a chance. XM trying to make whatever space he can here on the puck, but it might be too little too late. Wheel of Wonder doesn't quite connect. Shiro will try to finish off the Ringmaster. He gets the box off. The Stampede gets him to safety. Oh, man.
Oh, the tree
Not
finishes
even
him.
scraps for the side of Vici as they get absolutely dumpstered. 1W, a textbook performance in this game.
Pretty classic 1W, I gotta say. Strong showing in the lanes. The heroes they like, right? Not moving too far out. Maybe not a ton of TAs being picked, but certainly some in comfort for Pure. Both side lanes found kills. They start settling into their stack, find runes, let BZM do stuff because our side lanes are all farming every stack in the game, and they just grow that gold lead. Very patient moves around Roche, even though XinQ did have that 6 steal, just not quite enough.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, okay, I'm buying time, but 1W's like, okay, fine, yeah, buy time. We don't care. Like, our TA has Hydra Breath, Daedalus, Blink. Like, she's just going to keep farming, get her BKB, get the Aghanim Scepter, continue to pressure the map from anywhere. And then you have this Centaur who was unkillable. Did not take a single death, if I'm not mistaken, the entire game. And he just blinks in with Heart, Shivas, like, has the Aghanim Scepter for the Workhorse. Worst case scenario, Pure gets to half HP and you just bail him out with a Workhorse. It felt like a free game.
Yeah, you need to go really late into that game for the Vici lineup to start picking up enough damage again. The early game damage is a lot about spells. It's a lot about burst damage. There's only so much they can do, which is why I think the Heart choice works out, why that Pipe choice works out. Very tanky heroes, Escape Act. So you try to use those spells, you try to use that burst, and it's not enough. And now you gotta wait like 40 minutes before you have the scaling damage to actually take down those heroes.
Yeah, this was pretty much, I don't want to say expected from the draft, because, there was definitely some plays that they could make on the side of Vici Gaming, but you have to find a way to dissect 1W, and if you cannot do it, this will happen to you in like 90% of games, so it is very unfortunate. But we're going to go ahead and send it back to our panel. They can tell you a little bit more about how this went down.
Thank you, Ricky and Zach. Great cast there as we take a look at the results of our second series of the day's first game, 1W versus Vici Gaming. 1W take the win there, and of course they're happy about that one. And it was a really strong game from the beginning. Rain Day here on desk with Effie and BSJ. Effie, how did you feel? I mean, we talk about the macro of this team and how efficient they are. It can trend towards being maybe not as exciting to watch, but also it is very effective, as we saw there.
Very effective. I mean, honestly, this was a textbook win by 1W. 0 deaths in all 3 cores. They were hitting every single objective timing. They made every movement. They picked apart the map. there were moments where they were getting pickoffs on one lane with 2 heroes, while a pickoff was happening mid, which rarely happens in Dota nowadays. And yeah, that was a rough game for Vici, but 1W, they're here to play, Brian.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times a very common question in the Dota community is, what's the difference between being 2K and 7K MMR? And my answer is often, well, it's about 10,000 micro decisions that the 7K MMR player will do better than the 2K MMR player. And that's how I feel when I watch 1W beat somebody. Is it's just like that, like this.
Yeah.
It's just like, what did they do that
Death
game?
by 1,000 cuts.
Yeah, it's like sometimes there was a nice kill attempt and like there's map movements that lead to these opportunities. But the reason that it looks so convincing and easy for them is because it is this, hey, we have a 98% chance to win at 30 minutes, but if we just farm for the next 10 minutes, it's a 99.5% chance to win, so let's just do that. And at the end of the day, I admire it a lot. It's very hard to pull off, and there's a reason why I think 1W is kind of a like, some teams are skill check for your laning stage.
Sure.
I feel like 1W is a skill check for map movements specifically. If your team is not really refined in their map movements, you're not even going to get a chance to really take a head-on engagement. Like, I feel like most of the highlights we're going to see here are 2v2s, 3v3s. There's very few 5-on-5s that happen when 1W gets off to a lead like they did, because their heroes are usually very independent. They have a lot of map movements, they have saves, they have good duos like to play with each other. And as you can see, I don't think we've seen a 5-on-5 just yet. Honestly, I don't recall if there was a single one in this game here.
Yeah, I mean, that's what 1W do best, or at least have done best this tournament for me. They're just really good at staggering heroes, making them walk one by one, getting pickoffs where they can, but I do think there was a bit of a skill check in the laning stage in this one too.
That happens as well.
I think that would be fair to say. We saw in the highlight reel, the very first highlight was, Clock diving the TA, and typically that's where you'd expect your side lane win from the Clock plus Darkseer lane, but they just got outplayed up there, and Pure had a really free game on his TA.
Yeah, we were theory crafting. I really liked your questions about like, what is this Hydra's Breath TA? And
yeah,
I guess
he keeps doing it.
Yeah, because for me, it gives you less objective damage on like Roshan and Tormentors, and obviously less burst damage at the time, but as a carry player, it always feels better to buy stat-based items, and even though people think of Hydra's Breath as like, oh, it's magic damage over time based on your max HP, this item does give you like 40 agility, 30 strength, and just a lot of overall stats. So we see a TA oftentimes in the late game. Like, look at her items. I don't think there's like 10 strength amongst the other 5 items that he has in his inventory. So I imagine that maybe this item makes TA not have such a poor late game. Like, maybe she does scale a lot better with it, and that's why he goes for it.
It's just comfy, right? Like, you want to buy Dragonlance on TA anyway, and then going from like the Dragonlance to the Deso can be a bit jarring if your game pauses or you die somewhere, it takes a hiccup. You got a nice little build up, and it seems like it's working for Pure. It's not the first time that I've seen him do it. It also conceptually makes sense against heroes like Tiny and Darkseer, who do have a lot of HP. And maybe we'll see more TAs do it. I mean, everyone thought Mickey on Liquid was kind of a nut when he was buying Maelstrom on TA, and then there was this patch where everybody was buying Maelstrom on TA.
It's important to understand, Evan, there's like heroes like TA who've been in the game for 15 years, and for the most part, 99% of the time, they've had one build path that they've gone every game. And so she was mentioning like the one exception of somebody doing it and then they getting called psychotic. So I think that Pure's not, when it works, you look like a genius as opposed to maybe a crazy person. But yeah, it's very fascinating to see this happen sometimes.
I love it. And 1W, I think, showing how comfortable they are as well with some of the decisions they're making. And why shouldn't they? You see all the smiles there towards the end of the set. 16-0 for Pure and no kills on any of the cores, BZM and 33. That is a good sign for more things to come. Will it be a quick day here for our second series? We're about to find out. When we come back, it's game 2. 1W have a chance to close it out against Vici Gaming.
current version of 1W Team was created when they picked up the former Tundra roster of Pure, BZM, 33, Ari, and Whitemon. The roster is one that should be familiar to any Dota fan out there, and they are definitely no strangers to winning. Their road to EWC was done under the name of Tundra. Regardless, it was as expected, very smooth and painless. With first place finishes at Dream League Season 28, as well as ESL 1 Birmingham 2026, 1W Team earned their first place at the EPT leaderboard and a direct invite to the Esports World Cup 2026. With all this being said, you might think 1W is by far the best team in the world.
That kills the Shadow Demon, kills Triple S. That's a dieback for him, leaving no one for last. All Pari Vision will fall.
They certainly were one of the best teams in the world, and perhaps they still are. But the last few months has been a bit of a reality check for the team, with several disappointing results. Time will tell if 1W Team will be able to step back up to their former glory here at the Esports World Cup 2026.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me back.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. House of fun, blow the house down.
Dota2 at EWC resumes here with more action in our second series of the day. Vici Gaming trying to claw back in this series where 1W has done 1W things and taking control of a game slowly and steadily. Vici saying, let's hope it was just a game and we could take back control of this series. I'm Rain Day, joined by Effie and BSJ. Effie, we were saying something, and I want to quote it because it was funny. You said that Vici got Big Brother. And we need to figure out what can Vici do now that we start heading into series 2 or game 2 of our series in the draft, in the way that they show up together. Obviously, XM didn't have a great game as well, but you look all across the board with Bach and Xingqiu. What do they need to change?
How does one win a wrestling match against their big brother? You gotta play dirty, you know? You gotta
I like that.
Take out their ankles, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. Get them from an angle they're not expecting. I do think that Vici are a team that we haven't really seen fully meshed together, but the players are capable of a lot individually. And I do think that focusing on maybe lane matchups in this game too would be a lot easier for them, because if they try to just play through stronger lanes, I think then they'll have a better time going up against 1W's mid game, because Darkseer Clock, on paper, you can win that lane, but you can also lose that lane off of a rotation or two.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's not meta, and a lot of times going into this late in the tournament, you want to be adopting the meta more and more. But I want them to ban out the centaurs of the meta. That's a hero that's become more and more prioritized over the tournament.
Yeah.
But I want to see an XM sniper. I want to see an XM Viper. I want to see this guy with his sole goal is to say, BZM, if I'm going down, I'm taking you with me.
That's the way to do it.
I would want to go out saying, hey, I played my best hero.
Right.
And, you know, if I'm Shiro, I'm thinking like the same thing. I want to go for a hero that is going to scale later into the game. Tiny's more of a playmaker that he's played, and it's not like he's incapable of it. But, like, the problem with Centaur is historically he's like a blink initiator that sometimes buy utility items.
Yeah.
But now he's just some guy you can't kill because he has 4,000 HP. And a lot of the carries just don't deal with this. So if you're going to give it to him, you need, like, that's why we're seeing so much Lifestealer. I don't think there's too many answers, and I just wouldn't give myself that hard of a game. Just get it out, give yourself a chance, run it back. Don't have these unsolvable problems that you clearly haven't addressed in the meta yet.
I would say the Drow Ranger ban is not where they should focus their attention, because we do talk about Centaur being a problem, but it's the problem that is very specific to 1W as well. Like, there are teams you go up against, and it's fine if you didn't really consider the Centaur and you have picks in your pocket, but if it's 33, you know, they're looking at Axe or Centaur to build their draft around.
Right.
And something Yandex did was they banned out the Axe, then they took Centaur themselves. That is something that Vici could do for Bach, or you ban out both, or you let the Axe through and try to lane counter it, because it does seem easier to counter than a Centaur.
Yeah, Axe poses a very specific problem of I'm going to blink on you and kill you. But I just, there's no worse feeling in Dota than staring at a hero that you can't kill. Like, we gank him with 3-4 heroes, the guy just lives. You know, Puck happens because you can't stun her or disable. But Centaur, it's even worse when the guy's just so beefy. And when you're like, oh, this whole time there's a TA free farming back there, there's a Coddle shoving waves and you can't even see him. It's the most agonizing way to lose the game.
Yeah.
You have like 8 kills throughout the course of it. You have these playmaking heroes that have potential, but they have no one to go on. There's no worser feeling, in my opinion.
One thing I have to remind everyone watching, this is Vici Gaming, obviously last chance to represent China. China's all, with Extreme Gaming losing, been kicked out of the representation here at EWC thus far. They do have TI, and it will be in China, so they're looking forward to that. But Effie, we just talked about how important it was to get off to a good start, to kind of have some momentum going into that. It is definitely a different picture, barely being able to play the game, losing slowly and surely 2 games in a row, and that being your last moment before you're seen at TI.
Yeah, I mean, I do think Vici Gaming are at a bit of a disadvantage today, merely for not having played yesterday and not being able to bring in any new lessons or momentum.
Like Rune Eaters did.
Yeah, exactly like we saw out of Rune Eaters. So this is where you kind of just rely on what you're good at. Like, at this point, you're 1 game away from being eliminated. Just pick your specialty and your signature heroes, right? Like, I wouldn't focus too much on reacting to 1W so much as trying to get what you're wanting to play. With the exception of banning Centaur, which of course they do. They've solved a big problem for themselves here, but now they've got the problem of the Treant Protector. But you know what? Bach does love Largo.
I was thinking he's going to lick off that armor. There's no better way. If you understand, I know you're new to Dota, Evan.
I've heard a lot of licking in a lot of different situations.
You can't lick, you can't lick the box.
That's what I've heard before. Okay.
But you can lick the armor.
All right.
Okay.
I'm going to remember this.
That's the lore of the
Can I say this outside of this desk and people look at me strange
you know,
or normal?
When I was a kid, I remember people would look at me weird when I licked trees. But in Dota, it's perfectly acceptable in this community.
Listen, my daughter Arya, she loves a tree. I wouldn't be surprised if she would lick a tree if I would let her. I mean, it's close.
So you're saying she's a born and bred Dota 2 player?
I'm saying it might be in her future. It's very possible.
Have her warm up on Guitar Hero, because that's the perfect game to practice for Largo.
Exactly.
That's what his ultimate is.
That's
so,
right. And I can actually beat her in that, whereas in Dota, I'd be just as floundering as she would be at this point.
I mean, you could do it together. Father-daughter
there it is.
bonding
There
experience.
it is.
But yeah, they haven't even picked the Largo Largo yet. We think it's coming. It's been a very common reaction to Treant Protector as like a laner who can remove the living armor, as you know, that's what the lick is supposed to do, but he also removes the ulti from Treant, so maybe we'll see it. But they go for the Lina. This is an XM special, I think. Like, meaning like, we've seen some flexes here and there, but I imagine it's going to be for him. What do you think of this, Mira?
This is I'm gonna dump on you in the mid lane. You know, I'm gonna pick something that is very hard for you to counterpick or get one up on me, like with the Earth Spirit at the very end for BZM. So they secure it. It's also a lot of burst damage versus Treant's armor, which is very much needed. You don't want to really have that sustained damage against it early on. Yeah, it's great. We've also seen it be flexed to carry by Yandex, so let's say the opportunity presents itself, maybe it could be done.
I mean, just copy the team that beat this team.
Yeah. The one thing is, I talked about the Drow not being first man material, but I do think you gotta cover your bases here, because you don't want to give away Treant Drow to 1W.
Yeah, so Treant Drow is about the scariest lane, I think, in all of Dota 2 historically, and both the heroes are really strong this patch. So let's just
God.
They banned TA instead.
Drow.
And Drow. So they do go Largo. They will be licking some trees here.
Yep.
But I don't even know how many opportunities he's going to have if he's just getting pelted by Drow Ranger.
But is this what you kind of said, that you'd rather go out playing your game rather than worrying about what 1W do?
So Centaur creates this situation where you can't kill the guy. Drow creates this situation where you don't get to play Dota because the lane is so formidable. Like, it is the scariest lane, so that's why we're kind of like, yeah, play your own game, but give yourself a chance to play. And maybe they don't even go for it on 1W, honestly. Maybe they elect to try something different. Pure's kind of a hipster. I feel like he does try to build new items on Templar Assassin and pick heroes that are... He liked Shadow Fiend carry before it was cool.
Yeah.
He'll obviously play it when it is cool, but I wouldn't be surprised if they try something different, but I think they should just pick Drow.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to not be tempted because Drow's silence versus Largo is really good, and her hypothermia arrows versus his healing, they're effective. They used to not work before they unified the health reduction mechanic, but now that it's unified, it works against Largo. So
Doom's another option.
Yeah,
that's a 33 Doom. So healing in Dota is a really weird thing, but Doom has always worked on... So Doom just doesn't allow you to heal. It's weird because people say that Doom is really good against Largo because he heals his entire team, but then other people say that Doom's not good against Largo because Largo's the best Lotus Orb Lincoln's buyer in like the entire game. So I think this matchup does go both ways. 33 is probably the best Doom player in the entire world, so I can understand why they went for it. I'm curious to see what build he ends up going. Will he go like the phase boots, drums, pretty active Doom? Or will he go like the Amar pioneered Radiance build to be a bit grittier?
Ryan, I thought you were hallucinating because I couldn't see Doom's portrait, but I did
It's there.
see the text.
He's there.
Yes. I mean, I think Doom is fantastic against Lina as well. The issue is when there are two priority Doom targets, though, you do end up having to play a slower game because these like lineups where both of them are necessary to win the fight, you take one, the other will kill it too. So just give me another slower game from 1W, the classics.
Yeah, I think we're a little bit frozen on the screen because I don't see the timer ticking down either. So there may have been another hero coming out here for 1W.
Yeah, something about that as well. I mean, what's the position here that you think so far? And again, I want to look at this from Vici Gaming's perspective. Have they got themselves caught in anything? Is there a way to revive this? I know you're a little worried about the Treant.
I wouldn't say that they're in a particularly horrible spot in the draft or anything like that, but I mean, at the end, like, I think we're talking about them being in a tough spot because of the nature of the two teams. Honestly, I think their draft so far is honestly exactly what me and Miro are talking about, where it's like, give yourself some comfort zone, give yourself some ability to play the game. I am concerned if a Drow Ranger comes out, but hey, we may never know if the Drow Ranger comes out, Mira.
We may be stuck on the screen forever.
We may never know how this series ends.
You know, it's nice to have a little bit of mystery left because that game one did not leave much to the imagination.
Yeah.
So now, you know, with this, I'll just say that I really hope that Mirana 5 does not make a reemergence.
Why is that? What's your...
Because I really just don't think it gave that much to the team. Like, so if I'm theory crafting heroes without seeing how the draft is progressing, I think some nice tried and true melee hero, some Tusk, some Elder Titan if you want to be spicy. Something like that. For
Elder Titan? That would
I
be...
say because it's a comfort hero for
yeah,
why.
yeah, for sure. No, I get that. Like, if we're talking about signatures, so OG won TI8. I swear in Game 5 of this best of 5, they just said, "What's your favorite hero? What's your favorite hero?" And they just
they all played their favorite hero.
And then they literally they were down like 10K out of the lanes because their lanes were horrible, and then they won the game. So I'm never doubtful of, hey man, what's your favorite hero? Is it like somewhat decent in the meta right now? Let's just run it. But you know, as we imagine the course of this draft playing out, BZM, he looks happy with the hero matchup that he's been given. So I'm assuming that you know, playing against Lina in lane, you're never like, I'm gonna crush this hero, but there are heroes that do pretty well against it. We'll just have to see.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not gonna lie, I'm so spoiled. I'm used to having heroes to talk about.
Oh, well, listen, guys, listen, we want to let you shine when the moment is there, but we are waiting a little bit. As you have noticed, the players will resume their drafting in just a moment. Don't worry, it will occur, but we got a lot going on at EWC, and in many ways, just waiting for the right scenario for that to take place. I sometimes look at teams and their dynamics, and we say 33 is the man, the person who is 1W's kind of captain and shining star. When he performs, things go well. If you look at Vici Gaming, and I'll leave this question to you, Effie, who needs to be that for Vici Gaming to succeed? What player needs to show up here, most importantly in this matchup?
I mean, for me, I think XM has had a bit of a quiet tournament. Like, usually he delivers more from his lane and does more for his team, but there have been moments where I just wanted to see more out of him.
We got the Tusk. You called the Tusk.
We got
Mira.
the draft.
I mean, the Tusk makes a lot of sense for sure. They instead of going for Durad, they go for Muerta.
Wow.
So you were talking about Pure maybe wanting to step out of the norm. The Muerta is the great hero, though, in terms of raw damage to just put on that Largo.
Will he go Hydra's Breath? That is the question that we all are asking. It's actually pretty bad on Muerta because it doesn't synergize with her Gunslinger at all. But who are we going to get for Shiro? Oh, wait, Shiro's the... Lina. It is a carry Lina. Okay, so they literally said, Yandex, that was a pretty cool strategy that you surprised 1W with. Let's whip out the flex Lina carry. I don't know how I feel about this. I know that Earth Spirit can sometimes get punished by, like, melee lane stompers, like Slardar. I don't know if Earthshaker has the same advantage. Have you seen this matchup?
Oh, Earthshaker, that's a great lane for Earthshaker, and I like to see the flex here. Again, I just want to see XM deliver, and I do think that this Tusk plus Lina lane is going to be... It's going to pack a punch, so Vici have better chances in this game, too.
Brian, who do you think got the better end of this draft before we head over to our casters?
I'm hoping that Vici gives us a little bit better of a showing here.
All right, well, we'll see what the casters think in a moment. Guys, this is an interesting one. Vici Gaming, last representative for China. They go home if they can't get it done. 1W have looked good so far. Can they keep it up with the Treant Protector? Made it through the draft. It's going to be scary, but we'll see if it's possible. Over to Ricky and Zach.
Thank you, thank you. I have been saying for a while that we should be seeing Carry Lina eventually, right? We've seen it pop out in a couple of games. They go for the opening pick of the Lina. Zach, do you think it can work? I'm optimistic.
I'm open to it. I mean, nowadays, sometimes getting that surprise factor is worth more than, like, oh, S-tier carry versus, you know, a little lower down, whatever. I kind of like the idea of shifting it to carry when you see that Muerta.
Yeah,
because you
agreed.
can still nuke the Muerta as the Lina. And Lina carry, she tends to build more right clicks. I mean, yeah, carry, right? And then you don't care about getting doomed as much. Because as long as you have used your initial burst and then you get doomed, yeah, it's annoying for you. But you're attacking like crazy. You kind of still do what you need to do.
You still got those inner fire stacks to play off of, right? And, like, that's all you need. You just got to press the Laguna, max stacks, and you just run with it. So we'll see if they can make it happen. You've got that nice matchup in the mid lane of the Earthshaker, which we've been seeing a little bit more pulled out from some of the teams. It's looked good, I would say, on average. But whether or not you can beat BZM on his Earth Spirit and prevent him from having the impact that he's been having consistently every single game, that's the question, right? Like, he gets so much done on these mid lane playmakers, making tons of space, Mostly for 33.
It's a real throwback. Earth
really
Shaker, Earth Spirit. Was it like a year ago, maybe
It's like,
two?
Yeah,
Blade
I think
Mail,
it was like last TI or something,
Blade
right?
Mail mid-meta. Yeah, we'll see what it can get done. It does have a pretty good showing in the lane. I think the damage got nerfed is ultimately why the Earth Shaker dropped off. But
Yeah.
it is...
The
it's
mana
still,
cost as well.
Yeah, it's still doable.
Yeah, they kept hitting the Earthshaker nerf because it just played itself. It was a little bit too easy. Nice little fear there from Pure. Going to secure that bounty rune. Well, 3-for-1 slight advantage here for 1W, but we'll see what happens in the lanes. I think Vichi's lanes are much stronger than what we saw in Game 1. I don't even feel like their lanes were that bad, but I did feel like 1W had the advantage. This time, I don't know if that's the case. I feel like it should be a little bit more even.
Well, they are trying to do some cute shenanigans to help them out in that, but it is sniffed out by 1W. Pure will TP the lane to be safe.
I mean, they still got the range creep, right? That's what they're looking for.
I mean, you know, would you turn down a first blood on the carry who just walks down the lane? I don't think so.
Yeah, that's true. You definitely take those. So the big question, right? What can Shiro get done on this safe lane Lina? Double Null Talisman queued with a stick. I mean, it makes sense, right? This hero, very mana hungry, needs to be able to sustain that Dragon Slave spam. That's a great way to do it. In mid, you have the bottle. You don't really have that in the safe lane. I was wondering if it was going to be like a Null Talisman Falcon Blade angle, but he's just going to go double Null Talisman.
Harass out this Doom. He's got a little less regen than he did before.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so originally we saw that Lina pick come out, and I was thinking one of the ways you can potentially try to slow down 1W, they're such a strong team, but it's beat them in the lane and be ready to steal their stacks. You know they're going to make it. I thought mid Lina was an idea for that. It's moved over to carry, but a lot of the stacks happen in the triangle, right? So you could still bring Shiro over, and Earthshaker mid, he struggles to make plays without a blink. But stealing stacks is something he can do, because you just get level 6, you pull them together, you echo. You actually want to do that on your own side. But if you know 1W is going to stack on their side, maybe you can just go over there, echo, steal it away, and at least that's step 1. Maybe step 1 is the lane. Step 2 of slowing down 1W and their efficient farming gameplay.
I do like the Largo, again, for Bach. We've spoken with him, and he loves this hero. It's one of his favorite offlaners. Sometimes it's been falling flat in the offlane, like it hasn't had the best performances, but there are still games where it's looked really good. And I don't know if that's necessarily player-specific or draft-specific. We'll have to see what he can get out of the lane and what he decides to itemize for this game, because there's a lot of options. Oh, nicely done, holding Whitemon there inside the Frog Stomp, but only level 2 right now, so not the most available damage in this offlane.
Doom is a little bit of a tricky matchup for Largo. I'm going to be curious how they approach that later.
Lincoln's Lotus Shard.
That is one way, right? But the thing is, I don't think it's as completely one-sided towards Doom. I think the early to mid-game, Doom does tend to shut down what Largo wants. But as you get into that late-game Dota, I think one of Largo's greatest strengths there is just like the movement speed, the kiting, dragging people around with catchy lick. And it's actually almost difficult to lock down a team that you're trying to doom and they're all running around hasted and getting pulled.
Oh, Jinkyu low on the bottom lane. Will get saved, though.
Now, of course, if they have a huge lead like last game, then it's not going to be a problem. But let's see what Vici can do. Right now, they haven't given up some kills, although maybe I just cursed them.
That was a very nice dead shot, Fear. Bach falling low, pulled underneath the tower, and dead as they get that first blood for Whitemon. And top lane, they lose Y as well. Ari securing this kill. So once again, we see 1W just showing why they're one of the best laning teams in the game.
A little bit of a caster curse. I was just about to say they haven't lost the heroes on the side lanes, you know, step up from last game, but...
Oh, no.
How's this mid lane going? There are some denies getting picked up for XM.
Yeah, he's doing well. He's got 22 CS. He's not really struggling too much. Pure bottom lane. Does get the Lotus as well as the stick, so he's going to be okay. Healed up there thanks to Whitemon. Top lane, though, Ari's going to go down. Great move there from the Tusk, taking advantage of that Lina's attack range.
This was a strong lane combo when...
It is, yeah.
When Lina was a carry.
Was that like 2024?
Somewhere around there.
Yeah, it was like almost like the first half of 2024, I think, Lina carry. I mean, she was pretty much picked in every role, but we saw her quite often in that role. Xingqiu! That shot back, but a nice catchy look, trying to get him some space, but the Treant just so much damage. Gets himself another kill here in this bottom lane.
This is why we see Treant banned so often. They even tried to cut down his trees, but with the boot start, it's so good. You just run in. You can't cut every tree, right? So at some point, you find an angle, you start punching, you start doing some crazy damage.
Yeah. I mean, you can always just use Nature's Grasp too, right? Like once you have the points in Nature's Grasp, you can use that as a way to get in position.
It's a mind game, right? You can throw it down, and is he running at me invis, about to punch me and root me, or is he just doing something else?
Ooh, unfortunate there from Y. Shackle up does have the tag. Oh, no mana. Actually, we'll just snowball the safety instead. So it's just going to be Shiro going straight into the Maelstrom. So this is kind of the classic carry Lina build that we're familiar with. Really good at farming. Oh, okay. That's a very convenient time to get a proc there. Instantly kill a ward.
One of the nice things about that ability. A lot of damage going into 33.
They have shards. They do. LSA comes out. That's a very nice kill for the to take down the off lane of 33. And a good read, right? They know that they've been doing a lot of rotations for the 6-minute power runes. Something that they like to do a lot on 1W, so yeah.
A stronger showing from Vici in the lane so far.
Absolutely.
I will say, I don't think it's the end of the world to fall a little bit behind 1W, right? Sometimes lineups just take a little bit longer to hit their critical mass. But last game we saw Vici really struggle when the clockwork was way too low level and they just had no ways to make plays around Bach, who had been doing okay. Shackle rotations.
There's going to be a TP though. Can they actually turn this one around? Xingqiu is nearby. LSA comes out. They have the telekinesis if they want to try and keep 33 in place, but there's the shard. He's just getting burned by Shiro, and now it's Ari trying to find an opening, but the roll-in BZM is here. This is the threat of that Earth Spirit. The very easy movements into the side lanes.
They might lose their shrine. They're TPing heroes in to defend it.
They know that this is here, right?
But no one's over there.
Here. They're just going to echo him. Meanwhile, on that Wisdom Shrine, gets cleaned up by Whitemon. I think you're happy to find that kill, though. But Whitemon is over. He's level 5. He's higher level than Bach.
The same as last game, right? When he's getting kills, when he's stealing Wisdom Shrines.
He's so scared right now. He gets caught by Whitemon, he'd be dead. Well, speaking of dead,
they're kind of cooking, though.
That's a huge kill. You didn't have to commit Laguna for this either. All right, the carry Lina, it's doing what it needs to do. It needs to win the lane. It needs to come out ahead of this Muerta, of this Doom, and join his team in that mid game.
A little similar to last game where the Tiny was doing well, but I think Tiny has almost a bit of a harder time participating in these early fights. Lina has like a more clear, I will show up, I will Laguna, okay, now back to farming, right?
Yeah.
It's a little easier to get involved without that same pressure of, hey, you're our carry, I get that, but also you're the Blink initiator, so we need you to be in all these fights. That's a lot on his shoulders. I think this game, it's going to be a little bit easier for him to maintain this net worth lead, whereas last game it started to drop off. He will need to get involved a bit, maybe until the Blink for Earthshaker. I think that's when he can kind of just be left to his own devices.
Yeah, I mean, the Lina goes this Boots of Travel typically after the Maelstrom, right? So Shiro will be able to join if he wants to, but he's going to have that option, right? It's not required. He can get her on the map very quickly thanks to those Boots of Travel. The max inner fire here, level 4, which I'm actually surprised he's got 4 points in the inner fire, but it is the carry Lina. Bach bottom lane getting ran down by the Muerta. Pure will grab the kill. That's his first Pierce the Veil stack. Now BZM, needs to be careful. Laguna comes through. Snowball to chainstun him down. Tries to go for the kick away. He's got the Lina burn, but it's not enough. He will heal it off. Very close there, and a good escape from BZM.
Pretty good on the spell usage too, but that
so close.
Earth Spirit, just such a tanky hero in the early game. He at least had to leave, but they're not feeling confident about defending this tower.
Well, now that they see Whitemon, maybe even less so. Level 6 on the Treant Protector.
Overgrowth is such a powerful tool here. They will have the Largo Catchy Lick later on in the game. It's nice to have that to remove the Overgrowth from your carries. You're not, you're put in a weird spot. You got to save BKB, you got to save Dispels. The Catchy Licks, which we've been seeing more people get the 2 charges of, will help a lot with that. But that's later. In this early game, Overgrowth is scary.
Whitemon just continuing to position aggressively, right? Like, Treant Protector is such a hard hero to commit on. And at the bottom rune, nice little roll in there from BZM. Going to be able to make sure that XM couldn't get it. Ends up spawning top haste. Tusk will grab it. So neither of the mid lanes finding the power rune that they were looking for. So what are we looking for on the Largo? Because this is one of those heroes that has struggled a little bit in the offlane more and more, but we've seen the Meteor Hammer kind of become a little bit more of an... Oh, that is a big kill. Overgrowth committed, finds it, top lane. They miss the Laguna, and they're just going to turn around, thinking they don't have any damage to finish the kill.
Yeah, you need both to connect to have a chance. I mean, this is a hard hero to kill.
If you had the Maelstrom, maybe?
Maybe. It should be...
Uh-oh. Why? Gonna cut off the rotation here from BZM. He's actually doing a lot of work here on the Tusk, but there's the Silence. Ash Legion Shield trying to keep him healthy and topped off. Has Snowball. Shards as well. He's just gonna buy himself time. He knows he's dead.
I know with no Laguna, he's not scared to take that extended fight, and if Lina tries to walk in to just contribute by right clicks, then Doom is gonna get her. So they're just gonna leave him to die, which feels a little bad for Vici because that was the blink on Earthshaker, and I thought that was gonna be their chance to do something. They are maybe looking for mid. Nah, it's too fast.
How long on Echo? Just a couple of seconds, right? From what I saw. Bach here. We'll see Whitemon, but how do you run this guy down? You have no mana.
The team to be already in position. I think we'll see Lotus a little bit faster on Bach. Sometimes we see some other items come out first. I'm curious if you skip the Kaya. It feels bad to do that on Largo. You are very mana intensive, and we typically see the Kaya into some other utility items if you need to go that route.
I mean, this is just classic 33 Doom. He's going straight into the Radiance. He's like, yeah, you know, no pressure. I'm just going to farm up, get my Radiance. Eventually, I'll get a Blink Dagger and start joining. They're going to believe in their kind of late game advantage, it seems.
It was a little slower to start, but we are seeing the classic 1W farming. And this is where a hero like Earthshaker, it can do well in the lanes, but the playmaking's a little slow till Blink. He has it now. He rushed it. He died first, and he is now trying to find that kill, and 1W knows it, right? They've played their own share of Earthshaker mids. They know he really wants to find these Blink Echo kills. They're just being careful.
He's going to echo the stack. Is he? No, okay, maybe not.
Feels bad, right? Like, you really want to use it to get a kill, but 1W is being so careful. They're pushing Whitemon up to the edge, right? Like, okay, echo my Treant. Like, what do I care?
Oh, he's going to know there's a hero here, right? Because the tomato clap. So Box, yeah. Okay, good read. Knows Whitemon's nearby. We'll get some distance. There is a very deep ward here in the triangle of Vici Gaming. Scouting out the Lina, taking some of these ancient stacks. But a very difficult angle to go for. Instead, a rotation to the safe lane by BZM is going to get scanned out. So why? Again here, might try and block the smoke. He's just kind of being patient, waiting to see what angle 1W want to go for.
Love this Lina kill. Hero's got to be really careful. Y is looking down bottom, but...
Good blink in from XM. They find Ahri instead. That's such a good read. They know 1W's on the top side there, right? Coming through the Twin Gate. So, very good read. Immediately punished.
They need to keep finding small kills like that. Otherwise, 1W... I mean, you've got the Money Printer Doom, right? The longer the game just drags out, it tends to favor...
Bach is going to go the Meteor Hammer. I don't blame him. I think he needs it. Like, there needs to be some sort of farming item and mana item for this hero to feel like it contributes. The downside is it just feels like a slower version of the Doom right now, where Doom is almost 2,000 gold ahead. He's cleaning up some massive stacks. He's approaching that Radiance. BZM's going to come through and just steal some of the creeps instead. Or all of them.
Largo does have a lot of items he wants to get, so getting some kind of farming boost does help. And I do like Vici's late game more this time around. That's fine. Look, 33 is going to go back to farming anyway, you know?
He's to watch himself. Kick's coming, man. White finds Whitemon, does get the overgrowth. As the Wind Ranger is nearby, does have Snowball and Shard trying to make some space. There's the Blink, the Echo from XM. Tries to finish off Ari. We'll see if he can do it. He is trapped between the Shards and the Fissure. Nowhere to go. Power Shot does come out, but Shiro's going to grab him with the Laguna. A very good entry for that Blink Echo. We've been wondering, when's it going to happen? They finally get it, and you're going to get those Boots of Travel now. Done for the Lina, so kind of equalizing this net worth a little bit.
Will say, though, this Muerta, not the fastest farmer to start at the beginning of the game, but he is top net worth thanks to the kills he got and then all the space he has. And he has been left alone in all of this. Now, they are trying to bring heroes to get him, but 1W, they sense it coming. They've already got heroes here to defend as well. Also, no need to give up a tower for free. If you can actually hold this bottom tower, it's great because it helps so much when you want to fight the Tormentor.
That's a smart retreat. 33. No, looks like he'll be fine. They're bringing some more heroes. Ari's coming up here as well, though. There is a really cheeky ward in the tree line up there that does scout anyone coming through the Twin Gate. And they also have a new ward here, or a relatively new ward here, bottom, seeing BZM. Thinking about going for him. The blink in, the stun, the snowball to come through. LSA into the Laguna. They got him. Telekinesis just in time. And now,
Doom.
Yeah, Doom blocked off. He's going to get kicked into...
Wait,
what?
That might not have been good.
That's not where you want him. Instead, he gets the Doom onto your Largo. And 33... Did someone kill him? All right, they got him. Is
okay, it's fine as long as no more damage comes in. Okay, stolen kick. I don't think they expected Doom to have Hurricane, so that was almost an amazing escape.
He went so
and then
far.
he was almost delivered a kill. He almost kicked him in. Bach was going to feel very betrayed on that. It's like, what the heck?
It's like, where does this Doom come from? Why is he up here?
I came over to help you guys, and you kicked him into me to doom me.
Calculated, though. Doom down, off cooldown, or now on cooldown. That was the plan all along,
Absolutely
right?
brilliant bait.
Amazing
They
play.
did the math. They did the math. I know you'll survive Largo. Largo's a very tanky hero, so.
Well, with that, he gets his Meteor Hammer. They are equalizing here on Vici Gaming, and this is exactly what they need to do. I am curious, which team wants to kind of force the objective and force the plays, right? Because you're at a point where you get this Meteor Hammer, you can finally start accelerating the net worth on the Largo, but that doesn't mean he's really getting active on the map. Top side getting active. Ari's going to find a Shackle set up there onto Y. I feel like XM has done a great job on the Shaker so far. And he's got his Kaya done as well. So that Echo back up off cooldown. You need to be very careful on 1W. Standing in a creep wave could be a death sentence.
They're looking for the fight. Whitemon scouting things out, but Vici, they used a lot of their abilities early. They want to chill. They're going to just step away from this.
They saw the Treant. He walked right in between a ward sentry, so they know he's down here.
The vision game this time really stepped up for Vici. It is helping them so much.
Yeah, really good point. It definitely has.
They've seen a lot of the movements coming in. And that's a necessary step to prevent 1W from making efficient plays, right? Farming here, move, get a kill, get out.
There's the Blink Echo. There's going to be the follow-up stuns. Ellis, that's the exact same combo 3 times in a row now to take BZM out. They are doing a fantastic job of dodging 1W and finding these return kills. That's exactly what they need to do.
Highlighting there, he hasn't even felt like he can take these fights, hasn't even put anything into Magnetize. He's not for lack of trying. I mean, he scouts, but he always just gets found and stopped. Now, it is giving space to Pure, right? All these kills have mostly been left alone. And that's actually the question I am now at. You kind of mentioned, which is this better for, right? If the game goes late. Usually, I would say Muerta carry in the late game is terrifying, especially once you pick up some critical strike. You can just be deleted so quickly. But we have this unconventional Lina carry. We have the instant initiation of the Blink Echo. Sometimes I can just get a hero like Muerta killed before she even does anything. So the later this game goes, I actually do think it could go either way. It'll really come down to how these fights break out. And so far, Vici doing a great job of that.
Yeah, they're closing on the Blink Dagger for Y. The Tusk, he's already had a lot of impact this game. He's struggling net worth-wise. He's been pretty sacrificial. But he is going to get there eventually.
I think the Ags is done on the Lina. That what's being delivered to her? Yeah,
she's
so she's got the Ags. It's a strong item. The Shadow Blade just delivered for the Muerta. That might get her out of trouble if they don't have detection prepared.
So
I guess they should. There's a Treant.
I was curious about this because some of the old carry Lina builds were like the Maelstrom into Mjolnir or the Shadow Blade, and you'd go back for the Aghanim Scepter to get that flying movement, the extra damage on your spells. Bach bottom lane getting jumped on as BZM's trying to chase after him. They get the Shackle, and in comes Huerta. Do they have detection? Glimmer Cape, you can't see him. Overgrowth, that's going to work. LSA comes out onto the Muerta. Yeah, you got to pierce the veil, but they've got the damage instead. Pure goes down, and now the chase for more. Can they find the opening? Whitemon hit by the dust. XM, he's got that arcane. He wants to find this tree, and he's walking his way through the trees. The Fissure is going to connect. Do they know?
Have they run out of detection?
They've read out. He's hiding in the trees.
This is the annoying thing about Treant Protector. If you could kill him, you'd feel a lot more confident about going for this Tormentor. They might still try it, but
the scan does let them know they're not on the high ground. XM wants to chase.
Power.
He's got that Echo.
They should have this. Okay, well, actually, we're Sugar left.
Yeah, Bog. I mean, he can heal a little bit. It's Snowball, maybe. Oh, gosh, Treant. Hold up.
It's fine. It's fine.
Okay. I was going to say, what if Nature's Grasp got the last hit?
That would be
despair.
insane. That would be insane. That is so low damage. It is not meant to be if Nature's Grasp steals it away from you.
Not at all. Gaben having some interference from the sideline.
Things going pretty well for Vici.
Yeah, I love what they've done.
Showing how good 1W is, right? Like, the gold lead is still pretty much dead even. It's why this team is so hard to beat. But Vici's doing a great job so far. And actually, as things slow down for a moment, I do want to say, as a Largo enjoyer, I think the heroes he enables best are hybrid magic, physical damage heroes.
Absolutely.
And Lina is actually one of the best. And now that her abilities actually do the burn over time, that is really good for the percent HP damage of Croak of Genius if he is putting that onto the Lina. It is an absurd amount of damage. And then when you play the Bullbelly Blitz, that's also enabled a lot because her spells do more and her right clicks do more when they proc the damage. So I really like that combo. Assuming you're not being doomed, that's going to be something for 33 to be looking out for.
Yep.
But I do think that's a very strong combo. That could be something that gives Vici the edge in the late game.
That's almost a BKB. Bach's just going to go right for it early this game.
I mean, there's so many silences.
I love
right?
it, yeah. It's very smart.
Can't save your Lina if you can't use spells.
We're closing in on that Mjolnir as well here for Shiro. Whitemon does have his Blink Dagger upline, so even more difficult to find this guy roaming through the trees. Yeah, I agree with you. I think the Largo-Lina combo, I don't know if we've seen it yet. Like, I know we've potentially seen it through the mid lane, but I don't know if we've seen it in the carry explored really at all. But it's going to do some serious work. Like, some of my favorite Largo pairings are the heroes like Void Spirit, right? A hero that does have that kind of hybrid damage from the mid lane. Ember Spirits as well. Like, it does make sense to have the Lina in that pool.
Queen of Pain's another really good one.
Yeah.
She's a little bit less common to see now, but Lina is similar, but leans more into the right-click damage.
Oh, we are smoked up. Earth Spirit.
Just rolled in.
He has no idea. Lina's trying to find him. He's got the Blade Mail proc. There's going to be the telekinesis. The chain stuns are there, and they will find BZM once again. He is having a rough time on this Earth Spirit, getting active, and Power Rune's coming. Roshan's up. Do they find it? It's a haste rune that takes right into the bottle of XM. Vici Gaming getting everything they want out of this Lina pick right now. We'll see what they can do with this Aegis. If they can force 1W further onto the back foot.
Very different from game one.
Oh, yeah.
1W barely losing any cores in that game.
Oh, blink out. Nicely done from Whitemon.
This time, they constantly find core kills along with support kills. And Earth Spirit mid, you want him to get active early, right? It's his strength as a mid laner, and BZM has not been able to find anything this game. Yor remains fairly untouched, and after the laning stage, so is 33, since he's pretty much avoided all of it. He did just get the Blink. He has Blink Radiance BKB. Is that the timing they were waiting for? It is a little weird now into Aegis, but you can still find pickoffs, right? Whitemon, we've constantly seen him just running around the enemy's half of the map, scouting things out. So if he can find Vici split up, maybe that's where you sneak the Doom over, jump in, get a quick pickoff, and then back out. He's going to be very familiar with the strengths of the Largo offlane. All right, 33 is also very good at the hero. I think he will know how much to prioritize Bach with these Dooms. Like, he will find the right hero. But it will be tough because there are things like Tusk, Shards, and Punch, the Rubik telekinesis save. It's not so easy to just stick on to the Largo, especially if those Lincolns and the Lotuses come out. You're going to be forced to Doom yourself and stay on target, and it'll be tough.
They're going to see Whitemon top here once again. The thing is like, is it ever worth committing to try and find this Treant Protector? Is he just such a nuisance you'd rather just go somewhere else? Well, I say that, and they're smoking directly to the bottom. Great scan, though. 1W. They know something is up.
That's the tricky thing.
Are they going to get caught, though? Ari trying to break the smoke here. Has a ward. He knows they're here somewhere. But will he escape is the question for now. Looks like he might do. No, he's walked right into Y. He gets the blink out into the trees, the shards. Not going to reveal him quite yet.
They must know.
Oh, they found him now, right? Yeah, there's the shackle. Caught by the frog stomp, and now the chain stuns come through. Y will grab the kill. Space kind of made it. Took him a little while to do this. You know, they pushed in top, but they're going to continue to run back the other way. Whitemon popping that Nature's, guys.
You asked, is it worth running at this Treant? Yes and no, right? Like, we see, okay, I don't want to run at that Treant. I'm going to go somewhere else. But if Treant is pushing in the top lane and he's saying, I don't see anyone up here, guys. They must be somewhere else. That's how Ari knew to be careful. They actually still found him in the end. After that, if you can then go punish the Treant who sees that happening, he's trying to push out top, that tends to be pretty efficient for them. Uh-oh, bottom.
Oh, big BKB. Doom coming out from 33. He's going to try and TP to safety. It might keep him alive. We'll see if it's enough. Lina, though, falling low onto Pure. Hold up. He just takes him down. 2v1 Shiro. Unbothered by the carry, Muerta.
That's the counterplay in this matchup. When the Muerta ult comes out, Laguna soon to follow.
The flame cloak doing so much damage.
And he still has Aegis.
Yeah,
so
that's so true.
It wasn't even that easy to commit onto him. They were trying to get the Earthshaker, but he's pretty tanky, so he just TP'd out. I guess they did get the BKB out of him.
I mean, you take that, you know your Earthshaker lives, you get the kill onto the Muerta, you still have Aegis, and you'll just go right back onto the map.
I also feel like this feels so much more comfortable for Shiro.
It does, 100%.
This feels like a hyper carry type play style that, I mean, he's not the most hyper carry late game farmer out there, but it seems more comfortable for him. And this style of Lina seems to be fitting the team a lot more.
Hurricane Pike now done. That's a great pickup to give him some distance against these heroes like the Earth Spirit, even the Treant or the Doom, right? Like, Lina does struggle with heroes that can get on top of the Lina. In the draft, I was thinking to myself, you know, maybe they ban the Earth Spirit, but the idea to move it to the carry, pretty genius. And it's paying off already. Shiro putting some pressure on this tier 2 tower. 1 minute left on the Aegis. He's got some backup on his team right now. But 1W afraid to engage, and rightfully so, it might seem.
You're trying to wait out this Aegis.
Yeah.
It will allow them to claim the top tier 2 tower. Okay, well, a little longer because of the Treant, but there we go. Getting more of the map for themselves. This is so necessary versus 1W. You have to restrict their ability to farm.
And where are we on Largoba? This guy needs his Lotus.
It's close.
It is close. You are right.
So this is the nice thing about the Lina on the carry. In the mid lane, it feels weird because she's a ranged hero, and then a lot of the best carries are also ranged heroes, and that's where it puts the draft in a weird spot. So by being a carry, they are able to get this Earthshaker mid, so it's a melee to be in the front. And now the Largo can stay in the back. That makes it hard to doom him.
That's a
Ooh.
rough courier to go down. He's 100 gold.
They might have to wait for that.
Oh, that hurts. That is a really good pickoff from 1W, buying themselves a little bit of time. Maybe they can find a play now.
You still are pretty strong if you find
Absolutely.
the initiation. So I think Vici won't be too worried. Good blink out.
He's got a... I like the gem pickup. They actually have full vision of Pure here. The question is if they can actually get to him. He's going to pop that Shadow Blade, but guess what? XM has that gem. They're afraid to go any further, though.
You can't commit too hard. Muerta has still farmed pretty well. And if she is able to just stand and attack, that is what Muerta wants, right? So if you're starting to dive her and you don't know where the enemy is, you know your Lina's not close enough, it's how you could throw the game. And not that they're in a massive lead, but 3K at 30 minutes certainly feels a lot better than where they were in game 1. And they need this win. If you lose this, you are out. If you win, you can force it to the game 3. They seem to be on the right track.
They're doing everything right. Absolutely. Like, this has been Vici Gaming playing a much tighter, much cleaner game 2 here. They're the ones playing the aggressor, not letting 1W get away.
I think this Lina might get respect banned if they do go to game 3.
I mean, the first pick Lina, it's working. You cannot...
That's the thing, right? It could have gone mid too, so it is just such a powerful pick to go over if you can showcase that, yes, we will play it as carry. We've been theorizing that teams could do it, but very few have actually done it.
Good little disengage through the twin gate there. XM might need to
He's
be
gotta be careful.
Okay, he's not going to go through. Yeah, good positioning here from Whitemon, waiting to see if anyone's going to follow them through.
Both teams have a lot of their abilities and BKBs ready, but the next fight could determine the second Roche. That's why both teams want to be so careful about what they commit to. But Vici smokes up. If they can find the fight now, hope for a fast Roche. That could be the second going towards them. The banner would be great to help them push this high ground. Something you kind of have to commit to versus a Treant. If you don't finish the job, he's just going to heal it up.
We'll see what they can do here. I mean, Tormentor's also on the bottom half. 1W might just give it up. It is really scary to contest, and they can take it fairly fast on Vici Gaming.
If they don't find anything in the smoke, I think they will grab
I think
it.
they'll go for it, right? I mean, the shard for Largo is so good. If he happens to be the one that gets it here, it would be a massive win for them. So we're going to find out who it goes to. It goes to Shiro. A little unfortunate. I mean, this is
bad.
Good. It's not bad at all. It's definitely a decent shard, but if you're the Largo in this game against the Doom, you'd very much appreciate the free shard.
It hurts because there's so many items you want on this Largo. I believe I saw he had the Ags queued up. And when we actually interviewed him, he did tell us, when you reach that point with the Ags and you can just run into a fight, play the song, that's when Largo feels insane. It gives so much space to the Lina in the back because you try to ignore her. Largo is hitting every hero with that song. It is so powerful. And it means Doom is going to potentially have to just stay in that area as well on top of the Largo. That means he's not really making much space in the back of the fight for Muerta.
The smoke, they're looking for Y here. He's going to get the blink, and Shackle doesn't quite connect, but they will have the follow-up, and they'll grab themselves a nice pickoff. It's been a while, I think, since we've seen 1W grab a kill.
Been slow from them, but that is a perfect time to get a kill as you're waiting for Roche. Unfortunately, unbeknownst to them, it's quite a long one.
Much longer, yeah. There's a this 5,000 gold advantage is the Lina, right? Like, she is so far ahead. Shiro is crushing it right now.
Going for the Daedalus. That is going to be so much damage.
Yeah, I like it a lot.
If Vici can get second Roche and Daedalus on Lina.
Excellent. Wow, that looked like it hit, but I guess not.
It looks like it should have hit on both.
Yeah.
Like the original should have hit, and then where he blinked also should have
It's
been
like
hit.
the frame perfect dodge somehow.
All right, well done, Ari. I see you.
That was interesting, yeah.
He's familiar with Fissure himself, plays a lot of Earthshaker, one that's
Arcane.
relevant. Oh, that's pretty nice for XM.
Yeah, he's very happy to have that one. Chain stun, LSA. No, I mean, Shiro, you need to be a little bit careful here. Very, very aggressive positioning, but he does have that tusk to follow him up.
.33's got the Shivas.
There's a ward. There's 2 wards scouting this whole position here from Vici Gaming. They want to try and get to the Earthshaker, but why? Potentially blocking them off once again. The blink in, the Shivas, the stomp, the silence, everything dumped on top of him. The shackle from Ari, he did manage to find XM. Oh, that's a disaster. Roshan up in 25, and you're going to be down 2 heroes. They steal the gem away.
That's a big win for 1W. They've been so patient for something like this.
I don't know how they had the vision with the gem there, right?
It was kind of fortunate smoke angles. Vici, they kind of knew something was coming up, right? But the way he was positioned, he thought it was coming from the other angle.
Yeah.
And XM was then looking like, can I do anything here? And in that time, Ari finds him for the stun. Maybe just needs to give up on his teammate a little bit faster. Protect that Echo for the Roche fight, which fortunately the nighttime shifted. So Vici was waiting down here. It forced 1W to come over. That might buy them enough time. If they can just throw a couple spells, you need the Earthshaker before you commit too much.
Bach finishes the Ags right now. It is coming on the Courier. He needs just a moment. There's going to be the BKB, the initiation. BZM just goes in, pops the Laguna, is now from Shiro trying to deal what damage he can, but they're going to force them out. The magnetized damage, it's stacking up. And can they keep it in? 33, aggressive blank. The magnetize still rolling. They managed to catch him off the telekinesis in Q. Takes out BZM. As the Earthshaker will respawn. Those are some clutch item timings picking up here from VG. The Echo off the mark, though. Pure's going to try and chase him down on the other side. They've caught the Doom. Whitemon goes in.
Big
Great overgrowth onto 4, but can he get out from this? They're going to try and chase. Essence Distiller gives the vision and the burn damage. It's stacking up. He drops the gem.
Oh, that's kind of sneaky. Let's see if they find it.
Pretty cheeky. I mean, it's on the other side of his fissure.
Surely they'll know.
Yeah, they see it. Double gems. And now the Roshan. We were discussing, you know, could 1W grab the Roche before the Earthshaker respawns, but it's going to go the way of Vici Gaming. Roche number 2 banner their way, an 8,000 gold advantage. Make it 9.
The spell casting from Vici has been on point this game. He was trying to keep that magnetize going. It was on all the heroes. It was doing a lot of damage, but just steps up a little too close, gets picked off by the Rubik. Now, I appreciate 1W. They actually hung around, right, looking for a kill, and it almost kind of went their way, but 33 got separated from Pure, and I think they need to be aligned in what they're doing. At least once you've already lost your Earth Spirit.
Yeah, absolutely. And, ooh, top lane here. Splitting up some of these heroes. Ari, gonna be nice and safe right now. But you're level 20 on the Largo now. Do you know if he went double catchy lick? He has.
That is a yes.
This talent has been getting a lot more popular, and I do not blame him. It feels pretty strong. Ari here goes for the shackle, gets the blink to safety. Nice dodge away for now. Ooh, that is an instant BKB coming out here to try and turn it around, and the catchy lick! No, pulls him up to the high ground. He's trying his best to get away here on Pure. The kick comes out, but the damage from Shiro, it's too much, and you are 90 seconds now without your
Wise still has the punch.
What a block! Wise got him into the Walrus Punch. Can they hold him in place? Yes, it looks like they can. BZM's got nothing left in the tank. He goes for the magnetize. The damage, it's quite a bit, but there's 2 dead now on 1W. Vici Gaming are turning this game. Trying to find more. Doom's going to be forced to pop the BKB. Shiro shackled him on the high ground. Maybe going too far. They get the Doom off, but he gets the snowball for some space. That's going to be 1 dead. 33 burning him down. We'll take down a second. Will the Aegis get the Lina out? He's doomed up. He needs help. He's going to get the BKB. He turns it around to 33. He's trying to finish the kill. He gets the vision. Laguna Blade on the Whitemon. Shiro's just taking him out one by one.
BZM bought back for
BZM. It's a dieback. Vici Gaming take out 4 on the high ground.
This is some insane fighting. all the way back at the top, at the original start of this fight, I feel like 1W was on different pages. Ari blinks to get out. Muerta, I don't know if she got caught while we were looking at Ari, but she uses her ult, commits the BKB, but none of them are in position for that fight. So it's Vici kind of taking, not a 5-on-5, but 4-on-2, 4-on-3, right? The numbers advantage always in their way, plus the Aegis. This dive was a little scary, but they felt the confidence of having the Aegis, knowing the economic damage would be there, even if they did lose the fight. It's going to force the buybacks, but they actually win the fight, get most of that top barracks. They actually back out just to be safe.
I mean, we're seeing
go
Lina
mid
counter,
instead.
man. You picked this Muerta, like, you know, thinking, okay, you know, well, no problem. Shiro proving...
When Pure was BKB'd, ulted, attacking that Lina, it was doing nothing. Yeah, I was a little scared at this dive.
this
The
was
Gale
very
Force
deep.
kicking in, plus the stun, I think, brought them in a little deeper, and they're all together for the Doom. I was saying, oh, he's going to have a hard time picking who to Doom. He got 4 people in this Doom. But this is where the Largo speed boost helps a lot, right? You just run out, then you come back, catchy lick people in and out of the fight. Shiro, so much confidence here. Goes deeper into the base.
I mean, he knows his team was going to back him up. It's so nuts. Like, you've got the gem on this Shaker, blinking deep to help you keep this fight alive, and also just massive props to Y to buy just any time on that Drinking Buddies into the Snowball. And now that you have Satanic up, you do not have a choice. You have to kill Shiro in that Doom.
That Snowball was so clutch right before the Doom connected.
Yeah.
That bought some extra time for him. All right, things looking very good for Vici here. Now, you did lose the Aegis, so you clear out this top tier 2. I think this is where you just hold a little bit. If you find a pickoff, great. You can push for more, and ooh, fast smoke. They're looking for that pickoff. Worst case, you just hold the map. You eventually get that next Aegis, and, you know, it's kind of standard play from there. But we'll see if they can find anything.
They've got a amplify damage here on the Earthshaker. BZM's going to spot the smoke. Blinken again from Y, reads it perfectly. Will BZM get away? They've caught Ari for now.
Can't get over their own fissure, though.
Shiro can. He flying right through the skies, trying to get his hands on him. Great telekinesis forward. Okay.
Okay, Zinq.
Zinq, that's stylish, my guy.
I mean, everyone's playing well, but these last couple fights, the supports for Vici have been on fire with their spells. And they're not even playing Lino with this crazy cosmetic. How are they doing that? That guy's from the Arctic.
See if they can keep this going. 1W down, but definitely not out. A team that has shown to be able to pull back games in even more dire circumstances.
And this one's dire. There is a 10,000 gold difference between the carries.
That's a lot. That's a decent chunk of money.
Math is not my strong suit, but I believe you are correct. It seems like a lot.
You should have gone to not an NA school.
I believe that was a Aether Lens on Rubik, as if he wasn't already on point with these telekinesis. Now he can be even further back, which is going to help a lot, because...
Am I seeing Ag's Treant?
Was that? It does add a lot of healing into the fights. I question if it's going to be easy for him to be able to punch enough for it to matter, but with that said... what is the other item you would get, right? So that might be what they need. If he can get in there, cause some chaos. It also reduces the ultimate cooldown by quite a lot. I think that's actually one of the unsung values of it. But any extra healing in this fight could help. Any extra attention to the hero.
They found BZM. In comes the Blink Doom, though.
They're already out of it.
But yeah, they're already outside.
He can't catch up the clock.
Just dumping in the damage. 33's got to run the boulder kick out, but Shiro is chasing, flying right after him. Can 33 survive the telekinesis pulled forward? But a great save from Whitemon. Shiro really wants this Doom, but will not find him. A good save there from the Treant Protector.
I mean, imagine you're Doom in this game, right? You know you want to get the Largo, but if Largo is already speed boosted, he might outrun you. If you don't catch the Rubik, he's going to telekinesis the Largo out. If you don't catch the Tusk, he's going to fissure you off. The other fissure's going to be there, and Shiro might be hitting you the whole time. It is such a hard game for 33, even though, in theory, the Doom should be able to respond to the Largo.
You're losing your base. I mean, how do they jump back in here? They've committed quite a few spells. You have Magnetize, but no Overgrowth, no Doom available. And meanwhile, XM, he gets himself a kill on the Whitemon. punishes him at that tier 2 tower. He thought he was pushing safely alone. There's going to be able to force the Pierce the Veil. 33 blinks in, looking for Y. Gale Force causing some trouble. BZM's got no BKB for 5 seconds. He's gone. No Earth Spirit. You'll trade for the Tusk. Shackle out from Ari. They're going to buy it back. Pure trying to stand his ground against Shiro, but he doesn't have it. Wait a minute. A dead shot gets him to safety, but they've got it. The fissure. The LSA takes out Whitemon. It's a dieback. XM's on the high ground, blocking off Ari, but can he escape? No. Jin Q kicks him back, baby. Ultra kill for Shiro, and Vici Gaming might be punching their ticket to a game 3. Looking for the mega creeps now in the bottom lane. Can they do it? Gale Force out here from Ari, looking for an angle, but it's going to be difficult.
There are no buybacks. You honestly have enough time to do this and then still poke a little bit.
In with the Doom. You got the catchy leg. Number 1, number 2. The stun's out. He's got the BKB to turn it around, but can he just kill? 33 is the question. He needs some help from this Largo. The Lotus out, the speed boost, everything. The shackles are out. They might have finally gotten the Lina. Telekinesis. No, baby. He was waiting. They got him. GG comes out, and Vici Gaming, an incredible game 2.
I feel like that final fight, there was even a slip up from Vici. The telekinesis and the catchy lick happened, so it actually canceled the telekinesis throwback. But we still see how hard it is to just stick onto that Lina. That's how hard the Doom's game is. And that's what you pick him for.
Yep.
All the other heroes are like Muerta needs space. So BZM and Doom, BZM on the Earth Spirit, Doom, they need to be the ones in front causing problems. But if they have to chase all their targets, then Muerta also has to chase behind. She's not doing any damage. The fights were so hard for 1W this time. Vici, the Lina switch to carry,
genius.
Played out perfectly for them.
Yeah, it was expertly played. This was just straight out team fighting, out positioning. I will say Vici Gaming also did a fantastic job in that whole mid game finding BZM. Like they were shutting down the one person who was going to be making plays on the side of 1W, and they did it over and over and over. And part of it is these supports, right? Y as well as Jin Q just getting everything they need out of these blink daggers, out of the telekinesis, the setups, the follow-ups from Shiro having boots of travel, or XM with his blink dagger, right? They were constantly on the map. It was that was fun to watch. That was an incredible game.
I feel like Rubik was so much more enabled. Jin Q, right? Last time he had the Mirana with like not the greatest pairings, and the supports on Vici really struggled that game 1. But here they actually got to play the game, and we see why you want them to play the game. They're so good.
Yeah, this was expertly done, but now time to send it back to our expert panel. They can talk a little bit about what they did right.
Thank you, Ricky. Appreciate everybody coming into this game with excitement on the docket, because we were looking at whether Vici Gaming would be able to turn it around, and they certainly have. 1W go down. Vici Gaming tie up the series, which means we've got one more to go to decide who is going through. And of course, with Rune Eaters taking down Aurora earlier on today, we are used to these types of theatrics, and it just means that Stream B's brought the action. FEBSJ joining me, guys, as we take a look first at the scoreboard. Ryan, Vici did a lot of things right in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny, they took a page out of the Yandex playbook to pick Lina and flex it to carry. I wasn't sure how it was going to work, but they drafted themselves strong lanes. They were a little bit behind in the early to mid game, but they had a lot of playmaking potential. This is kind of like the polar opposite of what I expected from XM, being usually like the Vipers and the Snipers. It's not that he's incapable of playing these playmakers, but it's definitely not his signature playstyle. But they made it happen, and I feel like there might have been a bit of arrogance to some degree coming from Pure, because he was handed a Treant Drow lane from the very get-go and elected to go for a less desirable carry in the Muerta. But I can't tell you how relieved and pleasantly surprised I am to see Vici finally kind of show us what they're capable of against a team of 1W's caliber, something we just haven't seen throughout this tournament from them, Mira.
I had a lot of fun watching Vici in this game too. Like they came back swinging. They came back in a really strong way, and I thought they did a lot right in this game. Outside of just the draft and the lanes being better, something that they did that I really thought helped them win this game was that they played through Lina's lane as opposed to maybe going down to Muerta's lane. Because Muerta had a really fantastic lane against Largo. She shut him down heavily and was much higher net worth above him, as we can see in these clips. But instead of like bringing their Earthshaker bottom and trying to make moves, they just kept going to Lina's lane and enabling Shiro. Like they just played there for the first 16 minutes.
Yeah.
They didn't overstep, and they just kind of confidently said, we believe in our Lina to carry this, and we're gonna get strong through that avenue. And not overreacting to Muerta did turn out to be the play, because they were able to kind of cook her in these fights.
I want to give a shout out to you, Mira, because this was like 3 days ago where you said, I've been playing Turbo, and I think that Lina carry should still go Axe. And I honestly said to you, I don't know, like, I haven't seen that. It's not that I have any professional opinion on this at all. And then here we are, 3 days later, Shiro going Maelstrom into the Axe Scepter on the carry Lina. Very cool, like, little bit of a new meta build. We saw Watson play this a couple days ago, very standard, like, Hurricane Pike, Maelstrom build, but seeing that early Axe was quite cool on Lina. Very innovative build.
Dude, I'm telling you, there's some things you can only learn playing Turbo. My man Shiro plays Turbo.
Yeah, this man gets it. This man gets it.
I'm talking about, no, it was a fantastic game, and Vici, I feel that their ability to calmly like make the right map movements was really promising for me, because you were talking about, Brian, about how they kind of got skill checked in terms of map movements, but their map movements this time around were really calculated. They were correctly positioned, and they also were able to bring Largo back into the game after his disastrous start.
It's an incredible difference as well between set one for Shiro, game one and game two. Shiro went 5-5 in game one on Tiny, and we were talking about what do you need to do if you're Vici Gaming? And we said, who is the player? There was some focus, I think, on what XM needed to do, but Shiro now going 20+1 to finish off that game. What an incredible showcase of the power of what that carry can bring to the table. And now the question, Brian, I think starts to become, how do you navigate this? Because it's the first time that 1W is starting to bleed. It's the first time we've seen Vici Gaming actually say, now you might have to adjust to us. Is it being more respectful of the Drow being available and just going for it on the side of Pure? Because a 16-0 performance now in a very different light for him. I believe it was, I don't have the numbers exactly right here, but it was a very 3-5. Very different than 16-0. And what do you do to change that?
There's very few players that I would attribute like, yeah, it's just kind of an ego thing of why they would do something. Usually I think about their theory crafting of the game, but Pure is definitely one of those players that I said he was a hipster in the draft, and I'm like, come on, dude, just pick draft. Come on. At the end of the day, like, that was a very signature draft for 1W. I don't think they slacked off or anything like this in game two. Vici had to bring it to him in order to take it, but there is some degree of, I don't know, like, 1W does not look like a top 4 team at this tournament. Like, when we were looking at Yandex and even, like, Team Spirit, who just won their game against Team Liquid.
Yep.
It's really hard for me to pinpoint, but there's just something that I feel like is missing, and it looks like there's holes in their armor, and if a team like Vici, who hasn't really stepped up just yet, is finding the time to step up, I think 1W is quite susceptible to losing this series.
All right, well, we'll have time to find out in just a moment. When we come back, 1W, Vici Gaming playing their final game to see who moves on at Dota 2 here at EWC 26.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Well, we deemed it the last chance for China as Vici Gaming. TI is on the docket, but how can they do at EWC here with Dota 2? We're about to find out, as one game will separate them and 1W as of now as to who moves forward in this survival stage. But of course, one game can sometimes come down to 1,000 different decisions. And Vici Gaming and, of course, 1W have to make them starting now. As we welcome you back to the panel, my name is Rain Day. I'm joined by Effie and BSJ as we have been throughout the day. It's been a great set of series, guys, and I just, before we wrap it up, knowing this will be our last game here, Rune Eaters, just a great surprise on Aurora. Vici Gaming, not necessarily doing the same thing, but some amazing storylines we've already seen, Effie, take place here, and I think that's just a sign that people are playing really good Dota and maybe playing it at the right time.
Yeah, and it also just kind of shows the magic of the survival round and how many players have the ability to step up within that and who crumbles. Because we did see Aurora crumble a bit during their survival round, but
That's right.
Now we're in a position where Vici made a huge turn after getting stomped in that game one, and they could be the team that also rises to the occasion and takes advantage of 1W's flaws, I guess is the best word.
Yeah, we said they got big broed in game one, and I'll just say this. There's very few players. I already mentioned the ego thing. There's very few players where I think that their performance significantly depends on their attitude on that given day, on that given hour. But Pure is one of them. He can be one of the players that absolutely dominates, takes over the entire tournament. And there's some times where he just kind of falls flat. And my eyes are on Pure for game 3, because like you said, game 1 he's like 15-0 or something.
Yeah.
Game 2 he's 3-5. That is the story of Pure's career, and I'm curious how he does in game 3.
And I guess my question, coming outside many people's would be, how good is he at bouncing back? Because obviously having a good game, you can have a bad game by just kind of letting your focus drift a little bit, feeling like you've got it in the bag. But when you have a bad game and man, that was not what I am, how good is he, have you seen, at figuring out a way to come back in that next game?
I would say over time he's gotten better at it.
Okay.
Like, I think early on in his career, I think how long has he played for Mirror? Maybe 3 or 4 years at this point for Pure. I think that's about my guess. I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I think earlier on in his career...
How many days, minutes, and hours exactly?
How many games does he have in his career, Mira, that he's lost?
Come on, Mira.
I think he started in 2022, because
that sounds about right.
Remember him most during that NTT roster way back in the day.
Wow, that's a real throwback.
When using like carry pudges and whatnot, but no, I think he is good at bouncing back, and the thing is, I don't think he played a bad game per se. I just think that Muerta's hero interactions with Largo really came into play. Like I mentioned, he crushed that lane, but Vici didn't bring the action to Muerta. They just kept going top and pushing out Doom and playing with Lina and making that part of the map unplayable and unusable. And then it was just a matter of, okay, their Lina is strong, our Muerta is strong, who wins in the showdown? And it really felt like Lina plus Largo, they naturally just had a great time against Muerta. I remember some of these fights, like Pure was walking forward on his Muerta. If he wasn't hitting Largo, Largo was just healing and licking people away. And I thought to myself, oh God, what do you do outside of waiting for an overgrowth from Treant Protector? And they never really got to make that play.
Yeah, the thing about it's so interesting with Muerta versus Drow, like we were just talking about, they could have taken Drow at any point in that draft, is I feel like Muerta is really good at shoving the lane out and just saying like, I'm going to shut you down early and then I'm going to go back off and farm. While Drow is and SFO also are much more oppressive carries. Like if you lose lane to them, you're losing your tower really early. You're getting like completely shut down and the map collapses on you. While Muerta just doesn't offer that same component of it, and that's why I think she's more of like a B tier ranged carry in comparison. And obviously they had a reason for picking it, but quite frankly, I'm struggling to understand why. Like there's times to stray away from the meta and there's times to stick to it. And I'm just, like you said, how does he bounce back?
Yeah.
Most important thing for me is that I see like a somewhat normal hero with a normal build. I know that sounds...
And hopefully not overly prioritized in the draft, right? Where you take something away from somebody who needs to be enabled. I mean, 33 obviously had a great game in game one, but all three of the cores, BZM and 33, did not die. So they all had great games. In this game, they all go negative in terms of their KD.
It's crazy swings, yeah.
And so I would say this is a question, Effie, that maybe the entire team's morale has to be looked at, and especially going into draft, getting something that makes them feel comfortable.
Honestly, I think their morale in 1W should be fine. Like with Coach Moonmeander, I feel like they've worked through this a lot throughout the year, and that's not the issue. Like these aren't players that I would associate with an inability to reset, especially players like Whitemon, who I feel just have a very consistent level of energy throughout any game that they play. It's kind of infectious. But we didn't get to see that draft unfold, actually, right? So we're like wondering how the Muerta came to be. I'm looking at the draft. So what ended up happening was they picked Wind Ranger support on 15, and Vici had to read that this was a support pick because they already had the Largo. They're like, okay, it's an Ahri Wind Ranger. And then on 18, they just thought that Earth Spirit was too good to pass by for BZM. So they made the decision to pick the Earth Spirit over the Drow Ranger, and Drow Ranger got banned. So they ended up going for Muerta. So I don't think it was, let's pick Muerta over Drow at the very end. She was just banned out. So the question is, was the Earth Spirit pick worth not getting the Drow Ranger on 18?
Yeah.
To me, it didn't look like it was worth it.
Yeah, I guess like if I'm looking at the draft, I would have wanted the Doom to be a Drow, because Drow's been getting early picked in a lot of these drafts. You already have your laning duo. You already see what is likely the offlaner for Vici Gaming, as well as another core-to-core matchup. But the thing is there's so many ways to effectively like lose a draft in Dota, and it's easy for me here to say like they should have just picked this, when in reality the game could have looked the exact same, meaning the same result in a different fashion, or even the Muerta had absolutely no impact on it. So I agree with everything you're saying, Mira. And going into this game 3, like there's a reason why I didn't mention the entire mentality of 1W. Like these other players, I don't have this concern at all. I think Whitemon and 33 especially are just super composed. I think BZM's really matured over the years as well. Ahri, I don't think I've ever seen a portion of his career where he had varying performances. So just as a team, that's why I was like, if there's one person that I'm looking out for to bounce back is Pure, because I kind of just assumed the other 4 will.
Yeah.
Tusk also seemed to get a little bit of value coming out of Vici. Do you think this is maybe taking something away that worked well from them?
So when Bane comes out, typically the counter to his Fiend's Grip is single target save, and usually that comes through Ringmaster and his Escape Act. But if you secure the Tusk early on, you're doing 2 things. You're taking it away from Vici, who played a really strong Tusk performance, and you're enabling a ranged carry to potentially come from the safe lane. So another sheer ranged carry, honestly, it looked great. I wouldn't mind that. If they end up playing... Oh, sorry, I'm looking at 1Ws. That would be another pure range carry and not Shiro. But Pure, that's kind of what his specialty has been. There's still Drow Ranger in the pool, and you can easily play that with Tuskar. If we don't see Drow Ranger, again, I'd be really surprised, because it is a Largo. You do have the Hypothermia arrows. If you pass by this Drow Ranger in second phase, it's going to get banned again.
That's most likely a Xingqiu Zeus. I thought it was an XM Zeus, but I looked back at their draft earlier on in the tournament, and there was a 4-position Zeus. So Zeus, okay, I want to touch real quick, just to confirm for you, Evan, is that Tusk has a lot of aggression potential, but he also has an ability that saves single targets, so that's why he's good against Bane. But then, on top of this, Zeus got a really interesting buff, so his ulti used to not hit Invis heroes. It would reveal them, but it's like 500 damage that effectively didn't hit to the entire enemy team, but just in I think it was in 7.41, it was very recent, Zeus's ult now does damage to Invis heroes.
Wow.
So it makes sense as a conceptual counter to the Mirana, who makes her entire team Invis with her ulti. So I think that's why they went for it. Wow. Is it good? Like, I think there's a reason we haven't seen it too much, but I think it's a really cool idea, and they go for the Drow, Mira.
I think they want Spectre, so they just take
they want the global strat classic.
I think that's what they might be looking at. But yeah, the Drow does come up that we talk about. I mean, they don't let it slide. So to me, it tells me that it's not that they didn't want to play her, it's just that they valued certain heroes higher than her at that stage in the draft.
Makes sense.
But Drow is a really great hero versus Largo. Like, her heal reduction is always going to be useful. It's going to be different than looking at a Muerta.
Banned, one of the most banned characters so far. Finally makes it through for 1W. This is it, though. For a team that's won 4 first places across the season. A very, very highly competitive team. It would be a disappointment for sure to lose at this point in the series. VG Gaming trying to keep their hopes alive.
Okay, so I was curious. So when they played Zeus on support, it was a 50-minute game, and Xingqiu had Ags, Refresher, Octarine Core, Divine Rapier. So this is a very greedy Zeus. Like, I wasn't sure, because sometimes I've seen occasionally if Zeus is like needed more presence in the mid game, they'll go for like a Solar Crest or a Glimmer or something to help his team a little bit. But this looks like it's going to be a very most likely greedy position for Zeus, which means that if I'm thinking I'm a carry and I'm against Axe, Mirana, Tusk, these are a lot of heroes that you're going to get called, you're going to get arrowed, you're going to get roamed on by the Tusk. I have to be like a very self-sufficient, I was going to say beefy guy, and they go for the Tiny. The thing about this is that I do believe Tiny's very beefy, but early game, he doesn't really have armor, and Battle Hunger's armor or physical damage, Tusk is almost purely physical damage as well. I think Tiny's very susceptible to getting roamed on underneath his tower. Maybe they will have strong counterplay with like Zeus rotating early. I'm not sure how their plan is to... Because the thing for Zeus as a support is he clears jungle camps really fast, but like, I've played a lot of Zeus recently. It's the worst feeling to just like have nowhere to go on the map, because if you're not farming on Zeus, you're just kind of useless. So, but your items are so impactful. So I want to look at the rest of his lineup and say, it's so important that they have space to farm so that Xingqiu has space to farm, and I'm a bit concerned about Shiro getting invaded as the Tiny.
Shiro's a really great Tiny, and I think this is one of his comfort picks. To me, picking Tiny over Spectre here means that they value the lane more than they would like the overall hero combination, because Spectre can get bullied on lane, but she does pose a lot of kill threat to Axe when he's alone. Tiny makes it so that you can just like trade into Axe comfortably enough. But I do worry a little bit in the Tiny versus Drow dynamic. Brian, maybe you can touch on it, but I feel if your initial jump goes badly, Drow is just gonna cook you on Tiny with the hypothermia.
Oddly enough, I think the biggest change to Tiny that happened that made him a carry more viable than before was the fact that they made it so Harpoon can target trees. So in the past, if Tiny went in with Shadow Blade or blinked in and he was getting slowed by Drow, there was literally no way for him to disengage other than telling his team to buy Force Staffs. But now you can like Harpoon over cliffs and stuff like this. And I was just thinking about the fact that most of the time you want a carry that gets out of Tusk Shards. And in my head, I was like, Tiny can't get out of Tusk Shards, but a lot of ranged carries who buy like Hurricane Pike and Force Staffs will get out of Shards. But then I was like, oh yeah, Tiny with the Harpoon might actually be a really early Harpoon purchase from him. I think it's his, like we saw a Blink Tiny earlier today. I think it was from Dark Lord in that game. Maybe it was... It's really hard to remember which series was what, because we've actually had a lot of good back and forth games. I would like to see like a Blink Harpoon kind of Tiny performance from Shiro, because I think it really is his job to buy that space in the fights and basically fend for himself, Mira, because you were talking about like if he's getting pelted by the Drow, it is a problem. And he's not really got too much assistance there. Maybe like the Largo can also help him do that. Like if he's harpooning out, he's getting licked out, maybe that's their idea. And now he has like a secondary brawler bro in the Earth Spiriter.
I was wondering how they would address BZM's Earth Spirit and if XM would be willing to play it, because you just take it away. And I have not watched him play this hero, admittedly. Back when this hero was trending as a mid laner 2 years ago, I don't remember watching any games on him either. So this is a huge question mark for me. I mean, if he can pull it off, I think Earth Spirit is a great pick because the aggression is going to be there, the side lane presence is going to be there, and they're not going to allow the Drow to farm. But genuinely, I cannot tell you. Oh, it's mid Mirana.
Yeah.
Holy moly. Wait, BZM loves mid Mirana. Like,
I love it.
He's always tried to make this hero work from the mid lane, and sometimes it does, but we haven't really tested it on a tier 1 setting.
Wow. Well, one thing you told me earlier is that I asked you about these players, and you said BZM, no notes. We'll see if there are no notes. I imagine there will be some notes, whether on a good end or the bad side, of course, for Vici Gaming and for 1W, because this game's going to decide it all. Best of 3 comes down to a best of 1. And who's moving on? Let's send it over to our casters and get it going.
Let's do this. It is going to be an intense game 3. Both teams 1 win away from victory here, knocking out their opponent. I think the momentum, right, of game 2 has to be giving Vici Gaming a little bit of a good feeling here as they're getting ready for this one. The drafts, pretty good still from both teams. I think maybe the most even we've seen, but the big question, right? BZM mid Mirana. He's pulled it out a few times, Zach. You know,
he has.
It's a pocket pick, you could say. How you feeling about it in this game?
I'm excited to see what it can do. I mean, I've seen it in pubs, right? It can bring out some crazy damage if it gets some early farm, but Pro Dota is obviously a kind of a different beast from that. Now, Vici got that win on game 2 from a little bit of a surprise carry Lina, something unusual. Maybe 1W going for something similar with the Mirana. I do think it's harder. Like when you've lost the second game, it's harder to bounce back. They didn't become one of the best teams in the world by crumbling easily, though. So I'm not counting them out. But I feel like that's a huge confidence booster for Vici. We've heard them say we're in the process of figuring ourselves out, finding our play style. That is probably the strongest performance we have seen from them in a long time.
I'd agree.
It felt like everything was clicking. That's got to be a huge boost to them.
That is very true. And, you know, one of the things we talked about last game, just that why every game tip me.
You're such a nice guy. They
everyone likes Bach, you know. Okay, so we get Bach once again on his Largo. It looked quite good last game. There was it's kind of enabling the Lina, which is a big deal. She being this hybrid backline carry. This game, very different hero again for Shiro. He's on the Tiny, right? So we're kind of going back to what we saw in game 1. It's not the type of playstyle that we typically like for Shiro, but I think this game, having XM on the Earth Spirit, might help balance things out a little bit.
Also, the true carry this game for Vici is Xingqiu.
Let's go. You're right. I don't know what I was thinking. For anyone who missed it earlier in this tournament, Xingqiu had a 4-position Zeus where he never joined a team fight. He sat in the corner of the map and did like 90,000 damage by the end of the game. Why? Has the bonus vision, looking for Pure. On the backside, though, Waimon is going to be able to rotate on over, and he's in a lot of trouble. Good boulder kick to come on through. The damage from the Zeus, it's kind of stacking up, but First Blood will go for Ari. The rest of 1W will back away as Xingqiu will find the return kill. So a 1-for-1 at the runes. And it looks like Shiro's making his way down to the other bounty rune, so they'll go 3 runes for the side of Vici Gaming.
Gold-wise, as a team, about even when you go 3-for-1, but the enemy team gets the first blood. Let's see if Ari can do anything with it, though, because Wind Ranger can be very annoying in the lane if she's getting some early items. He's the one that got the first blood. And who got it on the other side?
Went to Xingqiu.
Okay, that'll help with the Zeus, actually, because he's a very greedy support. As we saw, does a lot of damage when he has mana, but you quickly run out of mana. So when you're getting some kills, get some of those early items, either just straight up regen if you want to blow through it all in the lane. But I think with a Largo, you kind of go a slower approach. Well, we'll see. Maybe, level 2, level 3, that is still a lot of magic damage into a hero like Drow. They could try to fight, depending how these first few waves go.
Nice movement of the stones here in the mid lane for XM. Great job on the CS. Real question is if he can actually deny anything from the Mirana. Not easily, it seems, so BZM having a perfectly good time. It's been a while since we've seen the Drow. I think we saw a lot of it the first couple of days. It fell a little bit out of favor, or it was getting banned, right? I think teams had developed some answers to it. But we are going to see it come out here in Game 3, a make-or-break game for both of these teams. And Pure already very low in this bottom lane now. Whitemon joining him. That Frog Stomp combo. It's a lot of spell damage between these two heroes.
Frog Stomp, you get pulled back into it, you get hit by that slow from the jump. You get stuck in there for quite a while. It is going to be that Drow, though, like you said, and actually Brian was kind of calling for it, right? Like kind of a return to a more normal standard carry. This is something that 1W used to just first pick in their drafts. Right? They have a lot of confidence in the Drow, which could help a lot after a loss in Game 2. Just say, hey, you know what? They caught us off guard, right? Let's just do our thing. I feel like the Drow is sort of a sign that that's the game plan.
They want to play their type of game, right? Like they don't want to have Pure on a little bit of a weird carry and then playing into this like Shiro carry Lina, right? Like they want to try and force back to their standard.
Then XingQ said no.
Then XingQ picks Zeus, yeah.
We're
like,
playing pub Dota and you better pray I don't get Enchanter's Bauble. Now last time, okay, if you didn't see it, in the group stage, he did do this. He's okay. That's the nice thing about having the jump when they commit on you. Pure.
He's in pretty deep. Blood Grenade missed, but XingQ will just zap him down.
Carry Zeus with another kill. In the group stage, he played this. He did not get the Enchanter's Bauble, but he played the exact same way, farming so much in the back. And I think that's going to help Shiro playing this Tiny. Sometimes we see these carry Tinies where you have to initiate, but you also have to carry. That was kind of what Game 1 was for it, and it's just so much. This time, as time goes on, you're saying, actually, you don't need to do as much carrying because I, as support Zeus, will do so much damage. All you need to do is blink Avalanche Toss, and that simplifies the game plan for Shiro. XM, that is really cutting it close here.
Okay. Very close. Actually gets a nice little assist from the tower there as well. But yeah, very low there on the Earth Spirit. Bottom lane. Snowball to buy him some time, but XingQ maybe in a little bit deep. Has the leap and a Lotus. He should be okay, but we'll see if Ari jumping into this fight.
Shards.
Okay, beautiful Ice Shards. They're going to do what damage they can. Bach maybe thinking of joining over, but a great shackle from Ari, and they will get the bounty there on the Zeus. Find the kill. Good TP in. Meanwhile, mid lane, Y rotating through, trying to find a kill here onto the Mirana. Gets it with the Brain Sap. Nice way to secure that water rune for XM.
But this has been a pretty close mid lane. I wasn't really sure how the mid Mirana versus Earth Spirit matchup would go, but they've been just about even on CS. Now a rotation from Y. At least getting something out, right? Because you lost that kill bottom. And that should help this Earth Spirit. In the last game, XingQ.
Oh, he's got a stick. Oh, it's going to be close. They get the kill, though. The turnaround from Pure. A lot of kills here in this bottom lane. As Bach just doing whatever damage he can to Pure as well. This is kind of what we expect, right? With a Largo Zeus, it is so much spell damage. You have to be able to find these kills. Drow's not farming that bad, though, right? All things considered, 24-6. Has participated in some of the kills as well, so Drow doing well.
And the stacks are getting made, we just saw.
Yep.
This time around, Vici does not have as good of heroes at stealing those stacks. It would, okay, Zeus can do it. It's just going to take a lot of mana. If you bring a couple heroes, they can go for it. I want to see something from the Earth Spirit. Last game we saw it fall flat. And that's because this hero wants to fight Pure rounds again.
My goodness. Nice rotation from Y. I mean, taking advantage of that lane pull, right? I don't know if they saw that happening, but knowing that the Drow was up there all alone, maybe. XM, mid lane, Shackle into the power shot. He's falling low, does have that
nice
roll,
block.
but beautiful block there from BZM's going to get the turnaround now. It's tough for the carry Zeus. TP it in, will force him away. Power Rune is bottom.
Carry Zeus securing.
He will get it. BZM, of course, knowing that there's a ward based on the movement there. Bach now going to get punished here potentially. They're trying to Find a kill onto the Largo. Great Nightmare from Y. Is that going to be enough to save him? It's close, but not enough. And now Y is in trouble. Deep underneath the enemy side, but here comes Tiny, the wraparound, baby. The avalanche comes through. XinQ burning him down. XM comes in. It's a massacre in this bottom lane. 7 heroes enter, but only the 4 heroes of Ichi looking like they're going to walk away. Whitemon trying to buy as much time.
Nice ice shards.
Hold on. Can XM chase? Roll on through. Okay, people wide roll. Grabs him on the edge. All right, good rotation from Shiro.
A lot of space for 33 in the meantime, though. Even so confident, seeing all the heroes down there, dragging the waves to the jungle on the enemy half of the map. Last game, he was very passive on that Doom. Had to spend a lot of time farming up. Should be able to get a little bit more active for his team on this Axe. And I kind of think he'll need to, because you've got this mid Mirana. She's not really a playmaker. She's going to have damage.
They know there's a sentry in the backside of the lane. First Moonlight Shadow. They really wanted to set this one up for like a call into arrow. Doesn't quite happen.
This is that awkward part of the draft. Who is the one who can just start the fight? Okay, well, I guess if you find Bane, maybe you can just run in.
Well, he's going to make him work for it. BZM's got the urn. Plenty of damage from the Rana. Great body blocks. And with the Starstorm, will get the kill.
I actually thought Vici was scouting this. I thought they were going to play very safe. Maybe he thought they'd already moved on. 1W does end up with a kill, but it's a lot of heroes sitting up here for, in the end, just the Bane. The other heroes on the team are farming quite well. Now, maybe they can get Shiro as they watch him leave, but...
Oh, they might get Pure instead. He came to the bottom rune, and XinQ, his 5th kill of the game. Did I see that right? This guy's cooking.
5-2-2. And on the other side, Pure 1-4-3. The panel mentioned sometimes Pure, you know, the games can affect him between games, and it seems like he didn't have much fun in game 2. They try to bring him back on the Drow. He's getting some return kills, but getting killed quite a lot. Bottom of the
in
court.
his head, man.
Carry Zeus has passed Drow.
So the thing is with the support Zeus, like, the timing
That's
is...
carry Zeus to you.
Yeah, the thing is with the Zeus is getting the shard at 15 minutes. He's got his mana boots, Windlace, Wand. I don't think he's going to have too much difficulty hitting the timing, right? His team's going to smoke up. They're going to try and run over to Bach. You've got Thunder God's Wrath online now. Why? Oh, he gets caught from the arrow from BZM. Great grab, but here comes the Magnetize at Thunder God's Wrath. The question is, who's going to go down here? Why? Drops the sentry, has a Nightmare. BZM's going to try and chase after him up onto the high ground. The Starstorm doesn't hit. And XM looking for a target, roll. It's going to connect. The kick comes out. How much more time on this Moonlight Shadow? It's going to be expiring soon, but they can't connect. They don't have the reach.
Largo's back. Respawn time, not that long in this early game. Now, I'm a little surprised. Earth Spirit had the Magnetize on 3 or 4 heroes.
It's a really good split, though.
But yeah, he just didn't commit to it. Maybe didn't think his team had enough damage, even if he commits the rocks. Well, that's going to give something back to 1W.
I feel like this is classic 33. He has not left the top lane. He's had no desire to stop farming on the Axe. He wants to get to his core items here.
Absolutely. You can't just run at people with Blade Mail, right? You need the combo, Blade Mail, Blink. Sometimes we see some other builds, but I believe that's what he's going for this time.
He's going first item Pipe.
All he knows he needs to address the carry Zeus, and then he's going to get the Blink after the Shard. I mean, there is a whole bunch of magic damage from Vici. I do get it. It's also going to be huge for Largo. Crocogenia is going to do work this game.
Yeah, we'll see what they can get done. There's the Nightmare. Roll comes out. A lot of damage into White Wand. Will he be able to finish? He's baiting as much as he can. Still has that Snowball. Great Shackles will get, or Ice Shards to get him out.
They don't have the Fiend's Grip. Not easy to... Like, 1W has more confidence to push this aggressively because they're not so worried about being Fiend's Gripped under the tower.
Very true, yeah.
No, they don't get the tower still, though. It's very hard into a Zeus. A couple Qs and your creep wave's gone.
Shiro does have his Echo Saber coming out, it looks like, on the Courier. And he will queue up that Blink Dagger as his next item.
Sometimes the Blink feels necessary as the carry Tiny just to be that playmaker. But it feels bad because it's not like a damage item, right?
Yeah.
But against a Drow, I actually think it's totally fine, right? Because Drow, as long as you get to Drow, you typically have enough damage to kill her. Her whole thing is staying far back. And you can Avalanche Toss, tuck her back to your team, and they can finish the job for you. So I think it'll feel even nicer to be able to go for that Blink next on the Tiny.
Yeah, and you've got the Earth Spirit, right? He's just going to be rolling in, trying to find the vision and give you that target to go for. Pause for the moment, though. I think in terms of lanes, both teams are kind of getting, I would say, an equal amount out of it. The real question is how much that pipe is going to bring to the game, because you've sacrificed some of your other heroes, right, at the moment, to give 33 this much space to get him to that pipe. So this is the decision, right, from 1W. They're saying, all right, we believe the pipe is our way of giving us this mid game and maybe fighting into Vici Gaming's lineup. I guess we'll see, you know, if that ends up being the case, but it's a cool strategy. I like the ideas behind it.
I do think you need a pipe when you look at the amount of magic damage Vici has, but I question when you have the pipe and you say, okay, let's fight, you know, we can deal with the magic damage, and you're running in, you're looking at a Tiny who's going to have a Blink, Avalanche Toss, you're looking at an Earth Spirit, you're looking at Largo playing his song, running away, you got the jump. Okay, we left the Bane behind, right? You get the Bane. I don't know how you force these fights with the pipe outside of maybe a Lucky Arrow, or I guess it's got to be Ari, right? He's going to have to find that Jackal, but he's a Blink away from Blink, so I don't know. That's my question. How is 1W going to start these fights even as they do get to the pipe?
Only time will tell. BZM's going to go straight into the Aghanim Scepter for Mirana. We've seen this, right? I think Tofu had an incredible performance on the Mirana previously in the tournament, you know, from the support role, of course. But, I mean, we see the damage potential of this hero, obviously very high. And when you up that priority to the mid lane, if you're able to get those items, it could be pretty scary. Both teams grabbing a tower there, 33 taking top. Bach and the squad taking the bottom tower. Moonlight Shadow is going to come through. Thunder God's Wrath to scout.
Instantly scouted out.
They know something's up.
Don't even try. Go back to farming. That's what XinQ's saying.
I mean, they need the Fiend's Grip. And you need it before 15 minutes, right? This is the other thing. You need to take advantage of the Bane during that nighttime. And the Fiend's Grip should be up before then, especially if you get the Wisdom Shrine here in about 40 seconds. But that is something that we see a lot of Banes take advantage of, right? That nighttime bonus vision, the Nightmares into that Fiend's Grip, making it very difficult to maneuver the map.
They have had to move around a lot, and I understand poor Y. He has to play with carry Zeus. You know, he is truly position sick. This is a pub game for him. But it's 3 games in a row they've struggled to get their supports to level 6 at a, you know, usually like around 10 minutes is preferable. That might be something Vici needs to look at for the future, but for now, it's kind of working. Like, sometimes you have to sacrifice some support levels. It seems weird that it would happen 3 times in a row.
Well, they're going to find Y bottom. He is slowed to a crawl as Pure throws in one more auto attack here. They'll give the kill to him. Good news, they did secure the Wisdom Shrine, and he got level 6. So I would say mission accomplished, maybe.
Well, let's see if he gets the Fiend's Grip when he respawns. Let's see how long it takes to actually use the ult.
He'll wait till nighttime, most likely.
The cores on 1W are climbing. Now, of course, some of that extra gold difference is in the Zeus. And
that is true.
Kind of worth it, but it does take a while to pay off. Like, I think Zeus support truly comes online at the Aghanims, and then like another 20 minutes after that, after you've picked up like 3 more items. But there is a little weird part here where, yes, your cores are a little bit slower to the items that we usually have because XinQ's over there like, my jungle camp, zap.
Oh, there's a nice Moonlight Shadow rotation to the bottom. There is a sentry here, but the smoke still hasn't popped.
Fox back
and Radiant scan doesn't connect. A very good read here potentially from Vici Gaming. They know something's up. Ward placed up on the high ground. Bach, oh no, he might be walking right into it. Needs to be careful. He sees Whitemon. He's going to back away. They know that they're here, smoked up onto the high ground. They're going to TP in instead. Why? Here comes the snowball. The
Good
gust,
silence.
though, does connect. Can they kill these two? It would be absolutely massive. Why need some help? He gets the brain sap to try and live, but the Magnetize is doing some work. Can they back out now? The Fiend's Grip just doing everything it can to hold back 33, but they're still alive on 1W. You've got to get away from this Magnetize.
Shiro's
It's
got
starting to
blink.
expire. Shiro, does he get the vision? He finds Pierre. Avalanche toss, but where's the follow-up damage? There it is. XM rolls him over. A deep play here from 1W, and it ends up going Vici Gaming's way.
So that's the issue we were considering earlier. We have the pipe, sure. We find a good target, we silence, but it's just so deep. They've already had time to run away because you don't have the instant blink initiate. It drags 1W in. They do get a kill, but obviously it forces them in so deep, it takes forever to get out, and you end up losing your carry for that move.
They almost got the Bane, right? I think that was the decider. I think there was like an Ash Legion shield that came out, just any extra damage to try and protect him. But the Bane getting the Nightmare into basically a full duration Fiend's Grip was pretty clutch.
It did save the Largo from getting axe ulted. That's
true.
the thing, right?
Yeah.
Because he has to just run in. He can't blink call. So this is where the draft, like this is the downside of the mid Mirana, right? In the current patch, a lot of the playmakers come from the mid lane in Pro Dota, and this time it's not Mirana, so Axe has to be both the aura builder and the playmaker, and you have to pick which one you think is more important. He chose the auras, but we're seeing the cost it has.
Well, they're going to look for bottom. Moonlight Shadow comes out, trying to get his team closer to Bach. There's going to be the call. He does have Lotus stick as well. He's going to try and do his best here to run away, but it looks like it's all just time being wasted as here comes the rest of 1W. Ari comes through, gets the shackle, the dunk from 33. That'll be his first so far this game. A worthwhile chase. Getting him closer to that Blink Dagger. Like you mentioned, he needs to get this, so they're really prioritizing 33's farm right now.
And actually, the delay to the blink is not that bad with that kill.
Not at all.
I was worried there was going to be a big window between pipe and blink, but at the current rate, you should get it in another minute, and that's not too bad.
Look at the Zeus, man. Look at the Zeus.
It's the way it goes.
He's like halfway to Ags.
We talked to them before as well in one of the interviews. They understand how the Zeus plays, right? They don't feel grief right now. I know if you're watching your pub experience, you're feeling a little tilted maybe.
That's a really nice shackle. Avalanche does come out. There's going to be a really good silence from the Drow. That's going to find the first kill onto the Earth Spirit, and he didn't get the Magnetized. Shiro is all alone. Uh-oh. Beautiful find here from 1W.
Uh-oh, indeed. They are not supposed to be able to find fights like that without the blink on Axe.
Just takes the Mirana arrow with the Aghanim Scepter.
That'll be a huge find for 1W. Not the end of the world for Vici, but that did kill off a lot of momentum. And you're starting to get scared of this Axe, because now you know, now he has both, right? He has the auras and the initiation. 1W is officially online.
Yeah, and they've already taken the lead back as well. I like Pure going for the Manta style this game. Needs to be able to, A, wake himself up from Nightmare. Oh, speaking of Nightmare. Finds a target, but Whitemon nearby and a shield rune on the Mirana makes it very difficult to kind of go for this kill, so they will just back away.
This could be a pretty strong timing for 1W. We highlighted what Axe needed to wait for, but the mid Mirana does need a couple items before she starts getting really scary. And he's getting there. He's got the Ags for a lot of increased farm. We see him now going for the Yashikaya.
It's so much damage. Once you get the Yashikaya, like your arrow just clears creep waves.
It's part of why the Axe doesn't need the Blade Mail this time, because so much damage is going to come from Mirana. They're going to see if they can find a fight down here, and if not, at least claim the Tormentor. The Shard would be great for Vici. Since Zeus bought his own, it could actually go to the Largo, which would be huge.
But for 1W, there's a lot of options as well, right? Drinking Buddies for Whitemon. For Ari, it would be that Gale, which I think a lot of Wind Rangers, especially in the support role, really do like. So they're going to get this uncontested, and it's going to go to Ari. So there's your Gale Force. that might give you what you need to find heroes in the backline, right? Bane on the Fiend's Grip hates this item. Or this ability, rather. Sorry.
Yeah, now you got to stay way far in the back. And so sometimes you play versus like these Ember Storm Spirits. You wait for them to initiate on your team, and then you Fiend Script them. It feels great. This time, only Axe is really going to be jumping in. Fiend Scripting Axe doesn't feel as nice. Oh, but here's the Ags for Xingqiu. So this gives you a bunch of options now. One, it's more global split push and scouting. But as these fights break out, you can potentially ult, find someone TPing, just take them out of the fight, cancel that TP. It also means when your Tiny goes in, ult plus Nimbus is a lot of extra damage no matter where the Tiny finds the backline.
Well, they found him.
For example.
Exactly like you said, 33 trying to get away, does get the call, but Y is here, does get the Nightmare, and this should...
Blink back with the barrier?
Hold up.
No way, 33?
That is an insane dodge if he happens to get away.
I think he's out.
He's running towards the Zeus.
Okay, never mind. He is so not out. He is so dead. But he made him work like 12 more seconds.
That was a wild blink. Of all the places to blink, back into the Nimbus was like last on my checklist.
Caught Vici off guard too. He might have made it if he had been just outside the Nimbus, actually. But
it was close. That was cool. Very smart play, but they do manage to find their kill in the end. Good use of the Zeus Ags reveal there. And straight into the refresher. Here we go. Peak Zeus gameplay.
Now, outside of the carry Zeus, which I am very excited about, I also think Largo this game is going to be quite strong. So he had Meteor. He's going to go for the Shivas for the armor versus the Drow. I imagine it'll be BKB next. And from that point on, you just run at the Drow. And then you get the Ags after. You just run at the Drow, and maybe you don't kill her too quickly, but she just can't do the damage she wants to. She's constantly having to kite away from Largo. It's not going to be an easy Drow game.
Yeah, I think we've specifically seen Bach do this, right? And he talked about it in an interview as well, being like, yeah, you know, once I have my BKB, my Shivas, and some of my other items, like, I just look for the Drow in the fight, and I just hold down my buttons and right-click at her. And if you can remove the Drow's damage in the fight, or at least temporarily turn it off, it does give you, or like waste her BKB duration as well, right? If she ends up going for one. Like, there's a lot of value in that. But the Moonlight Shadows, they're doing work, right? Like BZM trying to set up his team for kills. They're going to find some Bane here. Do they have the damage? Absolutely. Unable to save him on XM. He went for the grip. Not enough to save him. The Gale Force. Nice use of that.
I guess the question will be how much does this Mirana scale? It's not something we see a lot. I know it can do a lot of damage. These are some tanky heroes, though, on the side of Vici. And a lot of the Mirana's damage comes from Magic Burst on her abilities. So as you pick up BKBs and you start ignoring a lot of that, the build is not... Like, you'll do some right-click damage, but it's not like you're building Datalises and stuff, right? You're building Ags, you're building Yashikayas, so a lot of it is in Magic.
Yeah, I really like the build. We'll see, you know. I will say Axe is also, like, double-dipping into more Magic Resist, right? Consecrated Wraps after the Pipe. Gonna go for the Force Staff next. I'm curious when they're gonna look for more BKBs on the side of 1W. They have some Dispel, they have the save with the Tusk and stuff like that. Like, that is all very useful. But I'm wondering if anyone else is going to get a BKB. Vici Gaming. Go for the smoke here. 24 minutes. So not quite nighttime, but we'll see if they manage to find anything. There's an Illusion Rune on BZM, which could actually buy him some time.
You should have seen those power shots, though, so you kind of know where they are. And actually, because they saw both, I suspect they decide, you know, we're not looking for a full fight. We were kind of hoping for a small pickoff, especially because the BKB is getting pretty close. So they're actually moving top to see if someone from 1W will go through the Twin Gate, and then you can just get a quick kill top. And if not, then you at least push in top when you think they're bottom.
They see the Zeus just farming in the jungle, having a good time. They'll see Vici Gaming show on the top wave, so they have a pretty good idea of where they are now, it seems. Take the bottom tier 1 tower. Good scan out from the Dire as well, trying to see if, you know, 1W is wrapping around into their bottom jungle, but it looks like Smoke's not going to connect on anything. We're going to move into nighttime, and I think both these teams pretty content with just kind of farming to their next big items. Which team has the read, right, on that, we'll have to see. There's the BKB. Number 1 here on Shiro. Needs to be careful. In the mid lane, there's going to be the call. Shackle didn't quite connect. He's a tanky boy. Essence Distiller there as well. Does have the Bane nearby. They really want to protect him with this BKB. They're going to use it. Immediate toss back. Pulls Whitemon underneath the tower, but there's going to be the Thunder God's Wrath. Call out from 33 again. Shiro needs some help. There's going to be the catchy look to pull him back. XM kicks 33 in pretty deep, but they cannot get a Fiend's Grip. They're too afraid. They don't have the follow-up damage, but they will save everybody. So no deaths on Vici, but they get the BKB. That's the big one. They get the Thunder God's Wrath.
Thing is, Xingqiu farming the whole time. He's a global hero, so not losing anybody is actually pretty nice. Bach, did you think this was your farm?
This is Xingqiu's farm.
How dare you?
All right, they're going to use this maybe to look for Roshan. It's fallen low and quick, and Vici Gaming, no wards on this bottom side of the map. No Thunder God's Wrath to scout it.
The nice move.
Yeah. I mean, you could maybe like roll in and hope for something, but it'd be too risky. So Aegis number 1 into Pure. Very happy as the Drow Ranger here. This will buy you a lot of time to get to your next set of core items.
Their own BKB timing is pretty good on 1W. We've been talking about they have a lot of magic damage on their side. I mean, so does VG, right?
Yeah. Uh-oh, BZM. This is a pretty sick gank if they can find him. Avalanche toss, the axe. Oh my goodness, it's so much damage, but can BZM, he has a blink in a moment. They're going to try really hard. He blinks up to the left. He's out. What a save by Whitemon. They'll just Fiend's Grip up the Tusk instead.
You get a kill, but that's a consolation prize for Mirana getting out.
Yeah, you would much rather have the kill onto the Mirana. Very nicely done there from Whitemon.
Without a blink, too. Whitemon is... What a guy. No tip from his team. They keep using it on Bach at the start of the game.
That's true, that's true.
Can't tip their teammates. Now, they do have the blink on Ahri. That should give them a little bit more playmaking as well. And the Shivas is done on Largo. I see him queuing up his BKB.
This is the same build we saw from him before in the Drow Ranger.
And the Ags right after.
Why?
Round 2?
Well, they're looking for BZM, but he knows he's not alone this time. He wouldn't fall for it twice.
No Fiend's Grip either, so you're just here to potentially break smokes and maybe steal this shrine, but Whitemon, he's already back. Ooh. I think Y will know to give this one up.
Yeah, especially now that he will not have the ward.
I mean, if it's just Tusk, you could try to Nightmare them away, but there's other heroes. They want to make sure they keep this shrine.
Super even game here, 13-12. No gold advantage for either team. And this is an elimination game. Both these teams, coming into this series, coming into this tournament, 1W, probably one of the favorites, but got knocked down at the very end of the group stage into the elimination stage, and Vici has had to grind their way through it to get here.
They've been looking better every time we see them.
Every single
and
series.
They've said, we're trying to figure out the playstyle we want. I think they really understand how the Zeus playstyle works. I'm sure they would love to have a bigger lead at this point, if any, but I also think this is fine. I think the longer the game goes, it really favors Vici.
Eventually, this Zeus becomes too big of an issue. We've seen it before. You might be able to get a lot out of the Wind Ranger, though. It's one of those things that's like any time you can buy on Whitemon with like a snowball, like Wind Ranger in the fight might be able to do a lot of damage.
That's true.
It's just so hard to find the initiation against Zeus teams.
That's why I feel like 1W is trying to up the tempo.
Yeah, I agree. Especially using the Aegis, right? 2 minutes left. You just finished the Butterfly on Pure. This is one of the stronger item timings that you can pick up on this hero. Pure might just stick around to finish this one off. They are. They actually saw the Wind Ranger mid. They might look for this, but not quite there in time. Shiro's going to pop that Shadow Blade. It's so scary, though, going in without any more vision.
It is. Even though 1W was scattered, they weren't showing on anything. So Vici doesn't know, and 1W can do that because they know Zeus does not have his ult to scout it out. So very smart from all the teams involved. They're going to go for one more, and this time they are a little bit more together. Mirana's almost here. They want to wait out this Aegis if possible. If given a free kill, they're going to take it, but there's only a minute left on this Aegis. They'll try to hold what tier 2s they can. And I think if you don't lose any, you're going to feel pretty good about it. The first Aegis, doesn't build a huge lead. That's pretty good when you just want the game to drag out.
It's really good for Pure, though. He is pulling away in the net worth quite a bit. Hasn't had to buy his BKB yet. He'll go for it as the next item.
I'd like to highlight, though, Carry Zeus is passing his team.
That is true.
He just got past himself, but he is getting close to that late game build that is just so incredibly difficult to deal with. Not just in pubs, but in pro matches too. And this Zeus just ults every now and then and does half your health.
He's got Refresher now. And Largo, he ended up going for the Aghanim Scepter as opposed to the BKB, so we were wondering, which one he would go for. But wants the Ags. Tormentor is happening, and Zeus has an Ags Refresher. This is a little scary.
They pipe preemptively. I think he'll be okay.
He might do it anyway. There's number one.
He's not
There's going to look for Ari on the Nimbus, maybe. Shiro just comes in, looks. Oh, he clicks the Twin Gate instead. Where's the second Zeus ult? They're going to be able to grab himself one kill for now. The Aegis, it expires. They want Pure. They're trying to chase him. Toss comes out, but they're holding wide back. He can't find his Fiend's Grip. There it is. It's on to BZM. There's the second Zeus ult. 33 caught by the Meteor Hammer.
They stopped the TP on Drow
as well. Shiro's trying to chase him through the trees. The Harpoon into the toss. Goodbye. 33 will TP out. He's the only survivor.
The Zeus didn't have enough mana. He was rushing home to try to get enough mana. But still, the ult just in time to scout out for Shiro going in. And that's why he doesn't have to worry about fully carrying the game on the Tiny. He knows, I will find a target, and my carry Zeus will help out. He'll throw in the other ult. He'll throw in the Nimbus once he has enough mana. But that's why he's got this Kaya now to make it a little easier. Get the Octarine next. Shouldn't have that problem again in the future.
I mean, he did the most damage in that fight, and his first ult was completely consumed by pipe. Like, he popped it and immediately took the pipe off of every single hero.
But that just means Magnetize and Avalanche and the
exactly.
Largo song can go. So it doesn't really matter who is dealing with the pipe as long as the pipe is being dealt with.
Oh, XM might be in a little bit too deep. Nice blink in from the Tusk to start this. A lot of damage from this tag team focus fire. The call coming through as well, but the hero, he's so dang tanky. Can he get the roll away?
Nice block.
He's gonna try, but the block from 33 is there. XM, I mean, showing why Earth Spirit's such a hot hero, but eventually they got the damage. 33, another dunk for the Axe. A beautiful gank set up there from the Tusk once again.
Really good positioning from them to prevent the rollout.
Yeah.
They really had to work for that. Okay, this is the fight from earlier, right? So ult sees everything. You see that Vici is like running in the middle of this. And 1W scattered. You want Drow to feel safe and to just attack, but she is scattered from the rest of the team. She's on the low ground. She's in such a weird spot. So this whole fight, she is just running away. And there's not a ton of damage from the other heroes, especially if Mirana's getting Fiend's Grip. So it's Vici's fight to win when Drow is not involved. And Shiro just single mind. It's like, I don't need to do the damage to everybody else. I just keep Drow out of the fight. And if it's not Shiro, then it's going to be the Earth Spirit, right? He'll be on top of the Drow, and Shiro will be doing the damage. It's whoever finds the Drow keeps her out. Everybody else just works together.
It was such a perfectly played fight from Shiro there. You're really right. I mean, we'll see. That's the BKB now for Pure. Oh, BZM finds himself a nice little kill on the river. I think he just got one shot.
That is the core Mirana experience.
Yep, that is indeed.
One arrow and I am dead. That wasn't even the arrow, that was just the Q.
That was just Starstorm. He might have thrown and missed arrow, right, and procced an extra, but
probably.
Smoke top, 1W. Scan off the mark. They know this. They know what Zeus does. They know how XinQ plays the Zeus. He's up here. This would be a nice pickoff. He has been super annoying. Ooh, there's going to be the jump in. He's got no way out. Very quick kill.
1,000 gold for that. As you should when you kill the carry. They did their homework. They know where this Zeus is going to be. It does give a lot of space to the other heroes, right? This is the annoying thing about dealing with this. You had to go so deep to the enemy's half of the map that they're able to push other lanes out and regroup.
It's worth it, right? Like, this hero's worth so much gold. He does so much damage in these fights.
Specifically, it's good to do when other objectives are not on. Because, for example, maybe you go kill that Zeus, and then the rest of his team takes Tormentor. They take Roche. Then that doesn't feel good. But because those objectives are down, you're able to make that move, kill the Zeus. Now that you know all the Zeus's damage is out, now they push for another tower. They're looking for more fights. But Vici's going to reset. I see a lot of them just sitting in the base, right? They know, hey, we got to be careful here.
Let's wait for our big team fight hero, guys.
Octarine on Axe, generally useful, but actually more pipes, pretty good this game.
Yeah, I like this item. I've been a fan of Octarine Axe for a while. Consecrated Wraps finished up on the Mirana. Just everybody picking up Consecrated Wraps, knowing we're playing against the Zeus. We need magic resistance. Smoke up from Vici. They've got that nighttime vision. They're getting close to the Mirana here.
Oh, they're going to see the arrow? Oh, maybe they didn't. Or maybe they just thought the arrow came from further away.
Oh, smoke pops. BZM, he's got no blink. He pops the BKB. Can Y get in range? Absolutely. There's your Fiend's Grip. The follow-up damage, it's there. 85 seconds without the Mirana. And Roche, it's up in 15.
Now, I like what 1W is doing. Okay, we can't really fight without BZM. Let's go look for that Zeus up there.
Yeah.
The supports are kind of moving their way over, but
you're right.
Dingq, you know, you get him once, he learns. He's sitting in the base until he knows where the rest of 1W is. He's just clearing the creeps out. And let's see if they find the Roche. It did get scanned.
He got his 20 talent as well on the Zeus. That one is quite strong. So the extra little bit of mini stun.
Very helpful.
It makes a difference. The scan missed, so 1W maybe know that this is happening now, but they have to bring some heroes over for sure. Well, now they do know with the power shot. I don't know if they're willing to contest. It looks like they're just going to... Oh, they smoke. Hold up.
Not the fastest Roche, but...
It's not at all. It's taken quite a bit. Thunder God's Wrath comes out. They know exactly where they are, but XM's trying to block the jump in. A great Nimbus pushed them back as well. Earth Spirit, nice toss out
nice
from Shiro,
save.
though. The Shackle, another Force Staff. How many ways can these guys get away?
I kick you, you throw me, I pull you, I Nightmare, I Force Staff, I catch a lick. We are a team. They are online together.
Wow. I mean, that's the Roshan that they very much needed. All set up from that rotation bottom to find the Mirana. Top lane, 33, looking for the carry Zeus. There's the Shackle, everything coming through. The damage, it's there. The Culling Blade will do it.
He didn't think they could get there fast enough from that mid lane, but they beelined it here.
Another 1,000 gold for killing the Zeus.
There's a lot of time on this Aegis, though, so Vici won't mind waiting for the Zeus. And honestly, he actually used all his abilities in that previous fight, so
that's true.
He doesn't even have that much to offer right now. I think you were going to wait anyway, so now is as good a time to lose the hero as any. Still, Drow is a hero, plus then the Mirana and the Wind Ranger. They can shred your buildings.
Yeah.
So if you're able to find the Zeus kill and chain it into more kills, 1W could do some serious base damage, right? Vici is very close to reaching that threshold where I think the late game should go their way. It's this Zeus getting insanely farmed and more items, and Largo also getting there. But 1W still has a strong window here.
Yeah, a lot of it's going to come down to the way these fights break out, and that's why the Zeus is so concerned, because he just makes it very difficult for teams to actually find the opening. But if you find it, the burst damage on the side of 1W is very high, and Whitemon has done a fantastic job this game at setting up these kills for his team.
It's a very interesting dichotomy of the Mirana ult. Usually use that to help you find the fight you want. But then you have the Zeus ult, which almost does the same thing, but in an aggressive form, right?
Yeah.
It like scouts the enemy, and it cancels blinks, which is really useful. It does damage, of course, and it's lower cooldown. It's also the support Zeus, who has a refresher and is eventually going to have an Octarine. So it just feels easier for them. You use your ult, I'll use my ult. I will have almost 2 for all of yours. So surely it should be easier for Vici to find the fight. But if 1W can just find that one fight, then that's all they need.
Moonlight Shadow, they're stalking Zeus. They're like, he's got to be up here soon, right, guys? Now Xingqiu heading back to the base. His team out for the fight. There's the Thunder God's Wrath. They find 33. The Nimbus comes out. The toss 1, toss 2 into the Fiend's Grip. Stuck inside the Nimbus. No way out. And that is the Zeus effect. You thought you were looking for a kill on 1W, but no, Vici, they were on the hunt.
Everyone else does get out. In a way, you're just waiting out this age, and actually they're moving back in a lot sooner than
they see Bach.
Vici might expect.
There's the Walrus Punch. Can they chain stun him before he gets the BKB? Yes, they can. Arrow into Shackle. Another pick off here from Whitemon. Hold on, XM. Wrap around. He gets Scout on a ward. Maybe a little bit afraid to chase. Hold up. Does he go in?
They want to do
Does
it.
he connect? Ooh, the roll. He's going to find Whitemon. Can he prevent the TP out? No. Very close. Very close. Good disengage from 1W. Dodging this one out.
I don't know if he didn't have the refresher available yet, or maybe just didn't want to commit it there. He could have canceled one just a moment too late, I suppose, with the Nimbus coming up naturally. But as the Observer just pointed out, he did get Conjurer's Catalyst. It is so much damage on Zeus. Maybe he would have preferred the Enchanter's Bauble. I don't know if we saw if he had the option or not, but Catalyst is also a great option.
I like the Catalyst more. I think the Enchanter's Bauble, it's nice, right? Like the memes are pretty funny.
The memes were cute.
But in terms of winning a team fight, Conjurer's Catalyst with this Zeus is pretty wicked. Bottom lane. XM gonna get found right up onto the Twin Gate. Nice bait here as Whitemon trying to get away from the Nimbus. The chain stuns. Actually not quite there yet, but here comes Shiro. Just slaps him down, gets the kill. You've got 38 seconds left on this Aegis. I don't know if they're going to be able to get anything else with it. They can try, but all outer tier 2 towers still standing for 1W. Despite playing into this Aegis, they have done a really good job at holding the map pressure and preventing Vici Gaming from really getting any objectives.
Yeah, they've been doing their own great map movement.
Oh. Silver Edge, he's going to find 33. Does anyone else show up? They get the break. Avalanche toss the double. Nimbus double ult from the Zeus. Oh my goodness, and they're looking for Pure. He's out for now.
Not going to overcommit. They're going to be happy with the Axe kill and just reset, especially because Aegis was just about to expire. A very safe choice for Vici, and it looks like they're going to head down and get the Tormentor. And I imagine push bottom, you'd like to start clearing up some of these outer towers. That's part of the reason 1W has been able to play the map the way they have. They've kept a lot of their towers alive while taking Vici's.
They have some pretty decent shards here.
Bane?
Yeah, Bane trying to soak as much damage without dying. And the shard will go to XM. All right, so Magnetic Grip, a little bit stronger.
This is where you Zeus ult just to freak him out. Like in your blood. And you're like, wait, he's on my team. Why'd you do that?
The game has had an almost dead even net worth the entire time. Like, we have been neck and neck. There's all the consecrated wraps.
Is it enough?
I don't know. I mean, he went the Mandible as well on the axe. He's like, come on, anything, please.
I mean, so much of the damage is magic, right? It's a good idea. It's just, is it enough? There is so much magic damage, and it's being amplified by Largo. Now, fortunately, they nerfed it so that the Croca Genius doesn't apply if you're too far away. But you can just put it on the Earth Spirit and still spread quite a lot. And maybe Xingqiu shows up to one fight.
I mean, you're almost... I mean, you got some big talents here on Period level 26, but you almost have the level 25 on the Earth Spirit, which that talent, the Self-Magnetize, is pretty sick for them this game. We'll see... I mean, Multi-Shot Arrow, also a pretty nice talent, and he's very close to the 25.
Sometimes you just need a lucky arrow, right? You throw enough arrows out, these heroes are rolling around, pulling, kicking.
They go for the call. Catchy lick, number one. Pull in. I mean, they just block off the whole backline. Pure trying to do what he can. Bach, he's just stuck here. In comes Shiro. Avalanche comes through, doing some work, but there's the Fiend's Grip. Snowball save. Beautifully done from the Tusk. They're going to turn around, try to finish off Y. Pure, can he stand his ground? His BKB soon to expire. There's the Magnetize, though. It's so much damage. 33. Beautiful call. Trying to get them to safety, but the Zeus, the Magnetize, it's so much. They're crumbling on 1W. BZM, can he survive? He's going for the TP, the vessel, everything. It's so much damage in the fountain. Is it going to be enough? No.
New souls?
It is! Oh my goodness!
A full team wipe for Vici.
Team wipe. Your fountain will not save you from the god. Unbelievable team fight from Vici Gaming.
It's so difficult. This is that Largo time we were talking about. He is just standing next to Drow, playing a song. Drow is trying to attack him and just not nearly doing enough damage. and then just ends up having to run around the fight, right? Like, okay, I live with Snowball. Okay, I got to move here, but you're not doing enough damage.
The Aeon discs are so sick, actually. It makes such a huge difference in this fight where they're like, oh, I'm standing in top of Drow. She's going to pop her, you know, all of her damage, and I'm just going to eventually proc an Aeon disc. Like, oh no, doesn't really care.
Right. The Fiend's Grip even gets canceled pretty quickly, but as soon as Pure gets repositioned, they're, no, you're not. We're coming back. We're just chasing you down. Now, maybe if you could survive a little longer, Largo did run out of mana. So you have to drag it out so far that Largo stops being a hero due to mana pool, and then maybe you can do something. But now that you lost this fight, it's going to be really tough. You are now behind, where are we, like 15, 20, 20K now with the buildings they were able to claim. They got the mid barracks while we were checking out that replay, clearing out the outer towers as well.
Are Vici Gaming doing it?
Is this the stream of upsets?
I mean, we had one of the most insane upsets this morning. I'm not going to curse anything, but they are looking good. An Aeon Disc for Bane now. I mean, they know the extended fights are so good. Now, especially now that you have the 25 talent on the Earth Spirit, you have the Zeus, you have the Largo. If you do not die in an Axe Call, Vici Gaming are going to get everything they want. So you just have to play for your vision. 1W, definitely on the back foot. Potentially one fight away from elimination, but this is a team that never gives up. And they play extremely well. The Divine Rapiers queued up here for Pure.
So that's the thing. That fight happened in the middle of the map, a lot easier to get to the Drow. Now they will be fighting around the high ground. So this is where it should, in theory, be the hardest to get to the Drow, to just run around, chase her. And there was the Hex onto Ahri. So if you commit too deep going for that Drow, you might just get hexed and killed. But you do have some tools for this, right? You have like the toss-outs, you have the kick-outs. So they have to position very carefully on 1W. And I think here's where Vici has to slow it down, right? You don't just bash your head on the high grounds. Maybe you push up. Maybe you send some meteor hammers, let the creeps do some damage with the banner. But you just hunt for the pick-off. And if you don't get it, you just chill because, hey, here's your own Divine Rapier farmer in the back. Zing Q.
He went Heavenly Jump Charge. Okay. I mean, I thought he was going to go the AoE Lightning Bolt.
I prefer that, but we saw last time he just did not join. We asked, did he interview XM? He's like, no, we understand. He's just going to be back there. So the jumps just get you to creeps faster. If you do join the fights, more survivability with those Divine Rapiers you don't want to lose.
I suppose 1W has tried to find him a few times. So this game, he's like, you know what? It's really important I don't die. I'm just going to go Heavenly Jump Charges, and if I ever feel threatened, I'm going straight into the base. Ward scouting Y in the mid lane. He needs to be careful.
Backs up just in
Ahri
time.
Comes through. XM. There's going to be the immediate ult out from the Zeus, trying to spread the Magnetize around. Second ult from the Zeus. Ahri is just trying his best to get away. He throws the Hex, but there's the toss. He's dead for 75, and XM continuing to play around the self. Magnetize just kicks Pure away, trying to roll himself to safety. There's the Fiend's Grip. Can you cancel it? And here comes Shiro. Pure on the run, 33 low, surviving for the moment, but you've lost the Drow for 100 seconds, and Y gets the nightmare. It's a disaster, 1W. They've got nothing left in the tank. You got the Earth Spirit. Is it enough? Can you survive? It's just BZM. They're going to get the buyback out of the Tusk.
They have no buybacks. They can't really save for it. They know how far behind they are, so they're buying out the items as they can. They need as much damage and survivability as possible, but it hasn't been enough. Vici might take it a little slow just in case those buybacks are up, but as they finish the bottom barracks, I think they're going to get an idea. There's no buybacks.
Is it one Rax into Roche here is the question.
I think you can get top. If 1W is not buying back, you can just head there. You have creeps in the mid lane and the bottom. It is the safe play to go for Roche.
You are 30,000 gold ahead. You got some items to pick up, and it looks like, yeah, Vici
playing it safe.
Gonna play it safe. You cannot argue with that call, right? Like, this is the tournament life. You do everything in your power to secure the victory. Roshan might just be that.
We've also seen, so like the pros and cons of not going for it. is you would give a window to 1W to, you know, maybe they find a pickoff and start their own snowball comeback. But we have seen how much the Zeus ult enables them to find the fights they want.
Look at 1W. Look where they are. Look what they're trying to do again.
Where is he?
Xingqiu is...
We must find
He's
Zeus.
absolutely mind-flaying them. They're like, guys, he's got to be up here again, right?
I love the idea, actually, but Xingqiu a step ahead. I'm in the bottom jungle now.
That is a sick word, actually. They're like, we'll find him eventually. Some point we'll see him walk out of the base top.
It's a great idea. And this is why 1W is such a top team. Even in these dire situations, they kind of recognize what can we possibly do? We can kill Zeus. We've done it before. Hey, we're going to get a Divine Rapier if we do it this time.
Creative solutions, for sure.
Super valuable kill. Very much worth an observer back there. But now, is he going to give it to you? Because it seems like there's maybe 3 minutes left before they are barreling down your final barracks.
See him. They're going to see him. He's walking under the ward.
Okay, how can they get there?
They're going to know. Do they Moonlight Shadow immediately for this? Oh, they don't have it. 11 seconds away.
White Mon is not enough. You need 2 more, I want to say. But this Xingqiu does 2 and then just backs out. He does not go further, so it gives you very little time. Now you're going to have to wait a minute, which maybe 1W could say, like, hey, someone use this time to come up. He's going to go clear bottom, and then he's going to go top again. But there's not an easy way to get there, especially because Vici is at your high ground.
Yeah. This is mega creeps potentially if Shiro can get to this Rax. He does a lot of damage. 93% win probability. Axe call. Who's he found? Oh, Mirana's just feeds grip. That's the Axe reveal. She's so low and she's dead. Does have buyback. Will use it right away. They're going to do what damage to Cam. 33 goes in for the call. Doesn't actually use it. XM needs to blink away. Does get his Aeon Disc proc. Nice save there from Bog, but the roll, he's out. Hex now onto Shiro. 1W doing anything in their power to keep them away from their base. Shiro
Double divine Zeus
toss. Zeusel number 2. He's low. He gets the Satanic off. Nice play for now, but the BKB is going to expire and your team has fallen low. The refresher for the second Fiend's going to take down the Axe. He's going to buy back. XM is running to base. He needs a reset. Mega Creep secured. Hold up. Shiro, he's found Pure. Can they get the kill? No. Dead outside the fountain. He's in real deep. Can they bail him out is the question. He's going to BKB, run for his life. Shiro pulled away with the grip. They get the call. The shackle from Ari. Is it enough? It is. He's dead. Does have buyback. Why now in trouble inside the enemy base? Another dunk. He's dead for 90. 1W trying to crawl their way back into this game, turning their attention to the Largo. Do they have the damage? He pops the Bloodstone. Absolutely. That's 100 seconds. No buyback. You have mega creeps, but maybe 1W can pull this back.
How close are they to buybacks? Okay, bounties would not make a difference here. There is a tiny buyback, but you can give up 1 set of barracks. You can give 2 sets of barracks. You don't care. 1W has to go for the throne if they want to do that here. They could go for the very long con, right? Like take it, then back out. We have to do another high ground defense.
Playing without buyback, a very scary thing to do. And Xingqiu, I mean, his spells are on cooldown, so your Zeus cannot buy you too much time.
He will have 1 set, and they're not going to show heroes on this. You have to be so careful. Just kick from afar, clear the creeps. He's literally as far back as you can be.
He's like, guys, I don't know where they are, but I'm not leaving this spot. Tier 3 down.
You don't care about
another fort after this, so they'll pop it for now. 25 seconds for the Tiny, 15 on the Bane, 35 on the Largo.
You don't care about any of this if you're Vici. As long as 1W does not go for the win, you know your Megas is far better than just 1 barracks.
Okay, plain and safe 1W, very afraid to push the high ground. They don't know the buyback status, right? At the end of the day, they are still playing blind with that information.
I mean, you're down 30K. Surely they must have buybacks. Like you're thinking. Amplified damage for Pure. And he does have 1 divine. You have to buy a second. Do you need that damage? I mean, first you need your buyback, of course, but you need at least 1 or 2 more team wipes, defenses for 1W. because Vici, after that scare, right, they're going to save buybacks.
Oh my gosh,
Double
33.
Zeus.
His Aeon Disc will save him for now, but XM really wants to chase. Does he get the break? No. The Aeon Disc bailing him out, maybe getting a little bit too eager on the Zeus. His team not close enough to follow it up. And that is going to be a while without your Zeus spells.
Vici will use this to just farm up the buybacks. And that'll put you in a situation where even if you get wiped in 1W's base, you'll be able to buy back and defend. So 1W has to win 2 major team fights. But if they do, they can walk straight down mid. They have set it up. They can end the game with the heroes they have. There is a chance. It is small. It is scary. I think Vici will recognize that. I think they're going to slow it down here and make sure they close this one out.
All right. They'll grab themselves the Tormentor on the top side here. And once again, they are searching desperately for the Zeus, hoping he's somewhere on the map. Whitemon.
Time to get out. I wonder if he thought that was an observer.
Nah, I don't know. Did he just block it maybe, trying to stop this? I mean, Zeus would just bolt it, so I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like it's not worth it. I feel like he may have thought that was an observer to be looking for the Zeus.
Peak Zeus gameplay right here, ladies and gentlemen.
This is literally...
Oh my goodness.
This is competitive play. This is extremely high skill. What Zeus is doing is beyond us.
Oh my goodness. Thank you. Yeah,
It's right there.
Keep a Zeus cam up. He's pretending to be the shopkeeper.
That guy has 5 times our MMR.
And like 5 times the damage of everyone in the game.
So we see how Vici's playing around it, right? The rest of them are grouping up, looking for something. Pure's got to be so careful. Now, he is one of the few heroes on his team who has buyback, so technically he could die, but he would drop his Divine. So he really needs to, like, if he's going to die and buy back, it needs to be near his base and Fountain specifically, so he can buy back, reclaim it, and then fight there.
Vici Gaming, they are looking to make a play. Aeon Disc, it's up. Shiro, the Avalanche, the toss back. They managed to pop his Aeon, but can he get out? The Fiend's Grip, it's so deep. The Snowball will save him for a second, but the Wind Ranger just getting destroyed back in the Fountain. And now Pure, all alone, he's going to pop the BKB. XM will get his Aeon Disc, but he blocks the roll away. He needs some help. Nightmare to save him. The call from 33's got him. Another catchy look. Can they get XM out? They cannot. Trying to TP to safety. It's a rough fight here for Vici Gaming. They're going to lose 2 heroes on the high ground, but they get 2 more buybacks out of 1W. They are holding.
They're holding so desperately. They lost some tier 4 damage. They're still alive. Vici's going to slow it down, waiting for the heroes to respawn. 1W. I think this is the Zeus hunting window, right? This is when a couple heroes are dead. You just have some people watch the base. You go out, see if you can find that Zeus kill. Get 2 Divine Rapiers. They're moving. The lines are being drawn, but it's easier said than done.
It is so tense.
It's a fast roach spawn, actually.
It really is. Only like 10 seconds. They're going to find the ward here. And with that, Shiro knows there is no way he can stick around. He's going to go back across the river.
I mean, we're right at 60 minutes. So if 1W actually gets this roach, if they see it's an instant spawn, all bets are off when the tier 5s come out.
Oh. That would be a incredible find, but yeah, Roshan is up. The roar comes out. And with this, Aegis, Cheese, Refresher, I mean, everything, it doesn't look like they're able to close the gap and find the target. Instead, they actually get the initiation here onto Shiro. Catchy look number 1, trying to buy him some space. There's going to be a Thunderground threat. They actually, they canceled 33's initiation, and Bach wants to chase to get the BKB out of him. Instead, it's full retreat here for 1W, but will they make it out? He will on the axe for now. Everyone else should escape. A great retreat here from 1W. They get the Aegis, and they buy themselves potentially some more time here.
A tier 4 did fall in this time, but I gotta say that's worth the price to steal away this Aegis. Get yourself the cheese, get a refresher, and possibly 5 more minutes. Does Vici want to push the high ground?
They
when
know
you
there's
have Aegis.
Yeah, they know the buyback situation is rough on the side of 1W, but tier 5 items are an option. We're going to see them prioritize these for now, especially the Zeus, right? He loves these.
Imagine this is Enchanter's Bauble. Finally, the Zeus
Oh,
build
my
online
goodness.
is what they say. 60 minutes. But now what are you going to get? I think, do you keep...
Divine Regalia, maybe?
Oh, that would be funny.
Right? Maybe something along those lines. Who knows?
Ooh, maybe he'll actually join the fight. He's buying the boots of travel.
He's like, all right, guys, I'm here. 60 minutes. I will be in the next fight. I got you.
I told you guys, I just need 70 minutes of space, and then I will assist. Stop taking my farm.
Stygian, fleet-footed for the Tiny. That's quite nice. That is a lot of damage.
Is a hero that doesn't like getting kited.
Yeah, with Tree Volley, right? He did go for the Aghanim Synth already. The Aghanim's Blessing.
Is the leap charges literally to farm the camps and then just leap back to safety?
Yeah, that's what I've seen.
Pretty much all he's doing.
So when Tai Lung played this, it was the exact same thing. He went to leap charges. He would just run out of base, farm the camps, and then leap all the way back in. And it was just on repeat constantly.
Book of the Dead, guys. I'm sending my representatives. I will be here, but these guys are going to go help you.
I'm not joining the fight, but I promise I will be sending more help.
Over half their duration is going to fade by the time they get there.
They're smoked up. Aghanim's Blessing picked up on the drop. Okay, BZM actually so deep. They see him. Thunder God's Wrath comes out, but they're instead just jumping into the base, finding 33. Ari does get the Scythe out. The tier 4 taking some damage. The catapults and the Mega Creeps will get him.
I think you just back out.
Your throne's exposed. Yeah, you got Moonlight Shadow. Didn't really cost you much. Wait for the next Thunder God's Wrath. The moment that throne is exposed and they have no fortification, Vici might have that win condition.
Very patient gameplay from Vici. Now it is giving time for the buybacks on the supports of 1W to come back up. So that's the part that, 1W will accept. This is why they got the Aegis, right?
Tusk is going Ags.
Hey, the Fountain does a lot of damage.
Fountain?
You can get people.
Oh, this is a 6 smoke. If they find why, the blink in, the Hex from Ari. Can they save him? Bach is nearby. Does get the Force Staff. He gets called. The BKB is out. There's going to be the Aeon Disc. Here comes XM. Silence, big magnetize onto 3. The roll is out. Bach's just got to run away. The Meteor Hammer coming through. No, they're just going to pop the Snowball. Try to chase after this really speedy Largo. Can they get to safety? They're going to look for Ari. Drow's Aegis has been spent. Hold on. Shiro's in the enemy base. Why? He found Pure. Does get caught from the silence, and he is dead. But can he get away? Shiro with the Avalanche toss. He's got the BKB. He'll be able to run to safety for now, but guess what? XM has still got the magnetize.
33 is dying to creep.
Is dying, so is 33. Can they get to the fountain is the question. They're trying so desperately, but Shiro's on the throne.
He needs 3 hits.
They just need to pop it one more time. The fortification, there it does. It comes through, but can they kill Shiro? Thunder God's Wrath is there. The throne's got 1 HP.
Why is going for the throne?
Y's on the throne. XM's on the throne, and 1 win will go home. Vici Gaming, do it.
This is the stream of upsets. I am in shock. I have been Zeused.
Carry
1W
Zeus.
has been Zeused.
Carry Zeus has done it again. Vici Gaming came into this tournament saying the only thing we want to do is improve.
And Zeus.
Big Zeus. Unbelievable turnaround in this series from a game 1 that was so dominant too.
And you see why 1W is such a scary team, because even after they were falling behind, it still felt like they had a chance to do it. Vici really had to work for those final 20, 30 minutes to actually close this one out. A formidable team knocked out.
I mean, this was indeed the stream of upsets today. Unbelievable performance from every team, right? Like, these games were incredibly close. Could have gone either way. But, yeah, what a performance. Vici Gaming walk away with it 2-1. Let's send it back to our panel. They're going to get a chance to talk with them and just talk about the insanity that was this series.
Well, thank you so much, Ricky and Zach. It got, let me tell you this, about 300% more packed in our side stage here. Stream B turned out to be the place to be because of Vici. Gaming coming through over 1W to win to move them forward. The second lower seed to upset a higher seed today in Dota 2. And that just means that, boy, oh boy, we are setting up for an exciting week. Welcome back to the panel. My name is Rain. I'm joined by Effie. And Effie, just the immediate reactions to what is China's last hope, as we said in our Sony storyline of the day, continuing to believe.
I'll tell you who China's last hope is. It's VG Gaming, and it is Jinkyu on that Zeus.
Man.
Oh, dude, I'm so excited. I'm still kind of like reeling with excitement in the sense that I went into today with a set of expectations, and the opposite happened.
Yeah.
And I'm here for it. I love watching VG play when they're confident and they're feeling themselves, because what happened in that earlier game, that first game of the series, I just didn't get this sense of confidence and energy and their ability to just go into the series, but I felt like they were a snowball, you know? They were like slowly building up and getting bigger and bigger, and in that game 3, they just went for their special flair. Like, Jinkyu is a player that has a lot of very specific heroes, and he does things differently than other 4 players. He can be very greedy, he can play for himself, and it felt like they had him on a leash a little bit in this tournament where he wasn't getting too crazy, but in this game 3, they were like, you know what? Farm, you can be a core, get your double rapiers, we'll play for that timing.
I'll tell you, there was a lot of focus on the rapier as well. You were pointing them out on the item selection, just saying, check that out, the double rapier on both sides of the game, trying to salvage things. And also, I think that's maybe a little bit of the story of this game. There was a bit of a teeter-totter at the end. Did that say anything from VG Gaming, or do we not take away from the fact that they won? A little bit of a hesitancy in closing out perfectly, where 1W had a scare on a defense, but still VG Gaming able to come through, and these are the results of it.
Yeah, I think in ultra late game Dota, you don't want to make any unnecessary mistakes, because it's the wild, wild west out there. You get tier 5 neutral items. Once rapiers come out on these carries, things can change. So taking it slower and maybe not just running at the ancient constantly would be the correct choice here. And, you know, they got caught off guard a little bit in one of the high ground defenses, and they said, we'll sit back, we'll chill, we're going to try to draw them out of their base, which is what happened. And the second that fight was near that cliff in their jungle, then the mega creeps did the work. It started pushing in, and they made the correct decision there for sure.
Shiro, XM, Bach, Jinkyu, and Y get the job done here. Shiro with a 14-3 game on the Tiny. I mean, this has been a character that has definitely played a major role in both Rune Eater's lineup and in VG Gaming's lineup. The Earth Spirit ended up working for XM. Another positive game as well. I mean, since this is our say goodbye as well to 1W, what do you think went wrong for them? If you're looking at whether it was the draft, how they executed the draft. That first game seemed like a masterclass where it was just untouchable, and they just slowly but surely got the lead. And then game 2 and 3, the momentum shifted. What happened there?
I think that there was just a little bit of a misread in the power level of Vici in that game 2, where they didn't necessarily go for the best picks in this draft, but this game 3 was pure momentum. It was Vici just coming to play. And sure, there are going to be people who say there was a mid-Mirana. Mid-Mirana doesn't work. Maybe that's true. Mid-Mirana did lose, but I do think that even if it weren't a mid-Mirana, Vici would have delivered in this game 3. It really felt like they were in their element, and I want to shout out XM because we don't see him play Earth Spirit a lot. We didn't see it this tournament. I don't have any memories where I recall him playing it even back when it was meta a year ago, but he picked it here. He denied picked it from VZM, and he popped off.
It's an exciting thing to see VG Gaming yet again, an underdog, take the win. And speaking of exciting, we get a chance to talk with them. I think it's Brian down on stage with VG.
I'm here with Shiro from VG Gaming, who just took an upset off of 1W, and I just want to ask you first and foremost, what are the vibes of the team like after such a crazy series?
Shiro, 你这边成功的让1追2，战胜了 1W 战队，你现在整个队里面的氛围感觉如何呢？
感觉大家都很开心吧。
Everyone is super pumped, super happy.
So game 1 looked a little bit rough. Game 2, you guys put on a clinic, you kind of owned them, and then game 3 was back and forth. At what point did you feel like this one's in the bag for us in game 3?
那第一把被撵，然后第2把呢，相当于是你们撵他们，然后第3把就是比较接近，就是比较旗鼓相当的一场。那 能不能跟我们说一下，在第3场当中是哪一点让你感觉到这把有了呢？
在我们宙斯有了 A 章之后吧，就他特别的肥。
It was the moment when our Zeus managed to get his Aghanims. We knew that he was ultra fat, so we knew that we had the game in the bag.
Of course, and so this tournament's been all about these like crazy meta picks, and today you guys whipped out the Carry Lina, and I was wondering, was that something you intended from the very beginning of the draft, or was that something that you were open to? What was the idea behind this pick? Because you absolutely owned on it.
那在这场对决当中也看到一些比较让人意外的一些英雄选择，比方说这个1号位的 Lina， 当时你们是为什么选择就是把这个 Lina 当1号位打？就是你们能不能跟我们说一下你们当时跟人讨论为什么做出这样的一种决策呢？
因为就是我一直都是很喜欢这个英雄的人，然后这个英雄最近是火起来了嘛，火起来之后我就自己研究了一下怎么打1号位的出装，然后就训练也用了一下，就感觉挺好用的。
I've always been like Lina has always been one of my favorite heroes, and recently Lina has very much seen a rise into the meta. So I actually did a bit of homework, I did a bit of research myself. I tested things out. I was already theory crafting about playing a position 1 Lina, so I went to try her out in a few games. Figure out what item build best suits like carry Lina, and it felt pretty good. Like the power level felt absolutely on point in terms of the meta. So we picked it here, and clearly it worked.
Yeah, one last gameplay question. So in the last game, you mentioned you felt like you were guaranteed to win after the Zeus got his Ags. How do you guys as a team, like who decides that Xingqiu basically gets to play carry in game 3, and how does that adjust your gameplay and having so much impact despite him taking so much farm?
那前面你说到就是感觉就是宙斯出了 A 仗之后，你们就感觉稳赢了。那正常情况下就是当你们队里面，比方说你们辅助要求也要成为一个大哥的情况下，就是会如何影响你们整个队的一种资源安排，包括你自己刷钱的路线啊，以及各方面的就是整体作战的一种打法吧。就是当你们有一个大明星的情况下，要怎么个打法？
其实就是我们只用推线就行了，因为家里的野区会被他全部刷完的。
I mean, all we have to do is to show the lanes because our entire jungle, our own jungle is pretty much completely farmed out by the Zeus. So just show lanes.
Of course. Now, throughout the tournament, there hasn't always been a crowd, but we have a big group of supporters right here. We are hearing the cheers from outside. Were you guys hearing the cheers during the game? And how did that feel to have all that support near just in front of you here?
那我们在这里场馆里面呢，也有很多粉丝过来在现场支持你们。当时你们在比方说你们团战胜利的时候，有没有听到他们的欢呼声呢？是否有影响到你们的心情，给你们打气呢？
有的，就是打赢了团，听到欢呼声会感觉我们士气会更加振奋吧，所以很感谢大家。
Absolutely, we can hear the crowd, we can hear the cheers every single time we win a team fight, and it's an absolute boost to our morale. We feel super pumped up after each fight, so big thank you to the crowd, big thank you to everyone here cheering for us.
Yeah, thank you, Shiro, for joining us for the interview. Congratulations on your win, and good luck in your next series, and we'll go ahead and send it back to the panel.
All right, thank you guys. 14-2 for Shiro, and he also had a 18-1 game, followed by his 5-5 start. So a big change from Shiro in game 1 to game 2 and 3, helping that team to really be the hard carry and take them to the next level. And that next level is going to be our quarterfinals, which are coming up tomorrow on Stream A. The exciting thing is that both of the teams, the underdogs who have momentum, are going to be going up against even better, maybe even more well-known players in terms of the T1 scene. And it is not going to be as, well, I wouldn't say simple of a challenge, because it wasn't simple, but it's going to be an even more complicated problem, you might say, to deal with now. Falcons as Vici Gaming, who will be playing them in these next couple of days.
But that's the beauty of the lower bracket or survival stages or gauntlets. Like, you slowly ramp up as you play it, and by the time you reach the big boss, the tier 1 scary team, you could just be an entirely different team than you were a few days ago. And I think we could see that happen with Vici Gaming. Like, genuinely, I did watch their confidence kind of flow into them throughout that series. It felt very noticeable, especially in XM. I thought XM in that game 1 and in a few of the series before, he was a little bit quiet, but this time around, I don't know. Something clicked. It was magical. It was beautiful. No notes.
It's electric. No notes. That's what you said for BZM. And no notes again because he did pretty dang well. Set his team up for some success in most of these games. But again, it was Vici Gaming's story. And sometimes a team's dynamic takes over an individual player's success. And I think that's where you have to look at Rune Eaters as well, who came back from that deficit, had a conversation, and then were able to turn things around. It's the same exact formula that Vici Gaming had. And I mean, we talk about the Zeus, Effie. You were hyped when the Zeus was picked as well. I think this is what he said, a really big component of how they're able to push lanes, keep pressure, and get farm for him, and obviously control the game.
Yeah, I mean, even if you look at the stats, Zeus, who is their support hero, got 85,000 hero damage with Shiro on his Tiny doing 40,000. So he doubled up his carry in terms of damage. And if you're willing to pick support Zeus, then you're putting the faith in Xingqiu to be able to farm, to be able to dish out the damage, and your job kind of becomes a little bit easier on Shiro, We can see him in this clip just going for the initiation, and throughout this game, it was kind of a story of who's Shiro jumping on, how long can he sit on him, and if the damage was there to back it up, and eventually it just ramps up to like double rapier from that Zeus. The damage will always be there, so it was a matter of picking and choosing the correct fights, and Vici were definitely able to do that.
Was there a moment you said, this might be going the other way? Was there a chance that you kind of caught on to this? Because, I mean, you're right. You said there was an energy and a momentum that started to kind of be palpable here in this dynamic. What was it about the way Vici was playing that indicated they were doing well?
That's a great question. I think there was this fight near the Tormentor around like minute 30 to 40. I can't remember exactly when it was, but it was when Shiro got the jump on the Wind Ranger, and the Axe jumped later on the Largo, and they were able to kill the Wind Ranger, and the Largo initiation didn't do much for 1W, and I could just feel that they won there. I was like, this fight, they're cooking. The Earth Spirit Magnetize is pumping up damage. This Largo is just sustaining way too much in fights, and the Axe jump started to look a little bit redundant, because at some point it's scary. You think, can Axe get the correct jump to make the game terrifying? Is he going to get her carry? That wasn't the case here. He wasn't getting the ideal jumps later on, and that's because Vici made it hard for them to find them.
It's also, another kind of secondary storyline we've got running is that, yes, this is China. Yes, this is their last representative going into TI, but also specifically the fact that teams have something to play for. 1W, they've been so successful. Did that kind of hurt them coming into this tournament knowing TI's around the corner, and also just the fact that they have won 4 first places? They've been an extremely, I guess, successful team throughout this season. Did they let their foot off the gas a little bit, or maybe get surprised by what Vici brought to the table?
I hear you. I think, so 1W, while they were the best team in terms of the EPT leaderboards, they didn't necessarily look the best coming into this tournament, and they showed us that they were kind of back during group stages, but the state of Tier 1 Dota right now is that teams can look strong in one tournament and suck at the next one, because everybody is so competitive and everyone is so good. And a matter of like keeping your play level high is about little things and communications, and they can change very drastically tournament to tournament. And that's why teams like 1W that led the leaderboards can come in, expect to win against Vici comfortably, and then just get ripped apart in some of the games.
Many people think this is, really Bach as a big superstar on this team and his journey coming into it. It's something that people root for. Mr. Johann Sebastian. And I think, when you look at this, Effie, is that something that you felt confident with how he showed up for this team? It's hard to say no with the win, but are you excited with how Bach is playing, and is he in form enough to keep doing this? Because that's what he's going to have to do up against Falcons.
I am, actually. His Largo was very fun to watch both games, but I think the cool thing about the way that he played Largo in Game 2 and 3 is in Game 2, he has a really rough lane. Muerto was doubling his net worth, he was shoved out, but he found his way back. He played for slower team fights and kind of understood his role as an enabler. In this game as well, he was able to give up farm to Xingqiu Zeus and kind of understand, okay, I'm the offlaner, but I'm just going to be your enabling support Largo. You can take the farm, you can do the damage. I understand my job, and I think that lack of selfishness in an offlaner is probably the most important trait that they can have.
They certainly did a great job of that as well. We have a bracket to show you to give you all the updates if you're just joining us as to what to expect, and also a little bit of how we got here. LGD Vici Gaming, Team Liquid, and Rune Eaters, they defeated their opponents, and then they faced off in today's second round, and that left BB Team, Vici Gaming, Team Spirit, and Rune Eaters, 2 upsets on our Stream B to go ahead and qualify for our playoffs. Now, the playoffs already had 4 teams sitting and waiting. It was Nigma Galaxy, Team Falcons, Team Yandex, and P-Vision. Those will be the opponents in that order, top to bottom, of the teams that we play. So, Vici Gaming, which we covered, will be playing Team Falcons with Snaking, and of course, Rune Eaters will be going up against P-Vision. Maybe the most exciting story of the day. Effie, who do you have your eye on in this playoffs? What's the match you're looking forward to?
Honestly, I am so curious how far Rune Eaters can take this Cinderella story of theirs, because I feel like I'm watching like an anime shonen where the main character keeps getting stronger.
Man.
And I think to myself, they've peaked this fight. They need a training arc, but there's no training arc. The training arc is happening.
I know.
It is exciting because I had a different perception of Rune Eaters coming into this tournament, and they're showing me that I was completely wrong about them.
Team Spirit, Team Liquid battled it out as well. I mean, you could see that was a close set. 1W and Vici, we just had this year. BB Team went in a little strong, but when you talk about Rune Eaters, taking a game off of BB Team 2-0ing LGD, it again shows that there is some potential for all of these teams to take games off of each other. The meta is shaping up to be interesting, and as we kind of shift towards playoffs, Effie, it's predictive, and I know you're not exactly going to be right because these things change on the day, but how have you felt the meta has become more experienced, or I guess players have found experience with where the meta is landing for them heading into playoffs? Do you think people are getting more conservative at this point, understanding what it is? Do you think it's the opposite direction where people are getting a little bit like, hey, we need to get in our deep pockets here?
God, I would hope they don't get conservative. You definitely want to reach into your pockets. Like, I do think the support to mid flexes were kind of the story of the start of the tournament, and they still are very important. And I bring up Earth Spirit in particular. I think the teams that have a good position for Earth Spirit and a good mid Earth Spirit will always have a leg up in the draft. But the same can be said about teams that play Coddle very well. Those still exist. But now there's like new things going on. You know, Carolinas are being introduced, solutions to these Axes and Centaurs that are suddenly coming out in the first phase of the draft have to be introduced as well. We're seeing Largo become more important than we felt at the start. At the start of this tournament, he did have a couple of games where he looked really weak, but this series showed that in these like 70-minute games, Largo pops off. So it's exciting. I think things are still changing and evolving, but the good heroes are still the good heroes.
Well, I mean, obviously, Vici Gaming happy with what they did. Going to the drawing board, though, may end up being the case. And of course, if you're a Team Falcons and you've watched and waited and said, wow, I didn't expect to maybe be playing Vici Gaming, there might be some new prep going on. But we know one thing, that's for sure. The teams that have been waiting, they are in a great position to be successful. Nobody got there by accident. You had to go through a grueling group stage, and most of the teams sitting there are 9-1. So only taking most of the time one loss. So that will be a very difficult thing to not only add one, but add another one for these teams coming through that lower bracket run. But the momentum, I think, has definitely started to shift. And I think the fans have also started to get a little bit engaged with these underdog stories. We say Cinderella. I don't know if it's strong enough. I really think we might need. You went to anime. I said maybe DBZ. Maybe you can let us know in the chat. What is a strong enough metaphor here? Because Cinderella, it may just not be enough for what we're seeing.
That's true. I mean, for me, it applies to Rune Eaters the most because their like power level from 2 days ago.
See, you're
so
saying
different.
power level. That's DBZ
exactly.
right there too.
It's kind of like. Sorry to interrupt you, but it's kind of like Ichigo in Bleach.
Okay.
Yeah, because Ichigo didn't really have a lot of training arcs. In like 2 days, he would get really strong. Then he'd just have a fight and be like, "Oh, I'm stronger now." And that's what Rune Eaters feels like. Anyway, go ahead.
No. I think we were just basically talking about nothing, which is just anime. Obviously, we're closing out the day very shortly. We are waiting for a couple of different things before we do that, but it's great to kind of have a wrap up and reset as well. I think people sometimes taking a breath after a big game like that, analyzing that result, it can go by so fast. We close the day, but it's a great example to be able to talk with you, Effie, and get your thoughts about it. We do have the Key Crush coming up, and that means that it is 1W who will have their key crushed by Vici Gaming. It's a very technical process, white glove only.
That's gotta feel good. I mean, I wonder what VG's expectations were coming in today, because you never enter like an elimination series thinking you're gonna lose, but you're going up against 1W. You're like, okay, these guys are big bads. We're gonna take them on. It's very likely we lose here. And ending the day with a win has to feel unbelievably good. And then you get to do the hydraulic press stuff and hear the little pop or whatever happens.
That just looks fun, man. It just looks like a great time as well. Well, we started off talking about how it was Vici Gaming who was China's last hope. That hope continues. And whether it's an anime, shonen, or Cinderella, a classic Grimm's fairy tale, you will not be disappointed with the results that you've seen today. And of course, what might still unfold for tomorrow. Waiting and lurking in the corners, though, it's the big beast. And I think this is something that you need to be careful of. Team Falcons and, of course, P-Vision will take on our winners from Stream B. And it'll be all on Stream A heading into tomorrow. So do not go anywhere. Don't come to this link. It'll be a different link, but Stream A will have all of that action. Also, it's been a privilege working with you guys. I'll see you on Sunday for that third place match as well, alongside Brian, and we'll be having some great more Dota this week to come. So for all of you, remember to never give up, never stop gaming, and we will see you all tomorrow.